mid-December here. So really big low here for the US dollar. That's our fourth straight red day, despite some things that you would think would maybe be positive. We had some strong inflation prints on Wednesday and Thursday. So bit of an interesting look here. We've got the US dollar pushing much lower. I think the tariffs were initially seen as really bullish, but the more info we get in the tariffs, or I guess to put it a different way, the lack of clarity we have on these tariffs seems to be leading to a little bit of a push potentially to the downside for that DXY, guys. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Mogul, is it really Mogul? What's MGO Global? Why am I calling it Mogul? MGO Global halted to the upside. It looks like, whoops. Sorry, why did that, there was another stock in my drop down that's in Toronto. It's similar. So we are halted here at 117, 118 tap, quadruple top at 120. So in terms of looking for a clean move back through $1, I wasn't watching it. Maybe it was clean through $1. You guys would have to tell me. I wasn't watching. Doesn't look like it was all that clean, but you've got ample room on the daily chart here as long as it can hold. I mean, this one's different if it breaks out the top. I know I just said I don't like breakouts this time of day, but this is a little bit different because it's a small capper with lots of volume, 160 million in volume. That'd be 120 or 125. If it opens flat, then you have a chance of the break. If it gaps above, maybe play it back into the halt price, which is 117. So that looks pretty strong as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to throw that one up on a side chart. Nvidia looking okay. We haven't really been talking too much about some of the other Mag 7 names, but just of note, as the market goes, as the NASDAQ goes right back into the high, it's notable that Apple is losing VWAP as the market approaches the high. Not sure what's up with that for Apple, but maybe it's distinctly different. Like there's Meta right back to the high of the day, which is what you would expect. Nvidia back to the high of the day, which is what you would expect.
Look at SoundHound.
But what's going on here with Apple could be showing a little bit of weakness after being strong this morning. So if we fail the high, Apple might be a little bit of a sneaky short play. But I like this MGOL. I think I'm going to be looking at this on the reopen for potential breakout play. If you get really lucky, maybe it'll bounce off VWAP or something before it gets there.
Guys, let's just go diamond hands right now, because I feel like that's a little bit of what we're having, because we're not just like getting out, we're kind of layering it out right now for SoundHound, as we nailed that again, right back to the high of the day. For me, this is the easiest and best trade that I could have made. Like, we had shorted that. We had talked about the levels that we liked above VWAP or in and around sort of VWAP. So that first trade was pretty easy. The second trade took a little bit of patience because it was above VWAP and we were still using this as a stop. The reason why I say that I really like this trade is because A, we explained it and it was pretty simple. The second part is my stop was a break of 91. So this was at 11 cents worth of a stop. And we had talked about that because it was the high. So 11 cents worth of a stop. We're back into Intel. Okay, so I want to put the stop down here. 2309. If we get back into 2309, we're going to stop out of Intel. We're going to try it breaking back higher right now on INTC. So let's see if it wants to work. So Intel right now, I'm taking it for a long. We'll see. I don't know. Oh, we're long at 12. Okay, I can get out of a piece right now then at 24 and 25, since we do have a decent amount of shares now. It was a little bit of a revenge trade. I'm not going to lie right now, but we wanted to get revenge. A dish best curve served cold right there. Let's go, Nvidia. Intel. Nice move back there as we take a 50-period break, right? So there's the 50 period. It finally breaks back to the long side. We're taking some out now. I'm already out of 30% on this play. It's a good move. We'll take a little bit more out here. Nice play there for me here on Intel. Again, 10 cents worth of risk is all that we put on right now. So that's very, very important when you're analyzing, when you're trading a little bit more shares and you only have a 10-cent stop. When it goes 10 cents for you, I believe anyways in getting out of half, and that's exactly what we did. So now we literally got out of half right there. So we're now out of half for in and around 10 cents. I mean, some of our outs were up there at 25, 26, good outs there at 28, 29. So not exactly one-to-one risk to reward yet, but here's a little bit of a fade back there for Intel. Again, weak name getting hit. Let's see now if it finally has some juice back to the upside. We'll see if it wants to work. The best outs would really be around 50 if we can get anywhere near this, where we kind of barcoded, fell, came back, fell. We're at this level right now of 25, so wouldn't be surprised to me either if we fell off of here. So yeah, just not really tricky trading ahead here on Intel because we have it defined out. Let's just see if we can have enough to hold it up into the 50s. That's where my offers are now.
Ooh, look at that was
Wow, 40s.
the second you finished that sentence,
Yep.
MGOL opened up.
Okay.
Almost on to the penny here. So it just double tapped 125. I don't have an order out.
Look at
Let's
SoundHound.
go. Okay. Now we have an order out. If it breaks out that 125,
Intel,
going to look to
son
jump
of a-
long, put a tight stop underneath the 120. If it loses the fail break, so if we fail break this, I want to have a tight stop, and then I want to jump back in if it can bounce off VWAP. So that's going to be the plan of action on MGOL. It's up, 44%, 170 million in volume. This is going to do hundreds of millions of shares today, especially if it can take out that high. The other good thing is it held the dollar yesterday, so you have a stair step to the upside here on MGOL. Come on, do the break. If it doesn't do, like I said, if it doesn't do the break, I'll look for some kind of a bounce off of VWAP. But that looks like it wants to be the next play, as I have no idea what. Oh, that's what they said. The vote is in 2 minutes. Yeah, that's right. It's at 11 o'clock. I have to wait for the back end of this. I was kind of hoping it would break before, and I could take a scalp trade. But if it's not going to break now, then we wait for after 11 when they have that vote. One more note here. SMCI. I hate you guys. No, just kidding. SMCI now holding at 47. So I still like the dip. Doesn't look like we're getting it yet, but it's just a matter of yet. We want to be able to jump back into this one if we can. So my eyeballs are going to be on MGOL, obviously, with this vote coming in here. Can it hold on to the dollar? And now it's looking like it doesn't want to. So that's the thing. Hands off. Looked like it was going to be a quick little scalp trade if it broke out. Instead, it does the reversal to the downside. This is why you don't punch in unless it makes the break. Thankfully, it never wicked me into that thing. That could have been close.
Oh boy. All right. So since you've been gone, we have some great trades there with SoundHound. It's now coming back into $11. The hold is here. We actually hit the diamond hands before, so we're really happy with what's been happening right now down here on SoundHound. I'm bidding 1075, but foolish not to put something at 06s right here. So again, we're short at 1180. So this rate here is going to be 75-cent winner on an $11 name. So I feel pretty responsible by taking it. So we'll see, there it is. So we take another bid right now. Now my bid is 1075 down here. We've taken out a lot of these shares right now, all good up in that hood. Intel rips up into the 30s, so we get some more out there, 37. We talked about that latest shelf there. We are hoping to get a 50 print. Who knows if that comes out, but this trade now, but the fact that we're able to get something out near there into the 30s, turns out to be a pretty good decision. Yeah, man. FXI fades back out again.
Tesla just dropped big.
Tesla just dropped. Look at the futures right now coming in. So a little bit of a concern there for Intel. Neil just mentioned Tesla.
Tesla just lost $3 in one wick here. It just broke 350. It's at 348 and continuing to drop lower. MGOL just bounced off of it. Looked like it was about to halt. I think it bounced off the halt band to the downside with that vote incoming. But Tesla is the one that's really dropping. 345. If it doesn't hold 350, I'll probably look for another reversion trade down around the 345 level. It is 11 o'clock. They are the Bash Brothers. It is 11 o'clock. Yes. They are the Bash Brothers.
11:01.
It's 11:01.
You guys owe us 1 minute. Like, you guys have to go to at least 2:02.
Yeah, that's true. You guys got to go to 2:02
right now.
Well, I'm just saying. Apparently, we're gonna go to Adara first
Keep
for
the lane,
news,
Joe.
and then we'll go to the midday. So now they're gonna owe us even more time.
I have less news on the market and more news on Meta specifically here. Basically, they've reportedly planning a major investment into AI-powered humanoid robots. So two of the market's favorite words lately, AI and robots. Meta getting a bit of a push here, but I'm not seeing anything on the market as a whole. The other thing I want to mention here is this GSK. This one is GSK PLC is the name of the company. Apparently, Citadel opening a short position. So keep an eye on GSK and, of course, META. But we'll have a lot more for you when we send you over to the Bash Brothers on the How to Trade Midday Show. Over to you.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That right there is your boy. Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I was muted. Thank you, Andre. A little anticlimactic, but everything's fine. I'm still muted. Oh, you know why, Andre?
Why?
My mic is off.
Your mic's off.
There we go. Sorry
Mic's
about
off.
that, everybody. All right,
go.
let's bring in the chat, and we'll shout out everybody. All right, who do we got here? We got Lightning Bob, Eddie R, Sarah Burdett, Phil Rich, and it wouldn't be a day without Charlie Taff, or, of course, the world's greatest mod, Bears versus Dang Bulls. I'm talking about you, my man. Shout out to Full-Time Trader. I know my mic is off. I got it. We got, who else we got? We got Johnson Tang. We got SRMRM. We got CG, Ryan G, Moy Cansado, RTJ. We got Take Profits, Foo. I love that name. Darth Buddha, Mary, Wing So, Nick Downs. How about one micro trader as opposed to, the large trader? We got Tez, Mad Wordy, Jose Perez, and Blue Baron. Who else we got over here? We got Aram 31 and Sergeant Sexy 12. Ooh. I see you. Victor Lou, Lady Luckstar, Marcos, Zachary Deella. Sean's one of your boys. Ray David. Who else we got? We got the Beautiful Gate. Marky J, Northwest Sasquatch. I like that name, of course. Dad Trader, Small Cap Capper Trader Extraordinaire. Joseph, one more. Damo, I lied. Kirk D, shout out to you. Hope everybody has a fantastic day, been having a fantastic day. So.
Valentine's Day. I hope everybody got spoiled today. So for those who are in the chat, yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good session this far for a Friday. We had a lot of strong names right out the gate, Sharif. I know we have a lesson to touch on, but first we're going to hop into some of the top performing sectors this morning, guys. And at the top of its class today is the energy sector, up about 1% on the session. Financials sitting in second place here, guys, up about 0.5%. And then in third place is the utilities. So take a look at XLE, XLF, and XLU for those sector ETFs, guys, up as well, about 0.5%. We're going to go from the third last to last here. Industrials down about 0.1%, closer to 0.2 there, guys. Consumer discretionary 0.2 as well. And then consumer staples, surprisingly, is down about 0.5% on the session, my guy. But we're talking short squeezes again, so I think that's going to be a fun one.
We are. If you could send him the tickers, because I didn't have an opportunity to.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you, Joseph. I just want to cover this trade super quick, guys. I usually don't trade before I get onto the show, but I did. I like this one, KDLY. This is one that we had earlier this week. It is a small cap gapper. It was on one today, but it's lost the bid, and now it's lost VWAP, so I'm no longer trading this. I got in at that 355 area, one reason and one reason only. The pullback into VWAP, it was money. We took it into 4, but as you can see there, 4 was as good as it could do. And we kind of get a double top, and this is where the shorts really went to town, through the break of the neckline, right around that $3.50 area. There's the double top. There's your neckline break, and now it looks like we are on our way to 3. I'm not going to take it long here, but we could find support because of this bull flag consolidation area. I'm talking about KDLY. It's up 25%. It's a multiple day runner, but it is now giving up the ghost. I've got plenty of small cap gappers ready on the side over here. Hopefully we'll be able to trade some of them, and they won't be untradeable because they'll have pulled back or whatever by the time we're done doing the lesson. So let's get right down to business, baby. We've been talking about short squeezes all week, and today we're going to continue into this lesson. So this specific lesson dives into fading the afternoon strength for meme stocks or small cap gappers, whatever. These intraday style trades. We'll explore how to potentially capitalize on the price pullbacks that sometimes occur after the initial hype of the day, okay? So let's get right down to it. So when you see meme roller coaster, really what I'm talking about are these small cap gappers, okay? And anything that, is not a large cap company and that has a somewhat suspicious catalyst. So here's the deal. So meme stocks, often fueled by social media buzz and retailer investor excitement, can experience explosive price jumps. We saw GameStop moving in the aftermarket yesterday because they're exploring crypto. However, this excitement doesn't always last. This afternoon phase, so to speak, describes the potential for a price decline after the initial trading day as the buying pressure subsides. So that's kind of the setup that we're looking for here. So how do you tame the afternoon fade, so to speak? So fading the afternoon strength in these memeing type stocks involves shorting the stock after its initial morning surge aiming to profit if the price dips later in the day. While inherently risky because you're taking a strong stock short, right? And you're by definition, it's kind of a counter trend trade. This strategy can be very lucrative if executed correctly. So let's talk a little bit of how to do this. We're going to talk about the RSI reversal short. You basically using the RSI. Okay. So here's a strategy for fading the afternoon strength in these meme stocks. Using the relative strength index, RSI for short. So number one, you identify that stock that you want to look at. So you're looking for these memeing type stocks experiencing significant price increases in the pre-market or in the early trading day. That's step number one. Step number two, you start looking and monitoring the RSI. The RSI, if you don't know already, is a technical indicator that measures how overbought and oversold a stock is. And I'm going to pause right there because I want to let you know, if you don't know what the RSI is, we have an absolute banger of a video by Brendan, by Neil. It's live on the Trader TV website or YouTube page right now, and it's quite lengthy. It's an excellent explanation and very well done. So if you don't know what the RSI is, or if you just kind of know what it is from a superficial sense and you want more of a deep dive, get into our YouTube homepage right now and make sure you're adding it to your watch later list, okay? Step number three, you're waiting for the RSI overshoot. Essentially your wait signal. As the meme stock price surges, the RSI will typically rise as well, right? Typically rise as well. You want to wait for the RSI though to kind of reach into that overbought territory. That's typically a print above that 70. It's not a hard and fast rule. It's typically 70 and above as a general rule. And then the afternoon fade confirmation. This is your entry signal, so to speak. If the price starts to pull back slightly after reaching its intraday high and the RSI remains above 70, so you're looking for a price pullback, but you want to see that RSI continue to weasel above that 70 mark, this could be your sign of a potential afternoon fade. Again, potential, underline that word. We're not putting all our eggs in one basket here. Then step number 5, this should be your short entry and your stop loss placement. So you want to place a short sell order on the meme stock after the price pullback and the RSI confirmation that we talked about in step 4. And then simultaneously, you want to set a stop loss order above that intraday high, to limit potential losses, obviously, if the price reverses and continues weaseling on its merry way to the high side. But remember though, guys, the afternoon fade is by no means guaranteed. This is a very, very basic explanation of a much more complicated strategy if you want to employ it in real life. So definitely keep your eye on these meme stocks because they can be awfully volatile, and let's call a spade. The price might continue to climb despite the RSI being in that overbought territory. And quick exit is key. I often say this while I'm trading these small cap gappers. They hang around in that price level for not that long. They're around for a good time, not a long time. So if the price starts to rise again after you short the stock and it's making those higher highs and higher lows, exit the trade quickly to minimize losses. Again, the reason I say that, you're by definition taking a counter trend trade. So it's higher risk by nature. And then risk management, always we say this, is absolutely crucial. Shorting involves significant risk, as you can lose more than your initial investment, obviously, because theoretically it's unlimited losses. Only allocate whatever you can really afford. I don't want to say a small portion because everybody's going to be a little bit different. Whatever you can afford to lose on the day to such trades as they're a little bit more higher risk. Joseph, nice short but sweet lesson for a Friday.
Yeah, that's it. It's a Friday. It's Valentine's Day. Everybody getting those sweets in today. But I mean, Meta is absolutely insane. This thing has gone parabolic. If we can pull up my screen, we'll take a look at it. Also took a couple stabs here on IBIT, just not working. It's not really in breakout territory either. So I just got to be weary of that. We'll go over NVDA's daily as well too, and just why this thing is breaking out and where it opened up from a daily perspective. So we'll take a look at that. But look at Meta. This is absolutely insane. How much higher can it go? It's going on an extreme angle, yeah, and it's just not stopping. This thing, I don't even know really what to say about it, but it's just continuing to go higher day after day after day. So if you're locking in profits, then congratulations to you because this move is absolutely phenomenal. Let's pull up NVDA and see what we got going on from a daily perspective as well too, guys, because I just want to point out what's been going on with this stock for the past little while. We know it's been extremely choppy, but I think it's really important to notice where candles are opening up on the daily. And sure enough, here we are. So we know what happened here, DeepSeek news. And then we breached the gap here again, and then we just put in these consecutive green days, put in a nice little consolidation right here, and then we sit on top of this range here, on top of this resistance range, and then now we're breaking out and filling up more of this gap. So I expect this thing to continue to move. This pullback, or this correction in the name on that DeepSeek news, I think is going to grab enough liquidity for this thing to make an all-time high, especially with the report coming out in a couple of weeks, the 26th, I believe. I think this thing is going to go absolutely parabolic because after those big moves, you see things go all-time highs after that. So again, 700 million at the lows gone, or 700 billion, sorry, at the lows gone in market cap. Now recovering a lot of those losses. So again, you can't go wrong with this name at this point. Buying dips, I know a lot of people around here are buying them. I was buying them there myself. A lot of people are talking about Sofi in the chat here, Sharif. So we're going to pull up Sofi real quick for the people and see what we got going on there. And then we'll send it back to my guy. Oh, yeah, this thing is parabolic as well, too. We'll see if we can find some news. Adair, did you drop anything on Sofi or... Not, she hasn't seen anything yet, but when she does, she'll definitely let us know. But look at this move here, guys. Nice bounce, forming those lower highs, and then boom, just to the top side now, up a nice amount here on the session, guys, about 6.5%.
Oh, looks like your friend George Soros there.
Oh, George.
Yeah.
I told him.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy, huh?
We got dinner on Saturday.
Soros Capital takes new Nvidia, Chipotle stakes, exits Alibaba, Microsoft among top 4 Q moves. So Soros Capital Management opened new positions in Nvidia, Chipotle, CMG obviously, and Sofi with 512,000 shares. So he weaseled into Sofi here with about 500,000, not even a little bit more than 500,000 shares during the last quarter of 2024, according to his 13F filing, which was issued today. Today's Friday. So that's what I'm seeing. That's the only thing for Sofi. So maybe we have some traders following his look there. So I'm not 100% sure if that's the reason it's moving. I haven't even looked at the price action on Sofi, but that's what I have on my blotter. Okay, we're going to shout a couple of super chats, and then we're going to send it to Adira in one hot second. Here are the super chats. Show yourself. Dang it. Oh, you got to go like this. Super chats. There we go. Fan funding. We got ChatGPT, $5 super chat, 150% on Meta from 732.50 from yesterday. Bang. Hope you boys are banking today. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day right back at you, ChatGPT. Love the name, my man. Then we got DP Kane selling Donkey Kong and Hood, DKNG that is. Calls this morning, that's right down your alley, Joseph. Morning, thank you. Option lessons, boys. It's option lesson boy over here. So shout out to you guys. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are we still going to Adara? Okay.
Still going to Adara.
Sofi. So SOFI, yeah, Sharif was correct there. He did George Soros did get involved here. It's an $8 million position apparently. But it's worth noting these 13F filings are always a couple months removed. Usually when you get buying or selling, it's people reacting to this news. So SOFI here, nice push to the upside. They also have a decent short float, about 12%, and they get a lot of retail attention as well, which always aids these type of names. We just have to listen today about short squeezes. So be aware here of the short float in some of these type of names. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. Great stuff there. Yeah, I didn't even look at the short float, didn't do anything. So Adara on top of it. Really appreciate that. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eyes on here on NVDA. We're still up about 1 1/5 here on the session, starting to pull back through the volume weighted average price. And the likes of Apple, I believe the boys were talking about that, but I haven't really looked at it today. I know I'm going to talk, before we talk about Apple and some of these mega names that we were going over not too long ago, my guy Gorev was like, Joe, I took that VWAP trade on Hood, and that was my number one, to be honest with you, on the day 2 earnings, but the volume wasn't really there. And then this initial sell-off, I was like, I don't want to see that many 1-minute candles below VWAP because I'm looking for that momentum push back through the volume weighted average price, right? With that conviction within the time of sales as well too. And I didn't see that right off the bat. So I took a nice little scalp on coin, worked out, and some NVDA as well too, which worked out. So we're happy about that. But this was my number one and something that we missed out on. We know that these numbers are absolutely phenomenal. 700%, up 700% in transaction revenue, and half of that going towards crypto. So this thing is really going to continue to move, I believe from a daily perspective. We do have this inverted hammer candle that we need to be aware of, but I think that we blow past that, and unless we get a pullback and fill some of this gap, which may be happening. But again, I think for the foreseeable future, this thing is going to continue to climb higher and higher and higher. And this is a name that I'm like, I don't really own anything. Like I don't own brokerages or anything along these lines. And maybe I'll look to get involved in this, because when you're spitting out numbers like that, chances are over the next coming quarters, you might see that growth sustained. And I'm going to look for that here in Hood, Sharif.
All right, I tried to get into GXAI. It didn't let me in. There's some size here posted at the whole dollar level at 2. So I've done this. Joseph kind of showed me how to do this. I'm basically highlighting everything above 100 lots, okay? That's just going to be the default there for that. So that's what we're looking at right now. I'm trying to weasel in the GXAI. It's doing the dance with $2. Very similar look on GXAI and ALLO. Now I've gotten into ALLO, not at my ideal price. I was trying to punch in at 95s. It wasn't having me. And then it squeezed up into 98. So I'm looking at ALLO, I'm looking at GXAI, and I'm looking for a break of $2 on both. They're both quite strong on the date, with ALLO being a bit stronger, 40 some odd percent, GXAI 28 and change. But they're both very similar patterns, up and to the dang right. So I put my stop now that I'm in ALLO below that 90 penny area. That's not a random area that I'm choosing. It was in price action resistance over here, and then it acted as support. So if it's going to break 2, it's going to have to hold 90. Otherwise, I want no smoke. Let's go back. Now I got the fill here on GXAI. So what's my move? Well, it's away from the 10 exponential. The 10 exponential right now is at 195. So I'm going to have to give it a little bit below that, 182 or so. I'm going to give it to around right there, and we're going to throw in our stop. But we're going to wet our beak on the way up, if possible. Why not, right? So we're going to layer our orders, a couple south of 2 and a couple north of 2 over here. So we're involved in both at the moment. GXAI is going to have to hold that $1.85, okay? Because that's the 10 exponential, whereas ALLO has to hold that 190 because that's price action, support, and resistance. So that's my move on both. We'll see what comes. We're in both positions right now. We'll see exactly if we can print anything to the high side. Tamimi, nothing says I'm drowning in love, but still playing it safe, quite like wearing a red life jacket on Valentine's Day.
Dang.
Woo!
Money.
That is joking.
The Katina man spun the money. I'm not even really sure why, but I like your comment. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if I should be offended or should laugh. But either way, we're involved in ALLO, Joseph. We're involved in GXAI, and that's what I'm doing right now. What do you got, my man?
I don't know, man. There's a red life jacket. I like that. I like that one. So yeah, I heard Katina man, he's like, yeah, someone in the chat said it's like, it's not a vest, it's a life jacket. And we had a good laugh on that one. So we won't pick too much fun at you guys.
All good.
It's all good. It's all fun and games. Yeah, guys, the market is really starting to come in here. I decided to take a quick long on Tesla. Why? Because we have this signature at an extreme low. We're down almost 2%, or probably closer to 2% now. So this is TSLA, but we have this this hammer candle with that isolated volume, and that's something that I always keep an eye out. But with the market pulling in like it is, this thesis may not work out. So if we break the low, then we're just going to get out of the trade, and that's it. Again, this style of trading is so simple because you have an entry and then you have your defined risk. You don't complicate the system, right? You find those hammers, you identify them at extreme highs and extreme lows, and at VWAP as well too, and then you can just use the length of that candle as your stop loss and your entry, and then you look for the mean reversion setup. So you're going to look for VWAP as a potential target, and then you can start going into the pre-market lows, etc. So this is what it's looking like. Again, we may break it to the downside. Market really coming in heavy here, Sharif. Apple is, I think, you know what, I like Apple at the support level, so we might have to get into this a little bit here because it's been on a monster run. We'll touch on Apple, as I mentioned before, real quick. So here, I'll pull it up. Okay, now we're in this, and just see what we got going on from a daily perspective. I got to keep my eye on this TSLA as well too. So here we go on Apple. And here nice recovery in this name, guys. So not too far off of those all-time highs. Only about 6% now. This is going to be a key pivot for us to break through. I think we're going to need that momentum to step in. We do know that Apple is releasing something, I believe, next week. Is it, Sharif? Yeah. So that's going to be really important. Is this going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news type event? Maybe, possibly. It depends how influential and how much of an impact this new device has, because none of us really know what it is. So until then, I think you just got to buy this name, and if it's a little lackluster, then maybe you can look to get out a bit, I think. There.
All right, Adair, what do you got?
I don't have anything on the market drop, but I have a couple of stories that are coming across that I think are worth noting. Citigroup here, apparently, according to the information, is exploring adding crypto custody services. We know there's been a lot of talk here with Fed Chair Jerome Powell about saying that really, like, there's nothing wrong with these banks holding crypto as long as, you know, the customers are involved are sound. So I think this Citigroup catalyst is pretty interesting here. Also, Donald Trump, along with Prime Minister Modi of India, launching this U.S.-India Compact initiative. I'm going to have to read a little bit more about this to make sure I understand it. But just so you know, that is a headline. I'm not seeing anything, though, on the market as a whole here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, I think I'm going to weasel also into AURR. Two bottoming tail candles through the 10 exponential. So I've got an area that I can say to myself, no, this isn't setting up. So I'm going to take it out below 1035. All right, so we're already moving up on that. So it probably behooves me to wet my beak here. Let's throw out some orders and hang out. Okay, so that's a look. Let me throw out my stop on this as well. So we're going to go ahead and go like this. And then we'll give it to there. There we go. So we're already wet our beak on that. Here comes ALLO again. I added on the dip into 94. Now I'm waiting at 2s. Look, it's clearly a hidden seller. I mean, there's barely anything posted on the gateways here at $2. Yet, where all these prints coming in, we can't take it out. So that's lesson number one there for hidden sellers. You can kind of see it live in living color. Look at that. All these prints coming in and nothing getting taken off the gateway, right? So someone's selling up a storm there, hiding their order. We'll have to wait and see whether the buy orders can overwhelm this hidden seller hanging out at $2. $2, an area of obvious psychological resistance, these whole dollars, half dollars, especially for small cap gappers. So packing my patience with these trades. GXAI is going to have to hold this $1.85. It's gotten awfully close to it. It wicked off, actually, that $1.85, that $1.86, actually, I stand corrected. But it still hasn't curled back up. It just hasn't broke through yet. So that's not really a glowing endorsement now, is it? So keeping an eye out on that. I'm keeping an eye, obviously, on AUR. And there's UDMY as well, Udemy, or whatever, however you say it, that course, that a website that gives you online courses. That's breaking up as well into $10.50. It's up 33.25%. Let's have a look. These are the small cap gappers that I've got on the side chart today. You'll see Udemy. Where the hell is it? It's over here. It's at day's high right now, 1043. That's a hell of a bull flag that it's got there. It's obviously above the pre-market high. It's at the day high right now. I want to see if this wants to continue. I don't know what the headline is, and I don't have time to look right now. So we're going to look for technical trades. It's very respectful, Udemy right here, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So if you're looking to get in, you could be, I could be persuaded to get in possibly on a pullback into the 10 exponential. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. I'm in 3 trades right now, AUR, ALLO, and GXAI. GXAI looks the worst of the 3, but at least I have an area where I know I am wrong. I'm going to get out at that $1.85 because that will be a technical break of VWAP. Joseph Wilson, what do you got on your side?
Yeah, I'm just shooting a little quick message to Andre here. Yeah, no, that's okay. We're good now. So here we go, guys. I wanted to grab the bottom off of Tesla here, and I really like this hammer on the Qs and the SPY, so we might have to get involved with that and get out of this Apple short. I don't like being in a push and pull scenario with these names. Like I'm long one heavy tech stock and then short another. I know they don't always move in conjunction, but at the same time, it's like, what am I really doing here? But again, let's see if this Tesla can work off the bottom. We know that it's down about 1.5% on the session. As of right now, it seems to be working, and I like that. It's the same thesis always. And I mentioned this before. isolated volume with that isolated pivot. Now breaking it to the top side. The next target's going to be 20 and view up as well too. But I know we got an ad read.
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. We got Firefly, baby. I don't know why it's not letting me open. There we go. I apologize. All right, with an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing clear, data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million invested, Firefly is advancing the commercialization of its brain networks analytics platform, BNA for short, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions like Alzheimer's. I got to champion that kind of thing. Shout out to the great folks there at Firefly. I hope they have success with alleviating some of that. So here's the deal. We took out some there on, what's it called? AUR. That one continues to make higher highs and higher lows. It was a double bottom into the 20 exponential. And here we go. Where are we long? 51s. Just took up there some at 69s. Now we're going to hang out a little bit higher over here I'm going to hang out at the high of day. 77s. That's a high of day. 1077 HOD. It's going to have to hold that area. GXAI. I've got one more penny, and then I already got stopped out. Okay, so GXAI will take a first L on the day. That's kind of how it works there. ALLO. Now, this is the one that we've got the position in. It keeps rejecting too, and now it's no longer a hidden seller that's hanging out at $2. Now they're posting on the gateway, and there seems to be some size here of note. There's a few, I want to say about 1,000 lots of what's posted. It's what is not posted that is keeping us down here. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is keep your eye on the bid as well on the left side of the the level 2. Well, how come? Because you want to see who's backstopping you if the price is to drop. So what I mean by that is if there's big orders that are coming in on the bid, you can make the kind of the hypothesis or the assumption that if you get a big sell order, that big buy order at least helps block the price from dropping as aggressively as it would have without it. I hope that didn't confuse everybody. So what I'm looking for here, ideally, is as the price moves up, I'm looking for buyers to move up with me. Big buyers, that is. So that's kind of what we're seeing over here at 96. But by the same token, we're seeing the big sellers also hang out at that $2 area. Here comes ALLO. I'm waiting at 77s. This is close to taking out the AUR, excuse me. This is close to taking out the high of the day. We're seeing 75s now, 76s. Can we get that? I'm not going to wait. We're going to take it out right there. Bang. All right, so now we're going to post. North of that, Joseph, we're going to hang out in the 80s now that we took it at 76 without waiting for 77. So let's see if this one wants to keep going here. AUR to second day play today, not as strong as yesterday, but a respectable 14%.
Yeah, good look there, my guy. So here we go. I'm in this Apple short. So we have this trend, so we're forming these lower highs. If we sit on top of this and we don't reject this trend line, then I'm going to get out of dodge. Maybe this is just a bull flag type pattern, and then we can continue to the top side because the market does seem to want to recover. The Qs are extremely strong today, so don't want to fight that at all. But here we go in some TSLA as well. Guys, took a little bit off the top, starting to climb higher. Same signature, same thesis. So the next target's going to be 20, so put us around that VWAP level, and then we'll look to take some, if it does possibly reject those levels and then continue to make a leg, an additional leg to the downside. Let's take a look at it from a daily standpoint as well too to see what we got going on. And I mean, we were down like 30% or so off of these all-time highs and a nice recovery. I said, I don't know if this is enough for this name to turn around, but we are bouncing in some key support and resistance zones, which is really important. Again, I think it's going to take a little bit more for this name to get everything together because this is a hefty pullback. That's more correction territory with the likes of a 30% correction. But again, like, like, what do you do with this name? Like, it's so volatile. It comes with the name. It comes with Elon. You get these crazy returns. You go on these monster runs, and then you give back the majority of it. So it's a high beta name. So again, it's just a ride that you have to be willing to endure. And I think that's the case with Tesla. And it might be for the foreseeable future until, well, maybe short duration, but until something else happens, then I think it's going to continue maybe to the downside. And correct, you can always grab it at these low levels as well. Maybe just look to allocate a little bit, whatever you're looking to put towards it, break that up into fifths, and then slowly DCA into a longer term play on this name, because it only takes like that, like one spark. As soon as he announces like, hey, Robo-Taxi is a full-on fleet released in Austin, then I wouldn't be surprised if this stock just started soaring to the top side. And I think that's going to be the case in this name. But let's see what else we got going on here. Going to stick in this. I'm still in this Apple. We're not going to get out of it until that trend line is broken. And as of right now, we're holding it too, guys. So keep that in mind. Those lower highs here, really, really important. And maybe we flush back to the downside. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is up to as well. So Los Folio says, coin trying to reverse now, hammer on the 5-minute. I like the way you are thinking. Let's take a look. Yeah, you're going to get I think we're going to get the nod on this. Is it ready to turn around? Sharif knows that this thing had phenomenal numbers. And I'm like, yeah, well, when you see Hood do this, expect this to happen in one of the largest kind of exchanges here for the crypto space, right? This is the massive brokerage. I think if you're opening up a crypto account, you're first looking at this name here, and that's Coinbase. So let's see if this comes into fruition there. If we break that low, then you got to get out of dodge, but it might turn around. Nice consolidation phase, leg lower, isolated volume, nice hammer pivot. If it doesn't break there, I'm going to join you on that long, but let's see what Adair is up to.
So I was just reading here through that United States-India joint leadership statement that was being made. So they basically announced this compact initiative. So that stands for catalyzing opportunities for military partnership, accelerated commerce, and technology. So with that in mind, I would keep an eye on Palantir, if not for today, just in general, because the military element, that's definitely a very large part of Palantir's business. But also in this letter, they talk a lot about here business combinations or connections between India and the US. They mentioned partnerships involving Anduril and L3 Harris. Both of those companies also have partnerships with Palantir. So PLTR could benefit, I guess, tangentially or maybe eventually directly from this letter, guys. That, from what I read through, that seems to be the only thing that I would think is worth noting. Palantir potentially on watch with this catalyst, guys. Back to you.
Best interview people have to watch if you're... Yes, I was going to tell him, Madera. Alex Karp and the CEO of L3 Harris, the poor soul of the L3 Harris CEO. He's like sitting there as Alex Karp like talks about, he's an aggressive guy. And the L3 Harris guy is like, he's a cob guy. You could tell he's, just a regular run-of-the-mill CEO. He chooses his words carefully. Alex is like, we need to go after our enemies. We got to call it the Department of Offense, not the Department of Defense. L3 Harris guy is just like, okay, this guy's nuts. Anyway, no, in all seriousness, obviously he's a very intelligent individual. He just happens to be very strongly opinionated about military things, which, obviously irks some people. In any event, I took some out there on ALLO, but again, I don't know. I printed at 2, but 2 didn't cross. So I'm not really sure how I got that, probably first in priority, but ALLO is having a lot of trouble now with $2. We have been rejecting that on the 5-minute basis since 11:10. It is now 11:35. Each and every single candle has rejected off 2. So the seller who's been hanging out there, well, they're winning so far. So we'll keep tabs on that. AUR, I'm taking out some of this one. I've moved up my stop now from this area trough at 1040, 1035. I've moved it up 10 pennies into the mid 40s there. So I'll only be risking 5 pennies for the remaining amount on AUR. So keeping my eye out on that. I'm still not in Udemy for whatever reason here, even though it continues to hang out around the high of the day, UDMY. I wonder if this is on the NQ. It is. So this one's up 33.75%, but as you can see over here, it's been having a whole lot of trouble taking that $0.50. So I'm very interested in seeing whether this one can continue to the high side. UDMY is on one today, and now that things have calmed down a bit, I can kind of look to see what's afoot with Udemy. Okay, so it was a revenue beat. It was a earnings beat, excuse me. So Udemy shares jump up whatever percentage after at 2-3-month high after Q4 revenue beat. So it was an earnings winner today for UDMY, up 33.25. Definitely keep an eye out on that. I've also put on my side chart now Sofi, because Sofi is respecting the hell out of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. I don't even think it's had a break of it since we rung the bell. This is the one. Let's flip to the 5. You can kind of get what I'm saying there. There it is. There's a green line, and there's the very, very respectful hold of the trend by Sofi. Now, what you can probably notice is we're kind of topping out here at the 40 penny area. Very consolidative. We've been for the last, I want to say, maybe 10, 20 minutes or so. So we'll look for a break and take of that high of the day. If you're going to do that, my suggestion to you is build your position towards that 10 exponential, which is currently at the $0.25. So that's a look right now. Joseph Wilson, what do you got over there?
Yeah, same thing here, Sharif. We're going to trim a little bit more off the top on Tesla here. As we continue to move higher towards VWAP, Gorev, you see this, man, the hammer candles, you're killing it as well, too. So we're killing that on Tesla because it was at an extreme. It was down a significant amount. We take a little bit more there, guys. But let's take a look at Apple. So for me, I just want to talk a little bit about stop losses, right? Like, so you can see that we're kind of chopping within this range here, guys. Right?
Everything good?
Yeah. What? Oh, okay. Yeah. So here we go. You see that we're chopping around in this range, guys. But I'd be doing myself a disservice if I had my stop kind of in the middle of it, right? So that's why it's like, okay, you're forming lower highs, draw that trend line, and then if it breaks and holds, sits on top of it, then just get out of the trade. But as of right now, it's just chopping around, rejecting that high, and then heading back to the lower half of that channel. So until it breaks it into the top side, there's no reason for me to get out. And I think that's really key for when you're setting your stops too. You want to put them in ranges where it's not like in the middle of a range. He's up next.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
new crew over there. So we're gonna go over to the new crew here shortly. But here we go, guys. Like it's like, okay. So when you're putting your stop losses, money. I mean, when you put in your stop losses, you don't want to put them in these ranges. You want to put them above the range, right? So you don't get lick grabbed or anything along those lines. You want to put it in a safe spot, and then once the trade starts to work, you start adding to those positions. Thank you to Brankles and Wayner for really helping me hone in on that and start pushing those. Like, okay, nothing the issue with the stop loss, but it's like you have conviction within the setup. Start hammering shares, start putting on size, and really allow that system to work for you. And here we are, in this case with Apple, just holding on tight. If we break the trend, then we're going to get out, Sharif.
All right, man. I've weaseled into Udemy. I'm going to give it really tight amount of room here, because $10.50 was an obvious level of resistance. There was size posted on the gateway there that it got taken out. So if it doesn't hold 10.5 and it continues to zig and zag, then I want no part of it. So we're long at 58. So we're going to risk a few pennies here to see if we can continue to move our way up on UDMY. I think the high of the day is 61. So let's throw out some orders up in this, and see if we can extract some profitability off this one. Now I've loaded up Sofi over here, and I'm seeing that there is a seller of note at 40s. On Sofi. So it's getting a little away from it right now on the book. SOFI is the one I'm talking about, with George Soros apparently working his position into that. So if we break and take 40, like I'm thinking maybe I should build my position a little bit higher here, or a lower, in the 30s, maybe high 20s, and then just give it to that $0.25. It's bounced off the $0.25 before. We're getting awfully close to it. So I'm making my decisions right now. We'll see exactly what we get, but I'm also keeping an eye on Udemy because it looks like it might be coming down and breaking up that $0.50. So that's not what I want there. What else? AUR moved up back into the high 60s. It's now having trouble with 70s, despite the fact that it's worked its way up into 75. I'm talking about AUR, kind of a consolidative move now as we get more into that light session of trading. ALLO, now this is looking like a rounded top. That is trouble. Okay, let me show you exactly what I'm looking at here on the 5. So I could still get out of this break even. ALLO is the one I'm talking about. This is the 5. Look at this kind of rounding of the highs there. So we've got a flat bottom But look at all those wicks. Most of them are topping tail candles. That to me says that the sellers are taking a little bit of control here away from the buyers, despite the fact that we're knocking on the door of highs. Now everything can change in a second if you have a big buyer who comes in and takes out that $2 area. But this concerns me, this arching effect and the topping tail candles and the inability to break $2. So ALLO here, a bit of a concern. Here comes 2 again. Here comes 2 again, and we reject 2 again. So let's see if this ends up being a topping tail candle as well, just like its predecessors. So we'll continue to watch, see what this one wants to do. I got stopped out of Udemy, I can see there on the side screen, which is fine. We risked very little there. But I'll get back in if this one continues to make higher highs and higher lows. What I'm looking at right now is ALLO, because now there's size here at 99s that's trying to backstop me. See those 120 right there that we're looking at? But look at this. There's more bids on the 99s than there is on the asks at 2, despite the fact that we can't break it. That's another sign there that we're looking at a hidden seller. And then when you look past 2, we're looking at 202. Look at the amount of size hanging out at 202 over here. We have easily 1,000 lots from what we can just see. So there is trouble, I think, on ALLO unless we can really take out that 2, and then we can talk about possibly using 2 as support. But that's a little trouble right now, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah. So we got out of this TSLA trade, came back to the break even. We didn't hit the target we were necessarily looking for. That's okay. If we pull back a little deeper, and then maybe we can just get right back into the trade because we're break even right now. So there just might be somewhat of a pullback. We'll wait for the signal for it to turn around and then maybe hop in once again. But we get the partial here, partial there, and then the stop out. But we're still sitting in this Apple trade. Again, same thesis. This might be a little bit more of a slow burner. I don't know how much higher it's going to go. For some reason, I just have a hunch it's going to break down or just totally go parabolic here. So we're going to be sitting in a good position on this one. Not the best entry. A little tighter to VWAP would be more ideal, but that's okay. But it is kind of looking like we're going to break to the top side. But the market is extremely choppy. But what's trading really well today, and I've seen a lot of people in the chat, is these fintech names, Sharif. PayPal just going to the top side. Sofi as well too, guys. So really good look here on PayPal. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. Oh, okay. So, I mean, this thing was down in the dumps for a long time and a big recovery off those lows. I know a lot of my buddies were grabbing some around the 50s and 60s of this name because I think a lot of Americans use it. I know they got Cash App, PayPal, etc., and I use it as well, too, for certain things. But here we go, a big gap down here, but now recovering off those bottoms. That's a massive volume signature, so a lot of volume going on here. So I would suspect that this pullback can be relatively deep in this name. Maybe look for it to breach the gap again, will put us around 82.91s or something along those lines. But I like this name for the long term. Really starting to pick up some steam. And what else do we got cooking up here, guys? Sitting in this Apple still. If we break VWAP for the third time, then I do believe we're going to get that breakdown south of 243. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. Ideal entry would be way up here. Now my RVR is vastly skewed, which kind of isn't that good. But again, this market has just been up and down, up and down. A lot of overlapping candles on the 5-minute, which we need to keep in mind too. So you got multiple hammer candles. So here you go right at VWAP, hammer candle, push up, sells back down, says, no, we're not making a new low here today yet, Sharif. Puts in another hammer candle and then a nice recovery. But again, we're kind of forming this head and shoulders type pattern on the 5-minute, shoulder one, head, and then possibly shoulder two. So if we have the inability to construct a new high here, then I'm going to suspect, hey, this pattern might come to fruition, and then we break the lows here on the Q Sharif, which would drag the rest of the market down with it.
All right, I think we're going to Adara. Let me know.
I didn't hear anything.
We had a pretty massive earnings night last night, so we're going to do a little bit of a revival of this segment we do every once in a while during the midday, and it is an earnings review, if you will. It doesn't have a formal name, but there are so many earnings. I want to talk about some of the ones we haven't discussed in as great of detail. If you missed it around 10:30 a.m. during the main show, I went in depth on Coinbase earnings, so now we're going to take a little bit of a look here at Palo Alto Networks and DraftKings. PANW, I know Sharif talks about this name here, Palo Alto Networks, beating on EPS and also beating on sales, and I don't know if that's for me or Palo Alto or all of the above, but regardless, we'll continue here. Total revenue up 14% year over year. They also had remaining performance obligations grow by 21% year over year. And they said that their next generation security annual recurring revenue actually grew by 37% on a year over year basis. So lots of growth here for the company. And also, we're talking about DraftKings because this is a beautiful push to the upside for DKNG. They actually had a beat of 14 cents per share versus an expected loss of 15 cents per share. So that is quite the beat. Sales, though, were a little bit below expectations. And they raised their guidance. So the lower end of their revenue guidance for fiscal 2025, still slightly below estimates, but the midpoint here, which would be $6.45 billion, is above estimates of $6.394 billion. DraftKings here had a 13% year-over-year increase in total revenue and a 36% increase in monthly unique payers. They also had, unfortunately, a 16% decrease, though, in ARPU. So average revenue per user actually dropped for DraftKings on a year-over-year basis. That's a pretty huge metric for anything that involves media or users, so I think it's worth noting. And we'll talk here about our new earnings board. This one has not been yet released on X. You guys are seeing an exclusive preview here. But basically, we have this is the second week in a row we've done it where you have economic data at the top, earnings on the bottom. So check this out. Lots of nice Chinese ADR earnings. We've got Alibaba on Thursday morning, Baidu on Tuesday morning, working on a graphic for that right now. So lots to keep an eye on for next week, even though it's not going to be necessarily a blowout earnings week like what we saw over the last 3 weeks, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Carvana, Rivian, Walmart, those are all interesting ones that I'm going to be keeping an eye on next week. And Adara, come on. Why would I boo you? I'm booing Pandub. You know I'm booing Pandub, right? All right, so we're still involved right now in AAPL. It's finally taken 2. But as I suspected, there is size at every penny. So this one might be a hard row ho. I don't know if we can take it out unless we have a really big buyer. The good side of the equation, that's a bad side of the equation. The good side of the equation is we're still putting in higher lows. So despite the fact that it looked like we were kind of rounded topping there, I don't know if I feel that way anymore. The higher lows might be in play here. We'll have to see if they can continue to move up in that fashion. Now, I got stopped out of Udemy again. So I'm 0 for 2 on that. But now it's back at the 10 exponential. So maybe I shouldn't have been trying to front run it at the $0.50. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get in here again. Hopefully I don't go for 3 on this thing. And we're going to give it to 24s. Let's go. And hopefully we can extract some profitability on this, you know what. So we'll layer the orders and see if we can eke out some profits on this bad word, stock. So that's a look there. So Udemy back involved in that one, looking for the 10 exponential on the 5 hold, up 32% earnings winner. AUR continues to dance with that $0.50. As I mentioned, I've moved up my stop from this area trough closer to my stop. So it looks like it's defending that $0.50 for now, but for how long? Again, ALLO having trouble with 2. So maybe I should look at something else. I've been thinking about Sofi as well, but Sofi I don't think is quite ready to get into yet. I might be interested more at around the 20 exponential or VWAP, which is very close to 16 right now on SOFI. So that's my look there. Let's go back to Udemy. Okay, we finally got a print here, positive print on Udemy. Let's see if we can continue to move up into that $0.50. It's up 33%. It looks like it's a bottoming tail candle and a possible hammer candle off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, of which it's been respectful on the day. So that's what I'm keeping my eye out on right now. Shout out to Jay Lee, Sharif, Carvana at 280 should be the greatest huadunk ever when reality sets in. I still can't believe it got pumped that high. They are being accused, the CEO and his old man, I think who is the chairman of the board, of some accounting irregularities there, Jay. Do your homework on that. I'm sure you will. Anyway, by the way, we were looking at the inflation print, Brendo and I, yesterday when we got CPI, not yesterday, the day before, and used cars, they're back to inflating. So they were deflationary, I think, for almost a year, maybe a little bit less than a year. And now they're actually increasing in price year over year again. So that's the look there. So we'll have to see if that gives them a bit of a tailwind or it doesn't mean much for them. All right, Joseph, what's going on your side?
Yeah, nothing. Just working on a couple technical things here, but that's okay. We'll get it sorted. Okay, guys. So yeah, we're still in this Apple trade as of right now. Kind of popped above me here, and the market's dragging lower, so I believe that Apple might follow unless it's just ridiculously strong. We've got to be careful of this rounded bottom on the 5-minute as we go to these key resistance zones. So this higher low here, slower high, sorry, is something that we need to monitor. We're now sitting on top of that trend, and I said we have to get out of the trade. So I think we're going to, because we can continue to the top side. There will always be another opportunity to get involved in the name. And if it's not short, I don't love shorting super strong stocks in the first place, because that is a really nice rounded bottom on this name. As it continues, oh, okay, nice. I just added to the position by accident. We don't want to do that. So we're going to hop out right now as we have my screen up. Okay, so yeah, now we're out of that position. I do think this is going to slowly climb higher, but we're back into some TSLA here, guys. Looking for that continuation through VWAP. The weaker of the big names here, which isn't the best. And again, the overall sentiment in this name, not the best either. So the pops aren't as strong, as aggressive as they can be in some of the other stronger names. So let's keep that in mind. But let's also go over some of the top volume stocks in the session, ranging from $15 to $1,000. And in first place is INTC with 122 million. I heard Katina Man talking with Obi on that. So we'll take a look at INTC real quick. So yeah, it's still to the downside, down 3.5 here on the session. But let's see what Adair is up to.
Get it, Adair.
We have a Ming-Chi Kuo tweet. Ming-Chi Kuo, if you do not realize, is a supply chain analyst here. He does a lot of talk on here on Apple and AAPL getting mentioned here. He said the iPhone SE4 is expected to ship apparently 12 million units in the first half of 2025 and then 10 million in the second half of 2025. That's performing slightly better than previous SE models. So expecting, I guess, stronger than previous SE model shipments. But like you said, not only will this help smooth out the usual seasonal dip in shipments, but it also is likely to help boost the adoption of Apple Intelligence devices. So basically, Ming-Chi Kuo is saying that the expectations here in the supply chain for iPhone SE shipments could actually help with regards to their Apple Intelligence adoption, which we know has been a little bit mixed, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. It's refreshing to see a Ming-Chi Kuo headline or tweet that doesn't poop on Apple. It's been a while, Adair. No, I'm kidding, of course, because there was one a couple of days ago that was positive as well. So, yeah, but thank you very much for that excellent information, Adair. Yeah, Wedbush had a comment on the dead one Apple today about the new Apple Intelligence being launched with Alibaba in China. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about weak China sales, and for good reason. It's their second biggest market, and they've fallen into the third place there in terms of handsets sold on the year, so that's not a good look. So we'll have to wait and see if that continues and what the deal is there. All right. Udemy coming back down into the 10 exponential again. We'll see if it holds. I put my stop at the $0.25, so if it breaches the 10 exponential, we're out there. I'm still having to pack my patience with ALLO. I'm still kept, optimistic with the higher lows and the flat top. This I perceive to be a really good candidate for a flat top breakout. I'm talking about ALLO. It's kind of the inverse of the flat bottom, where we continuously see lower highs with that, support area being the flat bottom, get defended over and over, but lower highs every time. This is the opposite, where we have higher lows every time with that $2 area still hanging out as resistance. So trying to pack my patience with this one, but obviously it's not forthcoming, and that's a problem. AUR continues to zig. It continues to zag. It's got another higher low though. So last time we dipped into about that 1037, maybe 1036. This time around we dip into about 1050. So a bit of a higher low, but no higher high quite yet. That 10 3/4 has been acting as a level of resistance for a hot minute. So keeping my eye on both or all three of those. I'm still interested in getting in on Sofi. SOFI, great look for it on the day, up and to the right, was very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average. That ended. It just breached it. And now it looks like it's going to close below it. It's a bit of a bull flag, right now. So if we can, keep your eye out on this one, maybe set some alerts so that when it's breaking out above the range, then look to take it there. Otherwise, I'm looking for SoFi to either pull into that 20 exponential moving average on the 5 or pull into VWAP. And VWAP right now happens to overlap with the whole dollar around $16, which to me is more bullish. When you have that whole dollar area and VWAP both intersect, to me, I like to get in on those areas a bit more. So I'll keep my eye out on that to see if we can weasel into something there. But nothing really as forthcoming as I had hoped. Joseph Wilson,
Yes.
what do you got?
Yeah, yes, sir. We're back into this TSLL. Sorry, guys, I'm not in the chat right now. I got to sign back in. I'll do momentarily. But here we go. I got to monitor some of these positions and see what's cooking up here on TSLL. Looking for that move back to VWAP. Mentioned this time and time again. Again, with the market slowly crawling higher, maybe we get that. It's a weak stock, but we'll hope for the best there on that name. But let's also see what's going on here in the chat and see what everybody else is looking at. Eyes on Nvidia off that 136 MA. Thank you, ChatGPT, for that $2 super chat. Goes very much appreciated. Nvidia, let's pull this up for you here. So you're going to eyes on Nvidia off that 136 MA bounce. Okay, so somewhere along these lines, I think. So what we're going to look at is constructing these continuous trend lines, and it's holding up pretty well. I mentioned that we were in breakout territory on this name, so if we continue to the top side, then here we go, it's came to fruition, and I think that's going to be the case. This name is extremely strong and going to continue to move, appreciate, so we like that. Also put it in the chat what else you guys are looking at. MGOL, a lot of people are talking about. Did you trade that today?
No, it's a below VWAP, brother. I mean, it's zigging, it's zagging. It's not doing anything. So to me, no.
Yeah, again, and it's not doing too much here. And we have a big indecision candle on the daily, so we'll keep that in mind. But we have that inverted candle as well with that isolated volume. So this isn't something necessarily I'm going to be looking to play. Again, we'll zoom in and see what we got going on from a daily, from an intraday is too. So this is like this type of price action here, Sharif. I'm like, I want to avoid this stuff, right? You see all these overlapping candles. There's no definitive trend here. The pre-market price action was significantly cleaner than when the market opened here. So unless you're buying, like if you're range trading, by all means, this is like what you want. This is the epitome of what you want here. But again, if you're looking for a breakout trader like my style of trading, it's not going to suit it. So again, just like, let's see what happens. We're just forming this wedge here. We can punch through VWAP, but then where's your next target? It's like there's no definitive real level here. So again, it's something I would personally get chopped up in and not necessarily look to play. If you're trading this at the bottom of the ranges, like buying lows and selling highs, then congratulations. That's probably going to work out for you, but it's not going to work out for my style. So we'll take a look at that. We'll see what else everybody else is looking at. Put it in the chat. If you have anything specific you want me to take a quick gander, you want to take a look at Baba there? So pull up Baba there.
Yeah. So let's start with the daily chart on Baba. Okay, so obviously, you know, it's a tough look coming from those pandemic highs. It's hard to make comparisons, obviously, with the pandemic for many stocks, except for the MAG 7 typically, okay? So this is the look right now on Baba. But as Neil pointed out a few days ago, this area over here, this area in October, that we popped up into when David Tepper went on CNBC, started pounding the desk, said, buy everything China. We all know what the deal was, okay? That was the same level in October that we had rejected off, and I know Neil pointed this out as well, in January 2023. That was the same level. That level's gone. We've taken out that level now on a closing basis, okay? That was a $120 level. Now we're talking about 127, 128. We're talking about high 120s now. We could be on our way to 130. Today's technically an inside day because we're ensconced by yesterday's high and low, but what most notably to me is we have a higher low today on Baba. The low yesterday was around 115. The low today is 121. So Alibaba is on a breakout right now. It's got a couple of great headlines. There is a tech symposium next week that's going to be not hosted, but it's going to be attended by Jack Ma. Okay, and he hasn't been seen, you know, a lot lately ever since the Ant Group IPO got pulled. Xi Jinping as well, President Xi will also be there. And to me, he hasn't been there since these, or he hasn't been to one of these tech symposiums since 2018, okay? And we've seen what's happened since 2018 till now. There's been a marked crackdown by the Chinese government against a lot of their tech companies. I think the winds of change are coming. Okay, I think specifically he's doing that because he knows he can't keep his companies down when Donald Trump is going to prop his companies up, right? So this might be a really good look right now for these Chinese ADRs. But as always, you should be selective with the companies that you choose. So that's the intraday look and my little fundamental take there. Now let's look at the intraday chart. So looks like we're working our way into VWAP. I like the fact that we broke the lower highs. the lower high. So area trough, area crest, another area crest, and yet another area crest, but we take it out there. We had that lower low, but now we have that higher high, but we're still south of the volume weighted average price. So look for resistance possibly at that $124 or a little bit south of that $124 at around 123.80. If we take VWAP, we could see a nice retracement possibly into those pre-market highs. At around 127 and a third, 127 and a half. But we know how these Chinese ADRs act, right? Because they are heavily traded by Asian traders in the pre-market at 4 a.m., they tend to gap up aggressively, and then North American traders get a hold of them and they push them right back down, so they tend to fill the gap, right? So that's the kind of the characteristics of these Chinese ADRs. I like Alibaba. I like a lot of these Chinese ADRs now. Because I think that some political winds are changing in China. That's my little take there. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Yeah. So we're going to hop into some coin here. I know Los Folios is in it as well, too. Again, so the same signal as Tesla here, guys. Inverted hammer. He has a significantly better entry than I do, but I'm still playing the break of this. So we held those lows really, really well. And that gave me enough conviction to be like, hey, let's maybe see if we can hop in this trade. Let me get this out of here. And remove it. Okay, so this is why I'm in it. So now we're really starting to move here, guys. Really to the top side. The report was phenomenal. We like this name. So we're going to start to trim some off. It is extremely volatile, so that average true range is really starting to kick in because we know of the report as well, too, guys, right? So those options premiums are also going to be increased. But I think we start to recover. We're down about 6%, over 6%, Sharif, closer to 7%. So on this name, again, the crypto space, if you're looking to open up an account, you don't own one, I think this is who you crowd to, and I think a lot of names are as well too. There's a lot of things that I used to check on Coinbase and be like, hey, what's the overall market doing, and all the amount of meme coins that you can trade on it as well too. You don't really have to go to those underground markets that Wayner definitely knows about. So he's got it all over there, man.
Are you talking about alternative?
Yeah. It's a different world, man. He introduced me to a whole different world there. It was pretty cool. Yeah, it's true, man. It's like you
I'm
wouldn't
not
even
laughing at you. It's just because it's so him.
Yeah, it's him. You know what I mean? He knows what he's doing. So
yes, sir.
Here we go with coin, guys. Continuing to climb higher. Let's check out our TSLA before we send it off to Adara. Pulling back in, really weak name, not something that maybe we want to stick around in for too long. If we decide to break this 1960 level and these key support systems, then we have to get out of Dodge and just stick to these strong names. But let's see what Adara's up to, and then Neil with the lesson of the day.
The market here finding some nice support, or trying to anyway, on the S&P 500. Continue to make some of these higher lows if you look at the 15-minute chart over the last few days. The NASDAQ looking pretty similar, actually maybe even looking stronger here, sustained higher highs, higher lows for the QQQs. So much in watch today. I mean, a lot of these, I guess, second-tier earnings names. We had Palo Alto Networks, we had Coinbase, we had DraftKings, we had Roku, we had Airbnb, we had Moderna. So pretty stacked earnings list. And as we just talked about as well, decent earnings for next week too. So certainly keep an eye on these. Also keep an eye on these Mag 7s because a lot of catalysts here in that space. I actually just posted a post on X at TTV Research showing that 5 of the 7 Mag 7 tickers are actually down on the year so far. Meta, though, was not one of them. Meta up on a great streak. And in a bull flag here, we have Bloomberg reporting that they're exploring, trying to go into AI-powered humanoid robots. So a robotics and AI double whammy catalyst here for Meta. Again, just a report. Apple also looking pretty good here. Ming-Chi Kuo tweeting that the supply chain suggests there will be decent shipments here for SE4 compared to the previous SE models, which could also be a good sign of adoption of Apple's Apple Intelligence AI. So great look there. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to join us every single day the markets are open, which does not include Monday. Reminder, we're going to go over to Neil with his lesson of the day. Back after a day off. Take it away, Neil.
That's right, my bad. A little bit of a snow day yesterday, so no less. Actually, the lesson of the day yesterday is if there's 2 perfectly good hills and there's like multiple, it's like feet of snow between the 2, and the first one has a nice groove in it, maybe we should just toboggan there and not trek like 400 meters through deep snow so that we can go up a different hill, which worked out to be a heck of a lot of fun, but when you're recovering from an Achilles injury, it was actually pretty intense. So I had a good workout yesterday, needless to say. The real lesson of the day is if the big money's telling you something, Just shut up and listen. And oftentimes we get wrapped up in the outsmart the market, this should be happening fundamentally or whatever. Like there's a million ways that we go about doing this, but every now and then you should just shut up and listen. And I'm going to use 3 examples of that today. The first one being Coinbase, because obviously the numbers for a lot of people that would have looked at their report seemed like it was pretty good. The EPS beat, all that great stuff. But sometimes it's as simple as, well, what's going on with this stock? It had been on an absolute tear to end last year, or at least late last year. And then suddenly, sellers can't go any higher through 330. Then it goes for a nice bounce at the beginning of the year in January. Crypto's holds those bids at 90,000, or Bitcoin does at least. And then what happens? Sellers at 300. So yesterday, on said good numbers, what happened on Coinbase? Tried to break out above 100. Not only did it go, it then attempted a pullback and bounced again off that 300 area. Then it ended up underneath. Now, no matter what you think of the numbers, it took all of that strength and all of that positivity and ended up holding underneath the 3 bills. So you can say whatever you want about the report, but there were previous sellers there. There were clearly sellers in the aftermarket, and it doesn't matter whether it's profit taking or whether it's shorts. It effectively turns into the same thing. And at the open, all it did is dump. Now, obviously, one part of it is you could just not be long the stock, but to at least look for shorts is like an over-under play. Hey, it's not a long unless it breaks 95, 96, but just maybe look short. And then the other example I want to give you is one that's more fun, and that's going to be Intel. And here's an example of, if the market's telling you something or the big money's telling you something, again, listen. How many times did Intel hold this $18.5, $19 area? And when it starts going, great, this is a much bigger move than the last time it bounced off of this level. That said, when it puts in a green day or two off that level, just be a buyer until proven otherwise. This is a simple one. You can't expect it to always trend this far, but every now and then when you get that opportunity, you should listen. And I'm going to shout this next one out to Randy, because another fantastic example of this where it's so incredibly simple that your trade the last 2 days could have just been Rivian as well. Because the market's telling you something on Rivian. The last time it consolidated like this took a couple of months, and when it finally went, it was fantastic. Well, what do you see happening at Rivian? Can we figure this one out on the daily chart? Accumulation off the 200 period moving average? Yes. So what happens when it holds the 200 period and breaks out the local high? You get a long day. Oftentimes, all you really need is some kind of a small bias on a stock for a decent reason. And if it's as simple as big money clearly likes the bid here, or like the bid on Intel, or like the sell on Coinbase at 300, it just gives you a little bit of an edge. And that's all you need. You just need a little bit of an edge to work a trade. Now, I'm here to tell you that while up today, I didn't have a Rivian long, that's why we're talking about it. I didn't have a coin short, that's why we're talking about it. I was actually short Intel, but I mean, Intel had already made a move for a few days. But it doesn't matter. When you're evaluating your day or when you're looking back at opportunities, you want to ask yourself, did you execute your plan well? But you also want to ask yourself if you traded the best trades or took the best opportunities on that day. Because if there was lower hanging fruit, and I'm looking at you, Rivian, I'm looking at you, Coinbase, and I'm looking at you, SMCI, by the way. If you missed out on A+ opportunities to take a few Bs or A-, that's fine for your P&L. But it doesn't mean that that's not something you want to improve on. So there were some easy ones where accumulations, it's not really accumulation when you have a resistance level, but accumulation in Intel, accumulation in Rivian gave you some obvious opportunities to look for some longs, and sometimes that's the easiest place to start. Shout out to Randy, by the way, for pointing out the Rivian chart. I know he talks about Rivian every time he comes by in the morning, but this one today really does stand out. Because this is not an incredibly difficult trade. There's it bouncing off support. There's it taking out level 1. It's above prior highs. It's just a clean breakout trade with maybe a stop at the prior close. It's not that complicated technically, and all it does is trend to the upside. So sometimes that small bias is all you need, and the big money's showing it to you on the daily chart, and all you got to do is go take it. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody.
Neil, as always. Yeah, guys, I had to pop out of both my positions right now. The market is really moving to the downside here, Sharif. I think it might be another opportunity for us to get into this Apple short. But again, I just gave a lot of unrealized away here on coin, which is really unfortunate. So yeah, not a good look. We took some off looking for that 280 price tag here in this name, but we didn't get it before that quick sell-off here in the overall market. So take a quick look at TSLA. I swung twice at this thing. That's it. I think this name is too weak for me to look for those continued moves to the top side, and I'm going to stick to that. If it decides that it wants to go, that's fine. I'm not going to cry about it or anything along those lines, because there's going to be plenty of opportunities, I think, throughout this session, and I think that one's going to be possible for a second entry on Apple. And matter of fact, I might get into it now because we're closer to the top of the range and look for that breach of those key support levels on this name, Sharif.
Okay, VWAP, SoFi. I'm getting in.
Bang.
Boom. All right, so now we're going to have to give it a little bit of room because, as Joseph said, the market be turning. So here's the deal. I'm not going to give it that much room. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to give it room. We're going to give it to the 80s, which is when I'm born. All right, so there's a deal. Let's throw out some, I just got the stop in place. Now let's throw out the beak wetters. Should this bad boy pop up, would like to be able to take advantage of the move up. So we'll see what we get there. Stops in play, everything's in play. Very happy with how this trade on Allo went. I packed my patience. It's not like a huge moneymaker, but it is a proof of concept, validation of the theory. What theory? Higher lows and a flat top usually means a flat top breakout. This time we got it. We haven't cleared it by all that much. And as you can still see on my level 2, the offer is stacked with wattage. Hey, Joseph Wilson. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to hang out on the north side of 10s. We're going to sit at 11, see if we can break through that 10. We've been rejecting off 6, but we've taken out a lot of sellers on the way to this 206. So that's the deal right now. We're going to keep an eye out on ALLO. Now we've got SoFi. SoFi is out of the money by 1 penny. It's going to have to hold this area. It's VWAP. It's the only reason that I'm into the trade on SoFi right now. 1642 HOD. It's dropped back into 16. As I mentioned earlier, 16 and VWAP, basically the same level. I like when that happens. Is it foolproof? No. By no means. So we'll see exactly what happens there. Now, I'm also keeping my eye on Udemy because Udemy just started curling back up, bottomed out. I'm 0 for 2 on this, even though I was able to extract a little profitability. Still negative on it though, full disclosure. So this one is kind of curling back up. It's not a great looking pattern in the sense that, you know, there's a lot of topping tails on the 5-minute. On Udemy, so we'll see exactly what the situation is with that. I don't have to be quick to get in. Let's flip back. Okay, ALLO is taking out the sellers. We took out everybody at 6. We took everybody at 7s. Here comes 9s, right? So now we got about 600 lots, a little bit less, Joseph. Actually more if you look at the other gateways, but that lottage is increasing. We had
Apple.
297. 297. Now we have 340. So we're getting a lot of aggressive selling right now at 209 on ALLO. Let's see if we can really take out those sellers. And I'm waiting at 11s. So I'm gonna even wait above 10. We'll see exactly what we get there. I see the SoFi though is coming down into the mid 1590s. Now we're out of the money by 4 whole pennies. No, but I'm kidding, obviously, because it's not that much to be out of the money up, but I'm looking for a hold of VWAP. I'm looking for, I don't want to say a strict hold of VWAP, but I want to see buying, at least initially, on VWAP, just to prove to me or to help me kind of feel confident in my trade, to know that others are looking at that VWAP area as well. And right now, I'm not getting it. So we're out of the money right now on SoFi at VWAP, and we'll have to pack our patience, otherwise we get stopped out. Simple as that. Back to ALLO. We're taking out the sellers here. Looks at on not 09s, that is. We had about triple the amount here. Now it comes back in. So people are posting on the gateways. It looks like we have hidden sellers and big size. But look at this. we have more size on the bid at 8 than we do on the offer. You're pumped about that, eh?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, because he showed me how to do this. I knew how to do it. I was just lazy. I told you I knew how to do it.
Man.
Yeah. Respect though, Joseph.
Yeah, I got you.
So keeping an eye on that. Okay, SoFi is breaking down here. It looks like it's going to break down below 90s. I've got my stop high 80s. So it looks like we're going to go. We're going to lose here a little bit on SoFi, which is okay. That's kind of the way things work there. Random oddities. Any idea what is the dumpster fire on XHLDs all about? Let's have a look. XHLD. What is that? 10 holdings? Is that Tencent? I don't even know what this is, brother.
I can look it up.
$69 million market cap.
Look it up
here.
Oh, you got it up there? Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, it's halted to the downside, 245. Let me have a look to see if I can find anything. I got it, Adair. It's all good. Here we go. So holdings, 10 holdings, IPO price indicating 6. Is this an IPO? Adair, do we have an IPO? Yes, it is an IPO. Okay. So this one opened yesterday. So XHLD, an IPO from yesterday, with the opening price at 679 or so. It looks like there with the high of the day being 854. We are way lower now. We are halted to the downside on XHLD at 245. So that is the low of the day right now. Let me show it to you on the chart. Not much to see, obviously, because it's an IPO. Let me throw it to the 15 so you guys can see the full trading day. So that was yesterday's trading day. Let me throw in the ticker too. Excuse me. XHLD. XHLD. I can get it right. I can promise I can type. So yeah, looks like we opened up at 682, excuse me. Best we could do was 8.5 on the day. This morning we weasel up to 11 and change, but it's all hell's breaking loose. I don't have information about the company other than to give you their name. 10 holdings is what they're called, and they're down 63.82%. It opened up yesterday at 11 o'clock on the dot. So that's an IPO from yesterday. Don't have more information on that. Sorry, random oddities. Pretty Panda, Joe W. Sharif, I'm already out, but Michael Nozinator is going to be big on MND at the moment. That would make two of us. I'm big on MindMed as well. How we doing? Bang on MindMed, bro. We're like $100 in the money on this one. You know what?
Let's go.
So very pleased with this trade. Obviously, this I've been mentioning is an RFK trade. I was kind of concerned yesterday about MindMed because when RFK got confirmed and he was doing his whole swearing ceremony in the Oval Office, everything there, it wasn't moving. So I had no idea. Even Brendo told me, he's like, what the hell is going on? How come this is not moving? So it's moving today. It's at local highs over here, 1044 HOD for MNMD. It's up 20%. Good luck. This is a swing trade for me. I don't think I'm going to hold this for much longer. If I get a couple of more bucks, that's going to be it. We're holding some shares. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Dang, yeah, good luck there, guys. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is thinking here. I want to talk a little bit about Bitcoin. I've been really starting to trade higher, but just put it in the chat here, guys. It's either going to be a yes or no answer. Don't complicate it. Is Bitcoin going to break 99,000 and this resistance range? Yes or no in the chat. Let's see what everybody thinks, especially with that strong session today. It's going to be a yes or no answer. I'm going to go with yes. It may not be right now, but with this momentum kicking into this name, I think that we can possibly do that. But one thing that I am doing, guys, is I'm shorting strong stocks, and that's just not working out. It's not an opposite bang. It's a reverse bang. Yeah, it's a reverse bang. You don't want to be shorting strong stocks. A lot of people saying no. The no's coming in here, guys. Great engagement so far. Nope. So again, I guess maybe you got to go with the crowd, and you don't want to fight the crowd. You got to do what Neil said not too long ago there, Sharif. If the big money is showing you where to go, just don't fight it, right? You don't want to go against that big money. And I'm kind of doing that right now and kind of shorting the strongest stock possibly in the market. And that is, and there I go. I just added it again. Okay, that's not good. That's okay. Okay, we're out of Apple. This name is too strong. We don't want to be shorting this. So no. And just to elaborate too in the chat, guys, why you don't think, does it need a catalyst, yes or no, in order for it to continue to climb higher? This seems like to be another long and take that second leg to the top side, Sharif. We're only up about 1.2% on the session in Apple. But again, can we climb higher? I think so. It seems to be the case. The short is not working. The market is dragging and just doing nothing. All these candles are overlapping on the Qs and the SPY. and Apple's holding strong above VWAP. Possible head and shoulders here on the 5-minute Sharif. I don't know what you think about this one. Shoulder 1, head 2, shoulder 2 here possibly on this name. But again, with the likes of Apple, it's really hard to short it, right? It's so heavily weighted in the market. Is that if this name is moving higher and NVDA is slowly crawling higher as well too, then it's near impossible to get that short in these names. So, but let's also take a look at Microsoft. Let's see what Microsoft is up to. Okay, yeah, but it sold off earlier in the session here, guys. So I'm not going to put too much weight on this one. I think that this name needs a little bit more under it. Azure's slowing down. But again, look at this range that we've been trading in for quite some time, Sharif. Almost a year we've been trading within this range, with the exception of a couple whipsaw moves here. But other than that, like, you've been trading within this about $50 range on this name. I do believe that it's going to work out. I talked to you guys about free cash flow multiple times. These companies, these top, these $1 trillion names have unlimited money. And with that, you can do anything you need and want to. And with that comes innovation. And I think it's only a matter of time until Microsoft starts to pick up steam again, Sharif.
Safe. Is Nvidia price now good for the long term or just okay or bad? That's a great question, because Joseph and I were talking about that off camera before we got onto the show today, and we're like, he was showing me Nvidia's consolidated. Let's have a look. So let's obviously start with the daily, as we always do, and we're looking for these wider time frames. So you can see Nvidia is zigging, it's zagging. Right now, it's in a very consolidative state. You could make the argument it could be in an accumulation state. I would say it's hard to tell whether the price is good or bad based on a couple of reasons. One, we got their earnings coming up later this month, I believe February 26th, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Adara. So February 26th, Nvidia earnings. That's number one. We're awfully close to earnings. Number two, we got all the hyperscalers have reported already. None of them stated that they were going to reduce CapEx for AI. None of them. In fact, all record spending right now for the bunch. So that would make you feel, maybe we've got more upside for Nvidia. The thing is, though, we don't trade for the moment, right? We're trading for future value, or we're investing for future value. So what do I mean by that? So if DeepSeek's innovations are in fact true, and you don't have to agree with the numbers, right? Maybe they underreported the numbers for effect to get everybody's attention, but if their innovations are real, and a lot of the main people that are in AI are giving them credit for, then do we have, that situation where Nvidia's gross margins are no longer 78% for a physical product, which is insane in and of itself? Why? Why am I saying that? Because maybe we don't need the B200. Maybe we don't need the H100. Maybe the H20 is enough. Maybe the A800 is enough. And those are all lower margin products. These are all GPUs, AI processors that Nvidia has as well. So yeah, kind of hard to say, man. It's such a tough business to get right. In any event, I thought Nvidia would have been absolute money at the 200 exponential or the 200 simple. That was over here, and we spent quite a bit of time from all the way from January 27th until February 5th. We were hanging out at that level, and then we broke above it. We're kind of at the midway right now in between the range. I'd say this 135 area. Obviously, we're very close to all-time highs being at 153, but we've also got 3 lower highs over here, right, with lower lows. So it's really hard for me to give you an honest opinion. That's one of the reasons I haven't added into Nvidia myself, and I've just been leaving the position as is. I don't know how to gauge it. So sorry I couldn't really assist you all that much with that, but yeah, it's a tough one for me to answer. What do you think?
I think it's a buy. You don't want to necessarily chase it right now, Sharif. I think the PE is still relatively low on it. I believe it's below 30 times, which is, again, like with Google and NVDA trading with a low forward PE, then it's not really relative. It's not expensive to the street, right? I do think that this thing is a buy, but there is a lot with what Sharif's going on. Do people need to continue to spend the amount of money that they're spending on these chips? Maybe, possibly, we don't know. But up here, I don't believe it's a chase. If you positioned yourself well, then I think you'll be okay. But as of right now, I don't know. You're in this gap. You're starting to head in towards this range. Wait for a possible pullback. One thing that we can note is that the volume is very much increased here, right? So we know DeepSeek news, etc. But now look at it. It's just continuous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 full sessions, right? So that's almost 2 trading weeks of just consecutive green candles. I wouldn't chase all the way up here at 137. But if you were buying these dips here, like I mentioned, I was in Nvidia at 118, added average went up to 120. And now I'm going to hold this for 140 and I'm going to get out of the position. That's the trade. If we go higher, then so be it. I do believe that eventually this name will go higher, but it's kind of stuck in a range like Microsoft as well too. But again, the go back in the previous earnings reports for I don't know how many, for past 2 years, it's just been beating, raising, just beating estimates. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if this name does that. We sold off on the last report, and with that DeepSeek news, I do believe that we push higher in this name. But again, anything can happen, and I can be totally wrong on NVDA. So just be patient. Wait for price to come to you. I don't know how much you're looking to acquire or allocate in that position, but that's when you can just start selling CSPs. Like if you're a heavy hitter and you want to sell some CSPs, wait for that strike price to come to you. Wait for price to come to you. You can continuously sell 128s, some 128 puts, and then be like, hey, if you don't get filled, well, congratulations, you just collected a bunch of premium when the stock is still moving in your favor and you don't have anything else in your account. And that's something along the lines I would do, and maybe I would do in the foreseeable future. But right now I'm positioned well. I'm going to hold on to the shares that I currently have and wait to hit that 140 price target. And I'm not going to say it's going to hit it today, but I believe in the near term it's going to hit it, maybe even next week at this pace that we're moving at.
All right, I want to read some of the things that people are saying here. Memes says, Sharif, I disagree that there is less of a need for their chips. A more efficient AI model tells me that there is more headroom to make them stronger until we get AGI. I don't happen to disagree with you at all, brother. In fact, I think we're actually agreeing without knowing. I think that they continue to sell a lot of chips. I just don't know if we need their strongest and most advanced chips. Again, if you kind of believe some of the things we're getting out of China is that you don't need these hoppers, or maybe in the quantity that we're talking about, in order to achieve great results. So if you start selling some of their chips, but they're lower margin chips, does that hurt their overall gross margins? Because again, a lot of people give them the price, the market cap, the PE ratio that they currently have because they have insane gross margins for a physical product. So I don't know if that changes how you view things, but I actually agree with you a lot. I think that chip sales don't end up going down whatsoever. In fact, they end up going up. Just do they maintain that same gross margin, and are they selling as many of them? That's kind of my thinking there. Glenn Smith, let's have a look at what he said. Sorry, I just lost it. Glenn Smith, as the ability to compute improves, demand for compute goes up. So regardless if it is more efficient, it just creates more demand for compute. Yeah, there's a theory that what's that one thing called? Something's paradox, or Jevons paradox, or Derry, do you know what I'm talking about? Jevons, right, or something like that. Yes, I think that's what you're talking about there, Glenn. If I'm not mistaken, let me know if that's what you mean there. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but yeah, I've heard that as well. It makes absolute sense. I don't know. I just worry about the gross margins, man. That's all I'm trying to say. Companies that have increasing gross margins are to be absolutely respected. Because there's a reason why their competitors can't eat into their gross margins. That's my thinking. But at what point do you say that that's the top? I mean, and then competition starts coming in. I'm not smart enough to know that. So I just don't want to give an opinion on it. Pretty Panda, MindMed keeps going. Are you in this for the midterm or what, Sharif? It can drop really quick. What's your entry? The thing is, bro, I'm in the 6s, okay? The thing is about this one, he hasn't even started cooking yet. He just got the job yesterday. So I don't know. You know, you're in the money. Maybe I wet my beak a little bit. Maybe we take some profits. I haven't really decided. I got to tell you, Pretty. Kind of just going by freestyling, so to speak. Clear investing. What do you think about INOD, Joseph?
IOND?
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. IOND.
Jevons paradox. Thank you, the Piper.
Sorry, give me the ticker one more time.
Yeah, I'll tell you in 1 second. Yes, INOD.
INOD.
You got that?
Yeah, I pulled it up here. We'll take a deeper look into it as well too, and see what we got going on from an overview standpoint. We're going to talk a little bit about Carvana as well too. Havana Witty's been looking forward to that, so we'll touch on that because he sent me something on a short report on this name, and I just want to see what's going on because it does have earnings next week. Okay, so here we go. INOD, Innodata Inc. Market cap about 1.4 billion, is a data engineering company. The company segments include digital data solutions, Synodex, and Agility. The DDS segment provides AI data preparation services, collecting, creating training data, innovating trading, and training AI algorithms. Okay. Very interesting. A lot of AI in the description, so that's good. And that's
Shock.
that's right. That's what people want. It doesn't even matter. Okay, so yeah, from a daily perspective, Sharif, this looks really good. Really big breakout candle. We're gonna just do it from a technical perspective because that's all I can give you. We're doing it live. Breakout supporting it. That volume supporting this move. Solid consolidation phase here. You can see this channel formed on this name, and then it just breaks through it beautifully with that volume supporting it as well too. I would stick in this name, especially on this breakout volume. That would I would classify that as a genuine move. So hold on to this. If you're in this name, if you break through and head back into the middle of the range, that's what I would be weary about. So that's where you'd want to set your stop loss. If you're heavy, that's quite a hefty risk to reward. But this is something that you want to look at. Nice volume here, and the volume on the daily perspective is dwindling on this potential pullback. So broke the channel, looking really, really good here on INOD. Now let's pull up Carvana because I want to talk about this as well. And I was just pulling up the expected move on this name to see what the options market is pricing in. This thing has absolutely been on a tear. I remember trading this name all the way down here in the 10s, and then how to put in a recovery with this is, I don't know how a stock, I don't think I've ever seen a stock recover quite like this, Sharif.
It's insane.
Yo, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it, to be honest with you. So I don't know how you go from the depths of hell to all the way over here to new all-time highs in Carvana or close to it.
We broke through that pullback. Oh my God!
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I stopped following when we did that.
Exactly. That was when the short report came out, right? So that's insane. So now constructing a new high here. This name is just on an absolute tear. So what I found here on the options market for next week, where we're reporting Wednesday evening, I believe. Yeah. So Wednesday after the close at 4:10, we have a potential 13.6% expected move here. So where would that put us from this current price? 13. Okay, so that's going to put us way up there in the threes there, guys. So on either end of that, we'll see what we got going on to the downside as well. So around 242. So you can recover, you can give back a lot of this gains that we put in, but then you can also just continue to soar and potentially test those all-time highs here in CVNA. Let's see what Adair is up to.
Keep an eye on RXRX. So I was wondering where this one was moving up earlier. Looks like apparently SoftBank has a stake in the company, according to filings. This was, of course, came out earlier today, but it's circulating again on social media now. So Recursion Pharmaceuticals, which also has an Nvidia connection, Nvidia's invested in this name in the past. It's RXRX certainly on watch here with a SoftBank investment, guys. Back to you, or position. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Yeah, someone's telling me to...
Joseph, I just got to cover super chat super quick.
Yeah, for sure.
Bears versus Bulls. I do apologize, Rohit, that you super chatted. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls, the world's greatest mod, for letting me know about that one. Rohit Sharma, good support level to buy at Marvell long-term. Purchased at $100.50. If you can, Sharif or Joe, it was overlooked earlier. Absolutely, my friend, and I do apologize about that. You're one of the OGs, no question about it. Let's pull up Marvell. So where'd you pick it up at? $100.50. I love the entry. Look at this. I mean, are you kidding me? That's a fantastic look. You're getting it at the bottom end of the range, and the range is about $25. You're picking it up off $100. That's I don't even need to look anymore. That's a fantastic look. You held there. You're getting a hammer candle today. Rohit, look at that. Assuming we close near these highs, I like the entry, brother. From a technical sense, it's fantastic with respect to the fundamentals of Marvell. They got a great tailwind. We'll see how they do. They've been in consolidation mode ever since, I think, early December, but that's okay because they were rocketing up. So this could be an accumulation zone. 100, in my opinion, and that's what it is, an excellent entry. Shout out to you. Pretty. I'm the king of selling too soon, you know. Sold mine at 660 average today. I couldn't take having those kind of profits and sleeping well at night. Don't I know, brother? As you know, I've been taking it's like an RFK for months. Shout out to you, Pretty. I hope you print up multiple storms in whatever you're doing. That goes kind of without saying. But I just haven't made up my mind. I got to tell you the truth. We're going to let it cook a little bit. Let's see if he announces anything. I'm talking about RFK announcing things. You know, we've talked about this. Post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, all these, you know, different psychological, mental disorders definitely need a new way, in my opinion. I don't think it's good enough to, you know, pop antidepressants and anti-anxiety. I think we need to take a bit of a different look, and RFK apparently is going to do that. So we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out. Not a biotech guy, obviously. That's my look there. Steph, Joe, Sharif, is it okay if I get all my trades from reading other people's DD?
Due diligence?
Due diligence? Okay. I understand their analysis and what they're seeing in charts, et cetera, but I don't know how to find my own trades. Steph, can I ask you a question? Are you a newer trader? Because if you are, it's absolutely normal. I mean, we all got to go through the learning curve. I mean, we saw Adara learning live for a year. She was on the midday show. We watched as she learned. We saw her trading ranges. And then, you know, she kind of got away from ranges, and now she's really focusing on spready stocks. So, you know, let me just ask you, are you, number one, are you intraday trading? It sounds like you're doing more investing or swing trading because she's doing due diligence.
Yeah,
that's obviously more fundamental. So get back at us, Steph. Would like to hear what you have to say about that, and then Joseph and I'll comment.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's an experience thing. Eventually you will. You're following it seems to be like you're headed in the right path, right? You're doing your due diligence, you're reading things. Now it's up to you to start working on your executions, right? It's essentially a trial and error thing. That's what trading is. It's a lot of rinse and repeat. You got to refine things. Okay, what's working? What isn't working? What do I feel comfortable with? And then just look to just grow on that, right? It's so much. It's years of trial and error, and that's one thing I think is underestimated in this game is that you think that you can hop in and then you're going to understand everything right away. No, you're learning every day. Every day I learn something new. Every day I try to just grasp. It's the 1% better rule that everybody around here says is like every day just try to get a little bit better, and with that you're gonna have to get your feet dirty. It's the name of the game. You got to try things. Most importantly, just educate yourself. Read as much as you possibly can. Watch as much YouTube. Go back and watch all these lessons, and then you'll be able to go on your merry way and start working on your own system. It's only a matter of time. You're in the right place. Just continue to do what you're doing. Get your feet dirty. Start taking those trades. Put those stop losses in. You're going to take losses off the bat. Learn from those losses. Document data like we do in the Playmaker poll. And then sure enough, you'll be okay. It's true though, man. Like just go through that process, and eventually you'll be where you need to be. So Stevenson says, I entered AMD 106 puts for next week. What's your take on AMD? Yeah, we'll talk about AMD and RXRX right now. But one thing that's working for us is IBIT. We like that, but we'll pull up AMD and see what we got cooking up. Again, I don't love this. I'm going to be honest. Like, look at this primary trend here on this name. Are you really like 106 puts for next week? If I read that correct, 106 puts for next week. So you're buying those already out the money. You need this thing to break through some key levels here, and I don't know, like, again, you're in the right direction, but how much lower is this name going to go is really the question. Let's see, what do you say, 106 for next week? Yeah, so you need it to drop $5 by next week. I think the stock has just been beaten, and eventually, I believe it was Brian Shannon who said it, or Michael Shannon is his name, Brian said, hey, this stock is dead, and for me, it just hasn't been on my radar whatsoever. What do you got going on right there?
Dude, the production
banger.
team is just on one lately, man. Here we go, guys. So I just finished. We did a lesson today on short squeezes talking about RSI. I let you know that we have a hell of an RSI video already out with Neil, with Brendo. And now we have a newer video, just as good, simple moving averages. You hear me talk about these moving averages every single day on the 5-minute, on the 15, on the hour. Again, you want to know how to use simple moving averages or moving averages in general? This will be released after, I believe, today at 4. So make sure you are checking that out, guys. Right now? after the recap. It will be released after the recap show, so 4:30, 4:45, give or take. A new video, the Katina man, the Neil. Neil's gonna drop Neilage in the in the video, so make sure you're getting that. Shout out to the boys, absolutely killing it with that. And the production, by the way, on that, Fabian, I already told you, was very, very stellar. He's not. It's fine.
Phenomenal. Okay, yeah, so what was I referring to? So that was AMD. Thank you for that, Sharif. AMD, again, not a name that I would be looking to play, but it's your system. You do what you want to do. 106 is a little bit of a stretch with this name that has just been doing absolutely nothing for the better part of a year. But here we go on RX. People are saying, Joe, you missed out on this name. I don't know if I did, to be honest with you. So like here we go. Not something I would necessarily look to be playing, but look at this price action here from a daily perspective. Not ideal, but you get that breakout, which is really nice. And it had a couple solid sessions that everybody was talking about. But let's zoom in and see what we got going on from a 5-minute standpoint. Strong 5-minute opening drive. Yesterday's session was really strong, continuous trend, forming those higher lows there, guys, continuously throughout the day. But now, nice dip here, holding the trend. Maybe it might come into these key levels. Boom, we'll just do an example like that. So if you get a pullback into here and then continue to topside, that would be great. But if you pull back, which I think it's going to at some point, we'll hold this trend line. If it comes into fruition, then maybe it's looking to get out of that. So Adam DeLuce, you got plans for Valentine's? Oh, okay. Yeah, I do. But on Saturday, I'm not that cliche, Sharif. I'll set it the next day.
You might not be.
Yeah, but
Selena might be.
yeah, she is. Yeah, I got to bring her something, that is for sure. But again, I just said it's Friday night. Everywhere's going to be booked. We'll just do it Saturday tomorrow. So we'll go Earl's on King Street. Pardon me?
Ram's coming at you hard there, eh? You see
Pardon
that?
me? What'd she say?
See what I told you about her, bro? You guys don't believe me.
Yeah, what do you mean
pre-booking.
pre-booking? Yeah, we got it for tomorrow night.
Did you not hear him say that he booked it for tomorrow?
Yeah, we're not going to do it. Friday's too hectic.
Lay off him,
Yeah,
Ram.
she gets some flowers and some chocolate. Ooh.
Wow. Yeah, and then I might be out a couple $100 bucks too,
so it's
Ram.
That's gonna be a costly evening for Sharif, because he's gonna owe me a little bit of money, and then he's gonna have to pick up the drink bill as well too, for his birthday.
What?
So yeah.
What drink bill? This is a new thing that was added on?
Yeah, we're adding
new stuff on.
Yeah, I'm adding
you
it
change the terms of the
conditions.
deal.
Yeah. So,
I try to change the terms. I can't do anything about that.
We're implementing it in the smart contract.
The smart contract.
Yeah, but
this guy's killing me.
That's it. But yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about IBIT and what we got cooking up here, guys. Playing that break, looking for the continuation here, up closer to 2%. This guy, see what he's up to.
Get it, Joe.
Get it, exactly. There we go. Yeah, hey, I'm getting drinks for everybody here. So that's what we want to continue to do. So. Hopefully those pockets are a little deeper by then, Sharif, so we can get those. But yeah, guys, let's see what everybody's up to. We're still in this IBIT trade, looking to climb higher and higher. Everybody said, no, we're not going to break through these key resistance levels. It's looking like we might today, and I think we will. Nimit said in the chat, we're going to go sub 90K over the weekend.
All right.
That's a hot take if I've ever heard one. But here we go. I think that we open up and then continue to the top side. We have this candle here. It's done this move before over here, guys. Look at the example I'm going over. Back in August here, Sharif, August 4th, you see this hammer with that isolated. Took a long time for it to break, but we never breached it to the low side. That's really, really key. And I'm seeing the exact same thing here on the daily candle here, guys, in this range that we've been trading. If we break it to the low side, going to be some more downside. But as of right now, we've had the inability to do so.
All right, there's no small cap gappers that are tradable under my system at the moment, so we're going to have to look at something else. I'm going to start looking at these large caps, which I haven't been looking at all day. I'm still involved in ALLO. It's come back down below $2. It's still kind of dancing in this consolidation area. I've moved up my stop, so it was in the 80s. Now I've moved it up into the 90s. Let's see if it can take $2, that is. Otherwise, we'll just get stopped out of that. But I'm not liking a whole lot right now. I got to tell you the truth. I'm thinking about going along the dead one Apple because it keeps bouncing off this area in 243 and a third, 243 and a half. Let's load up AAPL on the trading screen over here. I mean, I really can't find much going on. I know SMCI is rocketing up 10%, but it's also just bouncing off VWAP with lower highs as well. So I'm really unsure what to make of that. Here's the look on Apple. Let's throw the 5. This is kind of what I'm talking about over here. Bounce at that level, bounce at that level. Now we're right back at this level again. Do we hold? Let's give it the old community college try and see what we get there. We're gonna go long. We're gonna give it to 243. There's nothing else to trade. It can't just sit on my hands, right? So we're gonna give this one to let's just say 18, so 243, and then we'll go down to 13. So that's the look right now. Where are we long? 46s? Okay, that's all right. We'll hang out at the $0.50 or so, a little bit higher there, obviously, than the $0.50. So keep an eye out on that. Looking for possibly Apple to bounce here. Got a bunch of tags from you guys. We'll get to that in a second, but we got to pay some bills.
Got to pay some bills, guys. Firefly, with an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade, over $60 million investment, Firefly is advancing the commercialization of its brain network analytics.
Get it,
BNA
Firefly.
Platform, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions like Alzheimer's. Firefly. That's the one there, guys. You can see it revolutionizing brain health right there.
That's fantastic.
That's fantastic stuff.
All right,
there.
Here's the deal. Daniel T., what is with the dress code today? You look like you're ready for sailing, and Sean is ready to hang out with Fresh Prince.
Bang.
What's it your business, bro? I'll come here wearing what I want.
Oh.
I'm playing. Yeah, what are you wearing?
Yeah, what are you wearing? Yeah.
I'm playing, man. We're having a good time. I'm being angry for the sake of being angry, obviously for effect.
Yeah, we need to get you some chocolates, man, for Valentine's Day.
I know, bro. It's all good. Pretty Panda, I'm in the EU and I've been drinking. However, I'm watching SIAI at the same time. I don't know if that's a good idea, brother. Put away I know it's Friday. I know it's Europe, right? So it's after 5 o'clock likely. So yeah, okay, fine. Just, small share size or nothing at all. That's what I'd say to you. Rohit, look at JTI. Perfect setup for me. Okay, brother, I've been looking at JTAI all day. It is below VWAP. It's going to have to get above $6.50 for me to get involved. We're talking about JTAI. Let me just cover this one for Rohit super quick. Because this one is not to my liking, my man. Despite the fact that it's a huge winner on the day, it is not trading above VWAP right now. Let's throw it the 5. Yeah, so 650 is the volume weighted average price. It hasn't even been respectful of VWAP on the day. I mean, it has area troughs below it. So I'll keep my eye on it, no question about it. If it takes out 650 on a closing basis, we'll get involved. What's the pre-market high? I already got above the pre-market high after the bell, so that rule has already been taken care of. So shout out to Rohit, but that one not for me at the moment. It's got to set up a little bit differently. Gorev. Sorry, one sec. Let me just get the Gorev. I'm looking at Apple 2 for the long up confirmation. We'll see, my man. It's not forthcoming. It's zigging. I'm getting it in at what I perceive to be a key area of technical support. If it breaks down, it breaks down. That's just the way it is. I'm upset, Sharif. Got ghosted by my own brother. What does that mean, Adam?
Yeah, what is
I didn't ghost anybody. Unless you're not talking about me. No. You're talking about Katina, man? You ghosting Adam? What's going on over there? Yeah? Maybe it's his actual brother.
Maybe it's his actual brother.
Profound idea. But I don't know. Why would he tell me that?
I don't know, man. I mean, I think he's referring to Katina Man there.
Yeah, well, Katina Man and him are good friends. I mean, Katina Man visited them in London. They went out.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
They shot the breeze. Everything's good, right?
Everything is
so that's the situation there.
Okay, Sharif, sorry, can I steal it for you guys? Yeah, IBIT is continuing to climb higher, guys. You said, no, we're not breaking out. Now trading around 98,000. Moving really, really well here on the session. So let's see if we can continue to climb and break through these levels because 57 might be in the works. If we reject heavy here, then maybe we just go back into the range, but that volume kicking in now, continuing to squeeze. Sharif, look at this. The squeeze type action coming in IBIT up over 2.4% on the session, looking really, really good here. Okay, but Jeremy Newman, I think he's really, yeah, exactly. Jeremy Newman, he's really catching on to my style. He says, Joe, bet on the Canada-US game this Saturday. So $20 super chat if Canada wins. Okay, I'll take that. or I have to do 5 stock analysis if USA wins. I said, done deal, my guy. $20 for a couple stocks of analysis. I'll take that bet any day. Much appreciated. And well, yeah, I mean, it's a good bet. No, I think we got to take that one for the $20 super chat. And I don't think, I was just looking at Sidney Crosby's statistics. The guy hasn't lost on Team Canada, essentially, so I don't know if we're going to lose there. They just blew out Finland, but that's okay. Yeah, they just blew out Finland like 6-1, so that's not the best look, but here we go. Guys, yeah, continuing to climb on IBIT. This thing is absolutely going parabolic. What a move in this name so far. I didn't think we were going to get the breakout, but we were sitting in the perfect range and now sitting going close to on top of that range here, Sharif. Let's see if we can continue.
All right, we're taking some profits here on AAPL. It's moving back up. I wet my beak there a couple times. Now I'm waiting at 75s and then I'm waiting at 90. So we'll see if we can continue to move up. AAPL, shout out to Adam, man. You're killing me, brother. OG. Let's see what else is going on. RC. Sharif needs a Snickers. He hangry. Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay right now. I'm okay. Got the food in the back there. Don't worry about that. What else we got over here? Los Palos Hermanos. It's all good, man. I have a pint.
Yeah,
all
that's
right,
a good one. Do you get it? Do you get that one?
Yeah. So what's it called? Better Call Saul.
Yeah, Better Call Saul. But Los Pollos Hermanos was Gustavo Fring's restaurant in Breaking Bad. So
I did not know that. I watched one episode of Breaking Bad.
What?
Yeah. Got the fail there. Yes, Andre, only one. I started with the first episode and then I never watched after that. I need to finish it. Dude, I have so little time, Andre. The little time that I have, I want to do Duolingo so that I can out-duel Ramram. So she can come nowhere near me. By the way, I got to show you guys something. Petty is Ram's middle name. And I will show you why in a second.
Oh, no.
Yeah. She changed her name.
No. So
on
you guys
Duolingo
so you guys
to spite me.
Yeah, that's
so I'm gonna show you guys that in a second. But do we have anything with the dare? I thought we were
No. I can take it over here. Let me pull it up here on IBIT, guys. Again, look at this name now, 2.6% on the day, continuing to climb higher. These big names are also continuing to move. Pulling back is the SPY. Let's see if we. Let's see if we can go and touch the VWAP on the SPY. It is lagging its peers, and with that, we got to break it down and say, like, hey, what's going on? Is XLF weak? Let's take a look at the financial sector. Which I think is one of the top performing sectors. So yeah, not doing too much here, Sharif. A nice gap up, just holding some key levels, but price really starting to condense here in XLF. I'm curious to see which way it breaks.
Here it is, Joseph. So So I'm just minding my own business, Joseph. I wasn't doing anything to bother anybody.
Yeah.
And, I just log into my what's it called? My Duolingo. I'm doing my Mandarin lessons of the day. We're advancing. We're doing well. Then this pops up.
What's that?
This woman, look, Sharif is a hater, earned total 250 XP. Those are points. This woman changed her name to spite me. I being the person that I was, I gave her that high five.
Give her a high five, yeah.
I hit that high five. I gave that high five. Shout out to Ram. No, girl, I'm proud of you. 250 XP. Uh-oh. She's coming over here. Stay clear. Stay clear.
What about me?
All right, we're having a great time. I think we gotta go to Adair at the
beginning. Yeah, we're gonna see what Adair's up to.
Yeah.
Keep an eye here on UNG and Boyle. Basically, I'm seeing apparently Donald Trump is set to approve a gas export project after lifting a pause that was placed on it by previous President Biden. So not really sure what that means for these, but either way, you see gas and oil. You want to check what these stocks are doing. A little bit of volatility in both Boyle and UNG. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, we wet our beak there in the 80s on Apple, so we're nicely in the money here. Now I'm going to wait for a 244 break. That is the midpoint of the range on the dead one Apple. And the only reason I got in here, I don't trade these large caps often, but I kept seeing this range come into play on AAPL. I'm talking about that 2340-ish range. It seems to have a buyer in and around that area for whatever reason. Now, if you're looking for the breakout trade, you might have to wait a little bit. bit because what we're getting is lower highs, right? With this area crest over here at 245, then when we pop back up off VWAP, the best we could do was about 244.5, and now we're south of 244. But here comes 244. I'm waiting for the north side of 244 before I wet my beak. I'm long 46s. It's a good look right now on AAPL. Let's see if this bad boy wants to continue heading to the upside over here. Here comes 244. Packing my patience there. Nimrod, he's dropping cash in the chat as he typically does, Joseph. 6 shekels by your boy. He says, sup, guys? How do you guys like STAI? Let's have a look for you, Nimrod.
Qs are ripping, bro.
Qs are ripping?
Yeah, absolutely
Say
ripping.
less, bro. STAI, we're going to look quickly, and then we're going to throw it to you, Joseph. STAI, fantastic look yesterday. As you can see, you obviously know that, Nimrod, because it kept going after the bell, and you know how these small cap gappers like to run after the bell because they don't have halt parameters to base, or they have halt parameters, but not volatility halt parameters that they have to abide by. So today, we're not getting much. Right, we spiked up at 4 a.m. We got up to 310, so we're below the pre-market high. If you don't want to use that 4 a.m. print because it's a little sus, well then you're looking at these two over here. You have a top there at 7 and a top there at 8, both are at 270. So I don't touch STAI until it clears that 2 3/4. In addition to that, Nimrod, it's also below VWAP. So breaches both my rules. I stay away from this. It's up 23%. It's holding yesterday's closing print, which is technically the low of the day, right at that $1.70. Shout out to you. You probably had some great trades on it yesterday. Maybe you have some today. Maybe you got it from the low there. But for me, it's a no-go. I hope that helps, Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, good look there. We got another $5 super chat here from ChatGPT. Now I'm backing Joe in the push-up challenge. Smart money, my guy. Who has seen Breaking Bad?
You guys are both going to lose your money on that.
All right,
both
man. Hey, man.
You better bring it, bro.
We're bringing the heat, man.
I'm practicing.
You're pushing. How many? All right, so let's be real.
Right
how much you cleaning?
In a row?
Yeah, in a clean.
A 75 in a row.
All right, yeah, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Yeah, I'm a little bit in trouble here, so I better bring it here. I think 100 is that target there. Yeah, that's what I figured. In order for me to beat you, I probably got to go north of 100. I'm only pushing 50 clean in a row right now. It's not bad, right? It's right. So again, we're gonna have to pick it up. I don't know. I might have to do cheating.
Bro.
Yeah,
exactly.
The crypto thing. We got the crypto thing.
The push-up thing.
Coming in. So
everything interesting.
Yeah, so maybe we'll get that going when I get back here. But guys, let's really talk about what's going on here in IBIT and the overall market because we're just going to the top side. It's not stop. I don't even see a red candle. Well, I'm being sarcastic. But in the past 5 minutes, there's been no red candles here on the 5 minutes. So sorry, in the past hour or so since 12:30. So half an hour, no red candle whatsoever, just continuing to the top side, running into that resistance zone. But let's also take a look at the Qs and see what's going on with that. Nice breakout, that volume supporting the move here, pushing through VWAP with extreme momentum. We like that. So I pulled up NVDA to see what was really dragging it higher. It is trading above VWAP, but nothing crazy in order for it to go parabolic like that. Apple is stagnant around VWAP as well too. Let's take a look at Meta and see what Meta's up to. Yeah, still kind of creeping in around those all-time highs. And we'll take a look at Google to see what's going on with Google. Yeah, not doing too much. I talked about Google quite often. I think it's kind of in the same realm of like dip buy scenario as NVDA. But the thing is, this price action isn't overly lovely, and nothing is really definitive. Being like, hey, Joe, we're ready to turn around like with the likes of NVDA. So again, we'll pack our patience on this one to start a potential swing position in this name. But I do like this as a risk profile around 182.08. So we'll just continue to monitor it. I'm glad I didn't grab any the other night because I was almost about to. But here we go, slightly pulling back. If we can get a little bit better of a price, then I think we'll be okay. So in the next by next week, if we don't break this low, then maybe we'll look to participate in this name for a potential swing. So yeah, let's see what else everybody else in the chat is up to. Can you put whatever you're looking at in the chat? BBAI, yeah, sure, we'll take a look at that for you. Okay, yeah, so we know that the past couple of days, this Katina Man was trading this. I'm pretty sure Neo was as well. So really nice run from a daily perspective. A good technical breakout here. Now pulling back. But one thing you want to note is that the selling pressure is drastically lower than when the buyers step in. So I think that's a positive signal for this name to continue to the top side. Yeah, and let's see what else. Give me a couple tickers. Okay, SMCI for sure. I can look at that for you as well. Oh wow. Okay, this name is really breaking out. Running into this support or this resistance level, I mentioned this before, we've completely filled this gap on the daily now, which is really important. And then we can potentially run into these zones, which I think it's going to need a lot of momentum and volume to breach and then hold it as well too. So again, I like SMCI down here for potential bottom. And that's all I can really say about it from a technical perspective, okay? Yeah, I'm going to pull up one more thing here, Sharif, and then I'll send it over to you.
Great.
And that's the Qs. Again, just really, really strong price action. I like this name. I like this ETF. We usually use the TQQs. It's a leverage product. But the SPY is really, really not following it. So again, if we break that high a day, maybe we get a little bit more squeezy. I know we're not too far off the all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Matter of fact, we might be approaching it significantly. Okay, so yeah, Sharif, we're right there on all-time highs.
Yeah,
on the NASDAQ.
Sure.
So again, we can touch that today. What is the 59.35? Yeah, we can definitely get there. It's going to need a lot of volume and momentum, and it is Friday and Valentine's Day, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does die off relatively quick and probably around that 2 o'clock hour, but anything can happen, and we can definitely continue to climb to the top side, Sharif.
All right, did you see this dumpster fire pan dub? It's coming back. So interesting here. It's coming up into that 197 area. I was thinking this is an interesting short at around 196 because that's where we kind of topped off there in the pre-market. But it's continuing to go. Apparently, Stephanie Link says she bought more on CNBC. I'm gonna tell you guys personally, if this touches 200 anytime soon, I'm out. I'm getting out of the entire position. This is my second largest position in the swing account. And I don't really want to put up with the volatility anymore. I say that knowing full well that I will be getting out in the first year of their kind of reorganization. So they went from strictly like a one-off software to an entire platformization, which they've been trying to do for a while. It's costing some money. We saw that on the EPS guidance, which was lower. That's as a result of CapEx that they're having to spend. So I say that knowing that I could be getting out as this thing booms. I think that there's other areas I could deploy my money and the mental capital that comes along with that as well. So I will likely be getting out of Pandub if it touches anywhere around 200. I wet my beak yesterday at 201 and change, right as we were about to close the closing bell, before the closing bell. But it was a small amount of there. So Pandub looking like it's moving back here, but it's still a pan out. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. What else are you guys looking at over here? So I'm still involved in Apple as it zigs and zags. It's having a lot of trouble with 244 over here. So it's moved up to 244 multiple times. Here's 244 again. Let's see if there's any selling or any, they're selling obviously, but there is any size posted here on the offer. Not too much showing up. So let's see if it's able to clear it. It's been putting in higher lows. I'm long at the bottom there at the mid 40s. There's 244 again. You can see aggressive selling come in at the whole dollar. And that's interesting to me because we have been clearing that level. I mean, we consolidate at it at 244 for a little bit over here from around 11:30 till around 11:45 or so. So it's about 15 minutes of consolidation at 244 before we move up into that $0.50. If I can get $1 on this, I don't mind. I can post here at the 40s. So AAPL holding that. I'm also still holding ALLO. And the reason I'm still holding this is because it's using 2 now as a level of support. In fact, it had been using 2 as resistance. So how many times have we talked about that? Resistance flipping to support and vice versa. So I'm continuing to keep my eye here on ALLO. I'd like something at around above $2.10, but it may not be forthcoming quite yet. Yeah, that's all I'm really looking at the moment. Make sure you are voting because we've got the new poll in the chat. Shout out to Joseph. Good picks there, my man. Adara got something for us at the big desk.
I have crypto, and I want to talk about XRP because I noticed when I was doing, we always look at Binance and see how the crypto names are doing during the crypto segment. I noticed XRP was up about 11%. So I wanted to know why, and I looked into it, and we have a reason. Also, just shout out to this beautiful bull flag for XRP in the 15-minute chart. So apparently, we know that we did have basically XRP filing for its first ever spot exchange. This is being filed for by Grayscale. So Grayscale was looking for a spot XRP exchange, much like we have with Ethereum and Bitcoin, these spot ETFs. Now, we actually have the Securities and Exchange Commission, or the SEC, finally acknowledging this application. So what that means is the SEC has 240 days to review the application. And so they have until mid-October to decide on whether or not this Grayscale XRP spot ETF will be allowed to go through. So we're going to have to wait and find out what happens here. But I mean, after what happened with Bitcoin and Ethereum, it seems only fair that the third largest crypto asset by market cap would be getting its own ETF. So we're going to have to wait on that decision, but it looks poised potentially here. 240 days the SEC has to decide if we get a spot XRP ETF. Also, in honor of Valentine's Day, we have a new graphic out from TTV Research on X. I've been working on this the last couple days. It is the revenue growth for 3 dating apps here in honor of Valentine's Day. So we have Match, we have Bumble, and we have Grindr. Basically, any app that does anything kind of associated with dating gets a spot on this graphic. You can see their IPOs. You can see when Match Group was added to the S&P 500. You can see some CEO changes. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. Guys, back to you.
It's a good look there, Dara. Good look. That's all I got to say about that.
But,
information
Sharif,
and pictures.
You know what time it is?
I'm willing to bet it's time to look at the Playmaker
It is that
poll.
time.
All right,
It's
let's
that
load
time
this bad
for the
boy up.
Playmaker poll.
All right, SMCI's
All right,
at day's highs, by the way, guys. Just want to show this quick, Andre, if I can. Bit of a bull flag right now, and it's been bouncing off VWAP multiple times. It had these lower highs. You can kind of see that, but we broke that decisively on the last little dip there into VWAP. So SMCI, good look right now, boys. All right, SPY. What do we got, Joseph?
I'm asking you that.
609.88.
609.88. Okay, so we've been hovering around this 609 for quite some time. All right, and the target
608. Profit taker?
Yeah,
611.88.
611.88.
I don't know if you see that today. 608.88.
88. Yeah, that would put 611 would put us all-time highs, I believe, on the SPY. Yeah, so we're gonna need that. We'll take a quick look for you guys as well too, to see where that would exactly put us on the SPY, because I know for a fact it was less than the Qs off those all-time highs. So we might have even tapped into it a little bit here. Let me pull it up from a daily. Okay, yeah, Sharif, we did like quietly, a subtle 610.94 would have put us just into that all-time high territory, Sharif. So by a couple pennies, 611.07 would put us into all-time high. So 611.10 is a new all-time high on the SPY, and it topped one today. So a nice quiet all-time high in the overall market, my friend.
Ramram's trying to solicit us to do stuff after the show. I don't know if I want to help her.
What she want?
No, I'm saying no. Too bad, Ramram. Hopefully, Brendo is okay with that. Okay, Apple's going, baby. Bang! We're not taking anything out here. I'm going to continue to wait. Let's see if we can get that dollar banger on Apple. I'm going to be waiting in the mid-40s. We're long 46s. Now I'm seeing 10s, 15s incoming. The mid-40s, I think that's a reasonable area to wait. I might even take it a little bit below that just to secure the bag. But this is the area that we've been rejecting off essentially all afternoon on Apple, that 244.40 area. So it makes absolute sense to take it out in front of that or at that area. Let's go ahead and do just that. So we're going to wait at 244. I'm going to say 35, kind of a random area, but that's fine. Again, that takes me to the top end of the range here on AAPL. Good bounce off that predictable 233.44. So we're locked in a dollar range, and we have been since we gave up or we rejected 245. I mean, we did our best to get up to 245.05 is the high of the day, but then the selling came in. So AAPL looking to take it out in the mid-30s. Okay, here comes 30, so we may not have to wait long. Okay, well, it rejects a little bit there. Popped up into 29s. AAPL now up about 1% or so. Good look there. As I see as well, on the side chart, Nvidia's curling up. The future is almost at the high of day, Joseph. So the future, the NQ March contract, we're about to get to 22,171. That is the high of the day. We're awfully close. I believe we're like 5 points off that. Nvidia is spiking up as well. Nice curl up by the monster Nvidia. Let's bring in the Mag 7 over here and show exactly what we're talking about. Wow, Netflix is going to hit 1,100.
Wow.
Netflix, when are you going to split, bro, so that we can start trading you? NFLX, man. Wow. Okay. Stop digressing, Sharif. Focus. So NVDA, Joseph, looking to curl back into that 138 and a third. That is the high of the day. Great move here, and a nice rounded bottom south of VWAP, mind you. And they took VWAP like it didn't even matter. Say that again. Dell is moving here, says the Katina man. Let's have a look at what he's talking about. Let's load it in the side chart over here. DELL is the ticker. Can you believe that? DELL for the ticker? Oh, what's going on there, Adara? Something's afoot here.
Oh, whoa. Whoa.
I don't have anything. Okay, so we're going to Adara.
Keep an eye here on DELL. I apologize for eating some salad. Basically, apparently Dell is nearing a deal to sell $5 billion in AI services to Elon Musk's XAI. There was actually a different company, I believe, earlier reported to do this, so just be aware here. I believe it was HPE. So a while ago, we heard HPE was set to sell some servers to Elon Musk's XAI. Now we're seeing Dell is set to sell $5 billion worth of AI servers to Musk's XAI. With that in mind, keep an eye on anything that might drop in response to this, any antipathy plays. SMCI would be one. Another one would be HPE, because again, there's another report suggesting they were supposed to be the ones selling these servers. So Dell, HPE, and SMCI. Back to you.
We all know what Elon's been doing with these H100s. He strung 100,000 of them together.
Really?
Jensen couldn't believe it. He had to go look for himself. Flew out there to, I think, Nashville or Tennessee or wherever XAI has their data center. He couldn't believe that Elon had figured out the networking issue. It wasn't an issue with the GPUs. It was a networking issue where if you strung them together, there was just so much latency. They all have to be in parallel. So they all have to be thinking and seeing the same thing at the same time. And they weren't able to do that. It was a technical challenge. Elon, obviously being Elon, figured it out some way, somehow. So he's looking at getting his hands on some more.
Yeah, I'll read into that there.
The Katina man says, look at Super Micros. Great call out, bro. Great call out, man. Dell moves up, SMCI to the downside. There it is. What a move. We were just waxing poetic about SMCI like breaking out, this, that, and the other. Look at that. Decided trend break. It's giving up VWAP right now, Joseph. And what was that? What was this? That's not the closing print. Excuse me, volume weighted average price, $46. Essentially the area low there, $45.75. We're at a predictable area here, VWAP, so we'll see if this one gets bought up. It's already dropped $1.50 off the top, $47.50. All hell broke loose when that, that headline came in about Dell. Shout out to them. Good look there. They're obviously competing. Dell, HPE, SMCI, they all have these servers, AI servers that the hyperscalers want to get their hands on. Guys, I took everything out on AAPL, so we were like a 90 penny winner there. Didn't quite make it to $1, but not a bad, thank you, Adara. Not a bad trade there. I'm happy with that one because there was not much moving in small cap gapper world. But now as I see it, ALLO is working very close back into that 209 high of the day. We're showing 7s now. I'm still waiting on the north sides of 10. Joseph, what are you looking at?
Yes, sir. I'm going to take some off the top here on the IBIT trade. So really nice look there, guys. Bang. I tapped into some Dell as well, too. Let me pull that up here. Yeah, that's not really working. Starting to come in, looking for that 5-minute orb style of trade with that continuation to the top side, and it's starting to really pull in. So if we break lower, didn't grab too many because again, it's a chase up here all the way at the highs. But again, let's see if this volume dwindling in this pullback is a positive signal. We can get out and get back in if we're going to look to take that second leg higher. So that is Dell, and then we will pull up what we did on IBIT. There we go. So there's IBIT, guys. Pull it, changing there. So yeah, so we're out the majority. I cleaned that up so you can see what's going on. But nice breakout. This breakout volume supporting the move, dwindling volume on the pullback as well too, guys. So just monitoring that volume by time profile, and then boom, look at that stair step all the way to the top side and looking like it might continue. This is fantastic for this name. I'm waiting for it to put in that 10K session. We haven't seen too many of those since IBIT became optionable. Just with the ability to hedge on both sides of the trade, kind of eliminates, and a lot of analysts were saying, does that eliminate a lot of the volatility within this? And as of right now, the answer, in my opinion, is going to be yes, because you don't see those drastically outsized moves that we used to see in this name. Also requires a lot of capital in order for it to appreciate as well too, guys. So keep that in mind. We have a $10 super chat here. Second 10% day for me. Thank you this stream. No problem, Mad World. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Much appreciated. Let's see what Adaira's up to.
So here's another angle to this story with Dell. In case you missed it, Dell apparently set to or near a deal to sell $5 billion in chips to XAI, which is run by Elon Musk, or sorry, not chips, servers. So apparently these Dell servers are going to be powered by Nvidia's Blackwell HB2 or GB200 chips. So not only is Dell reportedly set to sell servers $5 billion worth to XAI, now we're also having Nvidia reportedly involved because their GB200 chips are part of these Dell servers. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adaira. Katina Man's getting pumped. All right, shout out to ChatGPT. Really appreciate the $2 super chat, my man. Thank you very much. I would like to be able to give you more than this simple response. Is that PA or PO AI, which is what you want me to look at there, is done almost nothing on the day, brother. It's done 192,000 shares and it's $1.61. So. Yeah, small cap, runs hard, daily primed in, average of $1.40. You're in the money. You're 20 pennies in the money on a dollar and change name. That's a fantastic look. But if you're asking someone to day trade this, it would be very hard. You can go periods here, like 5-10 minutes, with no change in price taking place. That isn't a glowing endorsement for liquidity. So I'm going to have to steer clear of this name. But what is this? Let me just talk about it for a second since you were nice enough to give a super chat. Predictive Oncology is a knowledge-driven company focused on applying artificial intelligence to support the development of cancer therapies. Love the headline or the look there. The company operates through 3 segments: Pittsburgh, Birmingham, and Egan? Agan? I don't know, man. Pittsburgh segment provides services, which includes application. Okay, so their AI and their cancer therapies using AI. Great headline. I mean, fantastic, but not much that it's doing right now on the day. So I'm going to have to steer clear of this one. But good luck for you if you're 20 pennies in the money. Who can complain about that? $1.40 average. Here we go. ALLO back at the high of the day, 209. I'm not taking it out here. I'd like to wait for the move above that 110. You can see that the offer is stacked both on 9, 10, 11. It's stacked literally everywhere. ALLO. I bet you this has a huge float. Just trading like one that has a huge float. Let's look. Yeah, it's not huge, 153 million. Definitely not a small float, though. They don't usually trade like this, not so thickly traded with huge amounts of size posted at every price level. And that's been the characteristic here for ALLO. Let's see if there's anything better. ALLO is the best of the bunch right now. I got to tell you the truth. Everything else is breaking down below VWAP on my side chart. Even JTAI. It's been doing the best it can to try to get above VWAP. It can't. And it has been trying. Multiple attempts right now. Let's look at JTAI for the small cap traders out there. I would not suggest you trade this until it can break and hold above VWAP. We kind of dropped down into that, I want to say, predictable level at $5 because we had bounced off it before. And then we were working now into 6.5. Best we could do is that 675. But I've seen this story before where it lures you in with its higher highs and higher lows and its break of VWAP only to drop back below VWAP again. So I've seen this story. It's going to have to get above and stay above VWAP with some decisive closing candles. To me, these currently are candles of indecision at around VWAP. So if I miss out on the trade, I miss out on the trade. But I've been through this song and dance before where it turns back against me. So I don't want any of that smoke. Let's flip back to the large caps because we're going to keep looking at those now because I've got no small caps to trade. Let's bring in the Mag 7 over here and have a look what's moving. All right, so the best of the bunch right now, you got to say, is around Meta. So is it the best of the bunch percentage-wise? Well, Meta and Microsoft, they're going back and forth. They're both around 1%. Netflix is not a Mag 7 name, obviously. It's up 1.25%. And then the monster Nvidia. That one is up 1.5%. But I'll submit to you guys that the chart, the best looking chart is this one right here. every single day, this piece of garbage is up again and again and again. And every single day, I feel worse and worse about myself for not having been in it.
Yeah.
It's so obvious.
It is obvious.
Right? But it's so expensive, right? So to get any, decent size, you're going to have to ante up big.
You know what I mean, though? It's like, okay, what are you going to do? Drop like 4 or 5K into the name and grab like 5 shit.
Well, that's what I did
Canadian,
with
Canadian, that's like
Nvidia.
3.
Yeah,
that's like
I know.
3. It's like 3 shares, really. But yeah, but then you got the 10-to-1. So I guess
but I
if
was
you
lucky.
want to look at it from that, well, that's not lucky.
I didn't know it was going to split when I got it.
But when these names, right, like hit $1,000 is when you roughly start to like have that conversation of, hey,
Exactly.
when is this name going to be split? So it could be good positioning wise, right? Because if they do decide that, hey, we're going to increase this float at a 10-to-1, and then you decide to grab a couple of shares, well, now you got 20 if you only had 2 of them, right? And again, you're going to see that price start to appreciate. It was just the other day where Nvidia was $100, right? It did a 10-to-1. It was $100 traded down to 99. Didn't grab it there, grabbed it at 118. But again, here we go. We'll hold on to this one. Sharif, Dell starting to work out
Again?
here for us, guys. It's going to take
you're
that
involved.
second.
I like
Yeah. It's going to take that second leg higher. I should have been a little bit more patient because this is where the RVR comes into play, right? Like the risk to reward. So it's like, okay, what am I going to risk on this trade? There's no definitive base. But again, one thing that I just analyzed is just the volume by time. I was like, okay, this would have allowed me to hold into it. If this started to pick up and these candles started to print more orderly and more healthy, then I would have had to get out. But again, if I got in here, then I could have just played the base as a stop out and then took this in the initial move. And now we're having the inability to crack this high on Dell, but it's a matter of time. Hopefully we do if buyers decide that they want to step in. That's a pretty big deal, I think, for the company, especially working along Elon. So that's a positive sign. We'll hold on to this for a little bit longer. If we break 115, then we'll just get out of the trade in general. Let's go back and see what we got going on. IBIT as well, too, guys.
Oh, wow. You're going there, bro.
On IBIT, is it going? Is it going? Are you in it now? Okay, yeah, he's trying. He's not letting him in. There. Punch it there.
No, I don't want to punch him at the eyes. I was trying to get it 16 and a quarter.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so there we go.
It's really going,
Yeah, it's really going. So I'll pull it up here one more time. DELL.
Dang it.
Dang it. So yeah, okay, it's nothing crazy for me. My average is in the best, Sharif, and this volatility is really
You were
whiffling, waffling this one thing. No, I'm in at 116.53.
Well, you were when it popped up.
It was at 117.18, so close to it, yeah. But now rejecting that high of day and starting to pull back in, up 5.5%. Dell on that Elon news.
This is a great looking bull flag here, guys. We could get that break and take of 117. How far we continue, your guess is going to be as good as mine, but there's a lot of volatility in the name now. It's really picking up. Look at the bottom right corner of your screen. Look at, these are the volume bars. Compare these volume bars right here to these ones. You can barely even see them. There's a reason for that, because it's coming in fast and furious right now. Let's see if it wants to hold up. We could get a double top here, Joseph, in and around that 117 or high 116s. We'll wait and see. DELL, it behooves me to look at this one on the 5 so I can get a bit of a better look there. So we're going to throw that up on the 5-minute chart so I can kind of have a look. So we've definitely got higher lows involved right now, with that 114.50 being the double bottom that we put in on these candles over here. That's after the spike up almost into 117. We're still holding 116s right now. Let's see if we continue to hold. Yeah, this is an interesting one here. I mean, we could definitely get continuation, 5 1/4. Yeah, it looks like it might be coming back a little bit down. Maybe 115.5. At least that gives me a bit of a better entry. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go 115.55. Let's put in a dip trade in and around there. Maybe we can get something off there, and then I can give myself a really tight stop into that 115 level. We'll see. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset whether we get filled or not. So Dell, 5 and change right now, coming down into possibly my entry. Lots of selling right now on Dell. I'm waiting at the $0.50. I got filled there at the $0.50. We're long 55s. Let's throw out some orders for the scalp. If we can get some scalps.
Oh, yeah,
boom, to the high side. Let's throw out some more. See if we can get a nice pop up off that $0.50. I'm waiting at 75. Show yourself. There we go. Now we get the fills. We got all the fills, Joseph. Now I'm waiting at the top side now for that 116 break and take. We're long $0.50 right now. There's a buyer coming in at 82s. He just got smoked. And I just broke down below my entry, so we're going to flatten out there. So we took, nice 50 pennies on it super quick, but it came down into my entry. We'll zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, you can kind of see that, but a little distorted because of the wide range price action from 110 to 117. So Dell defending 115. I'll get back in if it defends this level. We'll have to wait and see, though, exactly what it ends up doing. I wouldn't mind a move up into 116. It's putting in lower highs, though, on the 1 minute chart, that is. The 1 minute chart's putting in lower highs. I'm looking at the 5 there. We're still very sideways right now on the 5 without really many higher highs or higher lows, kind of all in and around that same area, 117 to the high side and around 115 and change to the low side. There goes 115. This one is really coming down, but this is a support level.
Yeah, man.
Possibly here, 115, high 114s could be a support level for DELL. In case you're just joining us, here is the headline on Dell. Load. Dell nears deal to sell $5 billion in AI servers to your friend Elon and his company XAI, reports Bloomberg. So, we've questioned Bloomberg's reporting in the past. So has Elon. So take that as you will. Obviously, we always want to give you that caveat. Harsh, but hot. Sofi on the bottom curve, trending up, question mark. Let's have a look. Load up the bad boy. Look, your point there about curling, I wouldn't say this is curling because usually, you get that round effect, but it is putting in higher lows. And if for whatever reason it seems to be respecting the 50 exponential moving average on the 5, not one that I typically base any trades off. I'm usually using VWAP, the 10 and the 20, but I leave the 50 and the 200 on there because sometimes I chart not intraday. For swings and for the long term. So I just leave them up there. I don't know, brother. I mean, we're in a really tight range here, and we have been since 12:15. Like, that's a better part of an hour where we're stuck between about 15 mid-80s and 16 at best. So 15 pennies worth of range on a $16.50 name is not exactly a glowing endorsement. It does have a headline. Your friend there, George Soros, I don't know if he's your friend, I'm just kidding. His hedge fund is buying, I forget, 500 some odd thousand shares of Sofi, which was the catalyst. It's been dropping in volume, though. Joseph would probably agree with these lower highs on the volume here, which makes sense because we're kind of consolidating. I don't know. This is an area of indecision for me. I don't have a view on it one way or another because it could break out above $16 and start trending when we get into more liquid time of the day, like when the big kahunas come on. That power hour, you could have a lot of market on close orders come in. You'll have to keep your eye on the order imbalances. The big kahunas will always show you that going into the close. So Sofi for me, not right now, but maybe it pops.
Yep, I think so. That consolidation phase is kind of doing the same, mimicking what Apple's doing as well too. Not like they have any correlation or anything along those lines, Sharif, but it's the same type price action. Yes, so you can see that 5 minute opening drive was really strong. So for all those 5 minute orb traders, that's an ideal play. You get a high of a 245.07-ish, roughly we'll call it 245 flat, but then you just enter this consolidation phase. So I think it's a matter of time until it breaks. It may not even break today as well too, guys. Take into consideration it's Friday and it takes a lot to move this stock, right? Like a lot of capital needs to flow in, really high float. So yeah, let's see what happens in Apple. But I think for the rest of the session, this is what we're going to see from a price action standpoint. We got another $5 super chat here, Sharif, from One Wheeler. Okay, ALB, the bottom is being put in. Keep an eye on this one. 75% off the top. Value area, double bottom on the daily. LG, I'm just going to say that. Let's go. All right.
I think we're good with that.
Yeah. We'll just go with LG. Yeah. Let's pull up ALB for you.
Putting in higher highs and higher lows.
Is it looking good here?
It's okay.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not the most liquid tree from an intraday standpoint.
Right.
So you're saying double bottom on the daily and then something from a other standpoint. So what you can see is higher lows continuously throughout this price action pattern. And then you have that flat top. So it's forming that type of wedge, ascending triangle wedge, whatever you would want to call it. And then you want to see that volume break to the top side and then the continuation of the trend. Let's see what we got going on from a daily standpoint as well too. So this thing is not looking the best already. I'm going to look up right now and see what it actually does. We'll send it off to Adair just 1 second. So Fundamental Explorer. So Albemarle Corporation is engaged in transforming essential resources into critical ingredients for mobility, energy, connectivity and health. The company is a global developer, manufacturer, and marketer of specialty chemicals in segments including energy storage, especially, I know nothing, but a $9.5 billion market cap. So seems something to do with along the health lines, maybe health and fitness. But here we are, not loving the stock from a long-term perspective. Hopefully it's split in between those times, reverse split, whatever it may be. But again, off the lows, and it's touching that. So let's see if it can continue to move, but not something I'm going to be looking in for the long term. But let's see what Adair's up to.
So keep an eye here at Intel. It's unclear if this note just came out, but either way, it's from today. I've just read this really fascinating, very in-depth analyst note from Stacey Ragzon of Bernstein. So basically saying here, it's really just breaking down, A, the implications of this rumored deal between Taiwan Semi and Intel, and B, if it actually seems plausible. So basically what this Bernstein analyst concluded is that it's actually very unlikely that the headline that we're floating around here, which is basically a joint venture between Taiwan Semi and Intel, it seems very unlikely to actually go through. There could be other collaborations between the companies, but Stacey Ragzon believes that the actual joint venture seems, for a variety of reasons, that it just would not necessarily be in the cards, and that it would be easier for the U.S. to achieve its Made in America mandate, which Intel is, of course, basically a conduit for, by just encouraging TSM to build more capacity in the U.S. So saying that this mandate isn't impossible, it's very likely, but that it's not likely going to happen in the ways it's being rumored to happening. Also adding that apparently none of this really makes a ton of sense to us. That's what this Bernstein analyst said. But then the end of this note, I think, is key. Basically saying that this news or report is the one thing keeping Bernstein from recommending Intel as a short. So that's huge. Apparently, this potential collaboration with TSM, well and likely, is what's stopping Bernstein from recommending Intel as a short. So basically, the long and short of it is bullish, but be cautious with this TSM Intel talk, guys. Back to you.
Living in America. Well, you know Rocky IV?
Rocky IV?
Yeah.
You know what, man? I'm not gonna lie or anything along those lines. I'm not the biggest fan of the Rocky series. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey, man. He's gone. She's gone. Yeah. I don't know what to say to that. You know, it's done. All right. The show's over. That's all it is. My guy left. We got Katina, man. He's out the door. He's like, whatever. See you later. Hey, man, Sharif, he's gone. He's gone. Hey, man, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Like, again, it's a little out. Yeah, exactly, Andre. Who's he to get mad at me? He hasn't even watched Breaking Bad yet. Yeah, exactly. So come on. I shouldn't. No, you know what? I'm out of here too. No, send it over. We're sending it over early. I'm out of here too. But in all seriousness, no, I don't know. I don't like those fake boxing movies. You know what I mean? And it's a little outdated. I'm catching heat from Adara now too. So yeah, it's pardon me. As opposed to real boxing. Well, yeah, it looks too fake for me. I would watch real fights. Pardon me? Yeah. I've only seen the one with the Russian dude. I forget his name. Yeah, everybody's going home early. You see what I've created now? Neil's gone. He's like, yeah, it's me and Sean now. So yeah, it is. I'm gonna sit over there. We gotta see what these guys are saying.
The best part about this is now we just get paid double. Because you just take Sharif's. I'll just take. Okay, I got to trade.
Exactly. So there we go. I mean, hey. I'm just gonna leave it at that, man. I want to see real fights. I want to see real time, and I think that it's slightly outdated from my timeline. But I think I like the Rocky music. Like, you know what I mean? That's my stuff. He's back now. He's back, man.
Effect, baby.
Gotta do it for effect. But hey, man. It's the take. I'm not the biggest Sylvester fan though. You know what I mean? I don't really like Sylvester.
Bro, you're really digging it in with me today, bro. Like that, love that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like, oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Look, bro, I can actually recite like large swaths of that movie. All six. Well, no, Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
Rocky Balboa, like number 6. I can't. And I know there's Creed.
There's 6 of them.
There is 6 Rockies, Rocky 1 to 5, and then there's Rocky Balboa. And then you've got Creed 1, Creed 2.
So in all of these Rocky movies, isn't he like a great underdog and just comes back to win all the time?
So my understanding was he was based on Joe Frazier.
Okay.
And
Joe?
so it was Joe Frazier who was the puncher, and Muhammad Ali was obviously the boxer. So Creed, obviously Muhammad Ali, and then he's Joe Frazier, obviously being the southpaw as well, because Joe Frazier had that left hook, to blind you with that hook. No, right hook, left hand. Sorry. So that's my understanding that he based it on that. Obviously, he kind of did his own thing with the Italian stallion there, but get it there. Yeah, so I'm
catching a lot of heat in the chat, man.
Well, bro, and rightfully so, man. I think you deserve this one.
That's all right.
No, man, the Rocky is, man, that was my childhood right there.
Man. It's out of my time.
Yeah, it's okay.
What year were these movies?
So they started early, Joseph. I think Rocky 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think 75. And then we had Rocky 2 was 70. Oh, it was before my time too, but I still watched them. Then it was 79 or 78, off. Then 82, then 85, then 90, then 2006. So I'm pretty sure that that's right. People are yelling about Microsoft. Look, the Mag 7 in general are all moving up. We just printed the high of the day right now on the NQ March contract, 22,185. We're awfully close, guys, to 22,200. Adara does have news at the big desk.
I don't have news on Microsoft. I'm sorry to disappoint there, but I do have some news. Keep an eye on PSQH in case you missed it. PSQ Holdings. This is the company that basically has Donald Trump Jr. on its board, and then a couple days ago, its CEO announced that his brother-in-law has a role in the Trump administration. Now PSQ is saying apparently they had an increase here for January orders for their Public Square marketplace, apparently up year over year. So year over year order increase from PSQH, which has multiple ties to the Trump family and the Trump administration. I'm not seeing anything on Microsoft, but also one other quick note, Zoetis, ZTS, apparently receiving USDA conditional licensing for its avian flu vaccine. So ZTS with an avian flu related catalyst on watch. I will look though for Microsoft, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adira.
I'm just going to give a quick shout out to my brother here. My brother Devontae. Man. Yeah, my brother Devontae's in the chat too. So family supporting us there, guys. Yeah, his name is Devontae Joseph, and my name is Joseph.
You want to hear something?
Yeah.
My sister?
Yeah.
Has never been in the chat. I don't even think she's loaded up the show.
We got to have a talk with her then.
Yeah, well, it's okay.
Give her a call. She's in Dallas. Or she's in California. There you go. So she's doing her thing.
To California for us now, Joseph.
What's up, Devontae? Hope your weekend's going good. Give me a call later. Snowboarding tomorrow.
Oh, so
Devo is in. Yeah, so he's snowboarding tomorrow with his lovely girlfriend. So there we go.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of snow around here, so he's definitely gonna get.
He's gonna get fresh powder, exactly. So have fun with that. Give me a call later, and have a good day, man.
Not too far off. Okay, so apparently I was wrong about being based on Joe Frazier. Who was there in the chat that was telling me it wasn't about Joe? It was ChatGPT. So Sharif, Rocky was based on Chuck Wepner, not Frazier. I didn't actually know that, man. Sorry. I think the documentary or something, for whatever reason, I thought was based on Joe Frazier. I guess I was wrong. It was Rocky, though, who obviously wrote, directed, and produced it. And this is an interesting thing. They didn't even want Sylvester Stallone to be Rocky because he wrote it. And then he went to them. Adira knows this because she's a writer and she does all this stuff. He took it to them. I think it was, I don't know if it was MGM or who, with the script. And they're like, yeah, it's fantastic, but we don't want you to play this guy. You're not an actor or you suck. And so he was insistent. He put his foot down. He's like, no, if you guys are going to take my movie, it's going to be me who leads. So, and he ended up getting Best Picture. Say it again.
E-Signal, is it?
E-Signal?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that in one.
We're doing it live.
Second.
We're ready. We're doing it live, and we're ready, my guy. So E-Signal. Here we go. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite. Elite, analyze, strategize. Upgrade to elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now on eSignal, folks. So click the link in the description or scan that QR code and check out eSignal. You know the boys use it. Sharif is using it constantly from a day-to-day basis, as well as Sean and Neil too, guys. So that is eSignal.
Dilo, if you're killing me, bro. Your sister either doesn't like money Or she's got too much of it.
Oh.
Nice. No, I don't think she doesn't like me. That's the thing. No, I'm kidding. Of course, my sister.
She loves you, man. She was over not too long ago, no? For Christmas, so.
And they insisted on staying at my place.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know. I got a condo. My parents have a whole house.
Yeah.
And they just wanted to be in the city. But obviously, I was just joking. I love having them around. She doesn't know too much about the market. She got into the market, funny enough, in early 21 at the highs. Got rinsed in 22.
Oh, okay, so a bad experience.
She got rinsed bad has kind of turned her back on the market. What she didn't understand is that, there's the ebbs and flows of the market. You have to understand that, these are the cycles. So she's out of it, but they're investing in some other stuff. So hopefully
that's good. I mean, the financial markets isn't everything you need to invest in, right? You got like real estate, other things.
Well, exactly.
Along those lines. So, but buying at the peaks and then just going through that 2022 or 2023 bear market would not have been fun and a lot of stress, considering you like Pan W. So if you want to talk about high beta, that whole time was definitely volatile. So it wasn't good. But then when things started to turn around, Sharif, now we've been essentially going up for the better part of 2 years now.
Bro,
so we can't really complain.
Stopping.
Okay, go. So where are you going?
I'm gonna have to log into the personal and get the hell out of this stock because it's about to hit 200.
Why are you gonna get out now? It's moving high.
I don't want to deal with this thing anymore, Joseph. I gotta tell you the truth. We're moving into 199s here on Pan.
Okay, so tell the peeps what you're thinking then. Pan.
You want to know the truth?
Yeah, tell them the truth, man. That's all. Or can we handle it? Can we handle it though? Can we handle it?
I can handle it.
All right, you can handle it. Tell them, man.
Right?
Tell them what's going on.
Okay, so what I want to do is this is my second largest position. It's taken up a lot of my money. Let's just put the cards on the table there. Apple being the largest one. I don't want to hold this anymore. Again, I made my case before about them growing into a new business model and that might be the wrong time to get out. I get all that. But I want to cycle this money into Bitcoin. Okay? Now, so that's just my thing. I believe that I know, I feel like I know where this is going. I'm talking about Bitcoin, and it may not be by May 25th, my birthday, and obviously Joseph and I have a little bit of a bet at this time. Whether or not it's that or some other date in the future, I do believe that this digital asset will hit big boy highs.
Did you see? I mean, probably not, but anyway, I'm just gonna ask you anyways, just in case there's a small chance you might have seen it. Have you seen Cryptopia on? It's a documentary on Amazon Prime.
I have Prime.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah,
I'm loading it up right now.
A couple years old. I watched it a while ago, probably about 3-4 years.
Cryptopia?
Yeah, Cryptopia.
I'm loading it up right now.
Yeah.
Do it right now. Okay, we're gonna send it to Adair. I'm gonna load this up.
I looked into Microsoft. So there's one catalyst, but I want to be really clear. This came out yesterday. I did just see Benzinger reposted about 10 minutes ago. So it might be worth noting here anyway. Digital Times Asia back on February 13th. So yesterday saying that DeepSeek is reportedly looking into in-house chip development. So I want to clarify again, old catalyst. This is from yesterday, but Benzinga just reposted it about 10 minutes ago. DeepSeek reportedly looking into in-house chip development, which might challenge a little bit here OpenAI, which is, of course, heavily backed by MSFT. Back to you.
Through Bitcoin and blockchain. Yeah. All right, so Sebastian, big mistake. He's telling me about my Pandub to, Bitcoin move. My friend Elon there, long PanW, 191, out 197. My man's got a 6-banger. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. Shout out to Elon. Great look there, my man. What else we got? What else we got there in the chat? Saudi Wealth Fund bought Bitcoin today, 400 million. Michael Foxconn says. That's another real reason that I'm honestly considering doing this. It's not just the strategic crypto reserve that we hear that the Americans want to amass, but it's the central banks in some of these other countries. Like we've heard about Switzerland. I believe I don't know if it was Czechia or some other European country. They want to do it as well. And so you're looking at these, or in I believe the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund. I could be wrong about that. One of the what are they called? Those countries up there, like Sweden, Finland,
like
Scandinavian countries. Thank you, Andre. One of the Scandinavian countries, their central bank wants to accumulate it. So you have like sovereign wealth funds, central banks, possibly even governments holding this as a strategic reserve. To me, that's the bull case. I could be absolutely wrong.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we could be wrong, but if that does happen, we mentioned this before, you get that snowball effect, right? Like once you get a big name doing it, then everybody's going to want to start doing that. So.
Nate Sr. says Bitcoin is going to zero.
Jeez.
Why can't I vote GameStop? Because it's not on there. Did you put GameStop on there?
No, I did not.
No.
Who said that?
Pretty Panda. Okay, Sharif, I'm Norwegian, and I can tell you right now they are not even close. Okay, maybe it's not Norway then, but it was definitely one of the what's it called? Andre, help me out again. Scandinavian countries. I'll get you that information. I don't know exactly which one though, but I know that definitely the Swiss Central Bank, that one I can tell you for sure was interested in it. Zero Bitcoin says 2 New York cents. Okay, people are talking about Tesla taking out VWAP, but I'll submit to you that Meta looks the best right now. Meta's going to take out the high of the day or so. It seems there's META 798.91. 738.91. We're at 738 almost. This one looks great. Great rounded bottom there. Looking to take out those highs. We'll see if it can get into that 740. Meta does have a headline from today, so keep that in mind. We're going to go to Adair in a second. Amr Orabi, Sharif, Joe, can you please have a look at MGOL? Will this squeeze? I'm looking at it right now, my man. It is dropping below VWAP. It is now negative on the day. I'm going to say no to you, but I'll look at it more for you when we get back from Adair.
So actually I looked into this, and Norway is sort of involved here in crypto, and I want to explain how. So apparently, basically, this is according to a research firm, K33 Research. This is about mid last year, around August. Apparently, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, or NBIM, now indirectly has exposure to 2,446 Bitcoin. So 2.4K Bitcoin, but that's through investments in tech firms. So that is not direct exposure. But through that indirect exposure, fun fact, the average Norwegian owns about $27 worth of Bitcoin. So cool stuff there. That's as of, again, about August 2024. That's likely gone up. Also, apparently Norway Central Bank, as of February 2nd, invested in MicroStrategy, or now Strategy as it's called. So couple different ways that Norwegian banks are indirectly involved with Bitcoin, but no direct Bitcoin involvement. I looked into this because I'm curious and I love my deep dive. So interesting stuff there. Indirect Bitcoin involvement or crypto involvement from Norway. Back to you.
Own version of the deep dive right there. Thank you very much, Adair. I knew I read a little bit about that. I do appreciate that, Adair. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. What's going on over there, Katina, man? I was very aggressive, like unloading what's going on. I was like, tish. No, it's all good, brother.
What kind of shades are
I'm
those?
just kidding, obviously. Dell is coming back up, says Sebastian. You're absolutely right, my man. Dell is weaseling on up back into that 115. Be careful, though, Sebastian, with that 115 level. We've seen this before. Support flips to resistance and vice versa. I'll submit to you, we were kind of using 115 for a hot minute as support, obviously, before we broke down Big Boy over there at around 130, excuse me. A nice curl and a nice hold of VWAP. So it's not such a bad look at all here for DEL. If it could get back, DELL, excuse me. If it could get back into that 117, that would be a hell of a look. But we got to squeeze and hold above 115 first, in my estimation, because that is kind of the resistance level we were using there. So Dell, guys, has a big boy headline. They're selling $5 billion worth of AI servers to our friend Elon and his company XAI. So good luck for them. And SMCI dropped on that news. Let's see where SMCE is at right now. Bounced off a little bit. SMCI trying to hold VWAP right now, guys. I can see it on my side chart. So good look there.
Yep. Yeah.
I already know you have a monster position in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That goes without saying.
Yeah.
Now, he does actually have a monster position. I asked him why the hell he bought IBIT instead of buying the actual coin. That's how big it is. Now, would you cycle out of something else to throw more money at Bitcoin?
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to do so, if I'm being quite frank. I told you I was churning in my swing. So long-term and swing are two different vehicles, all right? So long-term, we're holding that. We're not going to mind that. We have a great average price on Bitcoin. But what I'm going to do in my swing, Shreve, is I'm waiting to play this next breakout on this underlying asset. And with that, I best believe I'm going to be pushing heavy. And when I mean heavy, I'm going to throw as much as I possibly can at it. Also implementing risk measures in this next breakout, because I do believe that we can get that massive increase. And we usually are, the third year of the halving is usually the stronger one, right? So we got a year, right? So the stronger one. So I'm waiting for that. I do think we're going to climb higher and higher. We do, and multiple analysts saying, hey, 180, but if we get into that squeeze, we start hitting those liquidations on the short, I think we can go south of that, and that's when you start to hit that $250,000 like price target and everything, and I'm going to be prepared, and I'm going to position myself for and if and when that is going to happen.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm willing to do so.
Perfect, great answer. So you would be willing to sell something that was in the money to cycle into Bitcoin if you found that the level was very persuasive, like a 70,000 hold or a drop down, something like that. Would you sell something in the money?
In the money, yeah. I don't know about that. Now, that's a different question, right? Okay. Now I would see, the thing is, what I would do is
we got a finite amount of money.
Right. Like, but yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. But I have the ability to position myself cash-wise, right? Like, so where I can do it, and as I am right now, right? I only have, in my swing account, I'm still holding on to a little IBIT, nothing crazy, and I have NVDA. So I'm preparing for when that move is going to happen. Will I eliminate something like NVDA in the swing account? I don't think so, right?
Interesting.
Could it gain more? Like, could the return in IBIT be more drastic, or in Bitcoin? For sure. But if something's working out, there's no reason for me to really liquidate that position and then add it into something else that I don't know is 100% working just yet.
Fair. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat, because I'm sure people have opinions here.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. 88K, you got something?
I was gonna say, like just ask them, would you guys remove something that is in the money, that is working, and then transfer it into a potential breakout trade that hasn't came yet into position?
Yeah, I'd like to hear what you guys have to say. Specifically, would you sell something that's in the money in order to cycle into Bitcoin? Obviously, the question presupposes that you are pro-Bitcoin, you're bullish Bitcoin. You're not going to sell, obviously, something that's in the money for an asset that you're not bullish on. So if you're not bullish on Bitcoin, forego the answer. But I feel like we're gonna get people who are going to chime in anyway. Let's see what people have to say over here. Darth Buddha was going to comment about, hey, 88K, homie, we'll start to buy. Sounds good. All right, I like that. Let's see what else people are saying over here. Let's move down. Yeah, I'm just looking for comments specific to us. Agree with Joseph, says Sharkut Ali. Who else we got? The OG Darwin. Yes, that was my plan. Not sure exactly if he's talking to us or somebody else. What else we got? Bitcoin. Too bad food will go up 500% by the time Bitcoin goes up to 100%. I don't know if you've looked at the inflation versus Bitcoin price over the last 15 years. I mean, okay, I respect your opinion. I disagree. Vivid Distortions, yes. Kyle, yes. Lo-Fi Soul, no. Jameson, sell gold into BTC. Who else we got? Alien Labs. How are you all feeling about holding Nvidia over the weekend? I don't think that there's anything specific this weekend that is Nvidia focused, but obviously Donald Trump is president. So you're going to have to be ready for volatility at any time. But I want to let you know, Alien Labs, February 26th, that's when we get the big boy moves possibly for Nvidia. They do report, but what has happened in the past is we've seen accumulation of people's positions into earnings. That happens a lot with a lot of these.
One thing I want to touch on too is, because I think that's a great question that you ask, is like, are you willing to sell something that's already working out? Again, that's maybe where you come into like position trimming, right? Like if you're looking to rebalance your portfolio, like something is significantly outweighing more due to appreciation, then sure, you can do that rebalancing. But again, in this style of trade, I could care less about balance. It's not what I'm going for. I'm going to hit I would be placing that trade. Exactly. I would put that trade on to hit the ball out of the park. Right? That's exactly what it is. It's a home run trade. You're either going to hit it big or you're going to be scratching your head and being like, oh, okay, well, should I have done that? But then you got to come to the realization, hey, you came up with that plan and decided to execute on it. So,
Los Polos Hermanos, BTC to 1 million by 2030. Agreed.
I think so. Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. I think
maybe not 2030, but I believe in the.
But hold on, we're 60% year-over-year compounding if you look at, even with the drawbacks, even with the pullbacks, 60%. It's monster.
And then what if multiple countries take on a reserve as well too, right?
I don't know, man. Maybe I'm completely wrong
We
about
could be
this.
so wrong. This
Yeah.
could be the ultimate Ponzi scheme ever. But I mean,
I don't know.
I don't think it's going to be, right? Because blockchain technology is legit.
That's what I feel. C007 kicks 2. Sharif, ride the sober wave about to burst. Let's have a look at SOBR. And then I also see people yelling about Archer Aviation. That just took out the day's high, guys. ACHR is breaking out. But I'm just going to look quickly here at SOBR. Yeah, that's another one that's breaking out. Good call out there, man. So I didn't have this on my radar, obviously, because it was south of $1. It is now well above the dollar. Here's $1.12. It's up 30%, a little bit less than that. It doesn't have a headline from today. I'm looking, doesn't have a headline from yesterday either. So this is a technical breakout. They are a provider of transdermal alcohol detection solutions. Okay, so interesting. Interesting look there. SOBR, good breakout. But yeah, no technical catalyst on it. Let's look at ACHR though. ACHR, we're gonna look at Archer Aviations. There it is. What a hold of VWAP. Very respectful of VWAP the majority of the day, especially into the midday there at around 1 o'clock, 12:30. And there it goes into 1040. Good 10% move on the day. This is not a small cap gapper though, guys. It's a $4.33 billion company. And it's done about 37.75 million shares on the day with a float of around 208 million shares. And ACHR has a decent short float. This can squeeze about 16.5%. Intel is zigging and zagging. Let's load it up right now. INTC, the Katina man is yelling about INTC. Spike up there on Intel.
Oh, wow.
Don't have anything on it right now, guys. Keeping an eye on Intel. It could be TSM related. Let me have a look at the TSM headline. Usually they tag both there, Katina man. Here we go. Oh, so no, this is all old stuff. Trump's proposed tariffs threaten AI, Taiwan to invest more. I have no idea what's going on with Intel. Adara may have something. Let's go to Adara.
I'm still waiting to see if anything happens here, but it is worth noting, like I said, we had a note coming out here. I mean, it broke out at the top of this range. So interesting look there. But also I want to mention, as I said earlier, there was a note from Bernstein saying that only because of the TSM and Intel potential joint venture, which they don't even believe will happen. They said that is the one thing stopping Intel from being a short. So that was a slightly bullish note. Other than that, lots of social media attention on Intel, like lots of mentions per minute on Twitter. No news, but again, that technical element is pretty compelling here as well. Alongside that, not necessarily a fairly bullish note there. Also, okay, I just saw this. TSMC considering operating U.S. Intel factories after a request from Donald Trump. That is a report. It is not confirmed, but apparently TSM is considering operating U.S. Intel factories after a request from Donald Trump. So keep an eye on TSM and Intel. Apparently, Donald Trump requesting that they operate the U.S. Intel factories. Back to you.
Wowzers. What a day, bro. What a week it's been, though. I mean, I got to tell you the truth. Like, it's been intense. This week, a lot of news headlines, a lot of zig, a lot of zag, but I think that's exactly what we want. Look, David, I don't mean any disrespect, brother, but he's like, what's in the water in Toronto? These guys think that, Bitcoin's going to $1 million. Bitcoin's the biggest rug pull ever.
Yeah,
I respect your opinion, David. I forcefully disagree. I don't think it can be this or... Shut up, Preckles.
What did he say?
Forcefully, right? I don't think you can have something compound with an average compounding or increase of 60% year over year if it's going to be a rug pull. We would have got rug pulled already. That doesn't mean I don't feel these meme coins aren't. And I think that's a different story. I respect your opinion. I disagree, Adair.
We have some, I guess keep an eye on Dell here again. Basically, I'm seeing reports now that Elon Musk's SIAI is discussing a $10 billion raise at a $7 billion valuation. So why this is of note here is because earlier today we heard reports that Dell is nearing a $5 billion deal to provide servers for SIAI. Now we're hearing that SIAI is likely to get, or at least in talks for a capital raise. So with that in mind, of course, you have to watch Dell, which is reportedly nearing a deal with the company. Also, be aware here, we do have more talks here in the Intel TSM catalyst. So again, reports, this is not confirmed, reports that apparently TSMC or Taiwan Semi is now considering operating some of these U.S. Intel factories at a request from Trump. But apparently Taiwan Semi is receptive to this request. So keep an eye on INTC and TSM. Back to you.
Your lines?
No.
Why not, Joseph? Disappointing me. You're disappointing me, Joseph.
We got a couple super chats,
for
my
it.
guy. I don't even know if I really want to read this one, to be honest with you. Neil kind of LOL'd at it, so I'm heartbroken. I can no longer consider Joe's advice, knowing he hates Rocky. It's a sad day. Ouch, man. Ouch. And then my guy, you're clapping too? Oh my. Oh my.
Hey, that's my boy
that's
Neil.
a heartbreaker. That's a heartbreaker, man. But then,
Watch it for us,
he's a real
man.
guy.
He's a real dude. We got another $2 super chat here. Trader TV live from Stevenson.
Wow.
It's the best show on earth. Very,
Appreciate
very
it, man.
helpful.
Very kind of you.
Yeah.
See what Ram said there in the chat?
I did.
About my Bitcoin position.
Yeah.
It's well documented. I've talked about this already on the show that my mom is anti-crypto. Doesn't like Bitcoin, doesn't like crypto in general. I've been trying to get my parents I started with 5%. I said, put 5% of your account or your long-term account in crypto. It's not a deal breaker, 5%. You lose 5%, you can still stay afloat. And then I dropped down to 1%. 0. They are willing to put 0 into Bitcoin. So Ram adding insult to injury till Sharif's mom doesn't believe in Bitcoin. Maybe I won't either. You already don't believe in Bitcoin. I asked you specifically, Ram, gold or Bitcoin, and all she did was point at her wrists and showed me all the gold that she got on her wrist there,
That's
bro.
a flex. Let's see.
That was a flex.
Let's see that. You got it on now or no?
No. Shout out to Hog
She's just like this. She's like, I got it on all the time. Like, bang.
She flexes all the time.
Flexing.
Hog, could you put those guns away? Get it, Hog Rider. Shout out to you, my man. We're having a great time today on the show. I hope it's Friday. I hope you had a great day with us today on a Friday. We're trying to keep it light. Obviously, have a little bit of chat here and there. We had some good trades on for you earlier. We traded some Apple. We traded some small cap gappers. I hope you had a great week with Joseph and I. You're not off all of next week.
No, I'm only in on Tuesday. We leave on Wednesday, and then we're gonna go head to the islands.
So you're because Monday's a day off.
Yeah,
obviously.
I'm on Tuesday.
In case you don't know, Monday a day off, both countries, north and south of the border, and then you only on Tuesday.
And
that's it.
And then
so
your
your
guy
boy is
Obi,
gone.
Wednesday.
All right, guys. It is now 2:00, Joseph. I'm going to let you send it off since you're not going to be with us next week.
Yeah, I'll be here one day, guys. Just keep those risk measures in place. It is Friday. Don't ruin it. It's also Valentine's Day. So hope everyone has a good weekend and keep it green, everybody.
Take care, guys.
Oh,
Wow. Show, bro. Sick show. Rocky
An extra couple minutes, and then we just have a reciprocal. They'd go a couple of minutes in there for sure, but apparently that's just not the case, which is fine because, and Joe, we're just having fun. That said, maybe just give Rocky another chance, like watch it over the weekend.
I mean, Joe being Italian,
I'm sure you would enjoy it. It's interesting. Like there's a few films that I would argue are pretty much universally, like, Rocky and The Godfather. Maybe like something like The Shawshank Redemption. Like you just don't usually see anybody that's like, oh, I don't like that movie. Yeah, so I'm a little surprised about that, but it's all good, man. To each their own. I'll be the first person to usually tell you, like, if you got to be able to like what you like, man. And but that's a good movie. But it's a good movie. It's a really quality.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to speak for the rest of them.
From the 70s, man.
I think like
still holds up.
It's kind of I like Rocky 2 as well, but I know some people are like they all go downhill. I think it holds up pretty well. Anyways, the market was doing not a heck of a lot, except slowly climbing higher. Then we had that the Intel news. You had the Dell news. It is a Friday, so remember, be particular with your trades. We could see a little bit less volume in there for sure. Nvidia looks strong right now. You've seen the rocket ship. You've seen the rocket ship that SMCI it's now back at VWAP, so that should be on watch. I'm only in AMD right now just because it's been. I feel like when the market got to the highs, like this did an obvious rollover that I didn't reverse, so I shorted it like way too late, if that makes any sense. Because this absolutely fell like a rock. AMD fell like a rock around midday. And I'm just shorting the pop that it just did. So that's the only trade I'm in for now. And Elizabeth Scott in the chat says MSTR trade was lucrative. Congratulations.
Was it ludicrous?
I haven't even looked at MSTR recently. Yeah, MSTR absolutely was lucrative if you were long. That's a good. I don't think I've seen anybody in the chat use the word lucrative. Shout out to you, Elizabeth. And it's Elizabeth Stott, not Scott. I should have read that properly. And I should know because there's a good baseball player for the Phillies. I think it's Bryson Stott. And I always make that mistake in my fantasy league too.
Yeah. Good shout out there. Yeah, we just had a interesting move here with Intel, right? So Intel up and down. We were actually long Intel. We got a bunch of overfills. Intel was actually a pretty good stock. We'll talk about it. I'm sure it'll be on the list. But up and down there with Intel and TSM. Apparently some rumor from Bloomberg. I tweeted it out. Maybe that they were going to get together here on... Dara had all the details. I'm not going to repeat it until we find out a little bit more about it, but up and then right back in there for Intel. So it's still on radar, but just a little sloppy there. We were long, so we got filled, overfilled, and punched out of the rest. So, so far, so good. Okay.
Oh, shoot. I totally forgot.
I was leaving this for a surprise. We did not mention it. We went there. We have not looked. Okay, so pretty simple. So, yeah. But that's okay. I want to explain it here. It's not that bad. Even the guy that was making it, right? Mm-hmm. Pineapple, bacon, and banana peppers.
I totally forgot that this was actually happening.
I'm having a slice.
With you, so,
right, no, you have to have a slice.
Yeah. I didn't mentally prepare. You know what? At least we put some other. At least we put some other stuff on there. Like there's the hot peppers is key.
Okay, I'll have a slice.
That's tasty.
No, it's not.
It is. It's pretty good. When you have the bite, if you have the bite together, get over here, Chilean Nightmare. It's for everybody. Here we go. Come on, Chilean. Get in there. Let me know what you think. Ramin, you're going a little hard with this camera stuff here. You gotta show Neil. It's not, no one can. There we go.
I'm eating it.
You see a little spice though, right? It's counteracting. It is counteracting.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's not the greatest pizza. I just got it from the place right next door.
Legit, if you take the pineapple off this, it's a great pizza.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know where you got it from. It's a good pizza, but it does help having the peppers on there, for sure. Yeah, it's like the peppers make it a little bit better. I just I'm not a fan.
At the end of the day, we want to thank everybody.
But thank you guys.
Yeah, we got the super chats when we hit the 500,000. It asked, it said, okay, here's for pineapple pizza. So there it is, man. We went there, we got it. Randy and I went to go pick it up. Soul Pizza right across the street there. I think it's pretty good, man. Like honestly, that little kick at with the banana peppers.
Yeah.
Right, Randy?
Bites without it. Actually.
There we go. I mean, Randy's the thumbs up is right there. At some point, Neil, not that you're known to be a hater or anything like that, but this is pretty good.
Like I said, if you take out the pineapple, it's a delicious pizza.
But with the pineapples, it's like a 3 out of 10. Like it. Okay, do the peppers change a little bit of an opinion?
Here's the thing. Pineapple on pizza, I don't gag or anything, but like I genuinely don't like it. That's the thing. Like I really don't like the taste. It's a combination of that and the cheese, whatever it is. It just doesn't work for me. But I said I would eat it, so here we are.
All right, Randy, go give it to the boys. There we go.
I gotta get through this.
I mean, we said we'd do it. Neil said he'd take the bites. He's doing it. So there we go. Anything else you guys want? I don't like beer.
Sean, when Lucas got the pineapple pizza, he got one that I had to eat, and it was like little tiny slices.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I didn't get it.
These are like big old chunks.
There we go. Soul Pizza. This guy's someone here. Here we go. David is all about that. Look at that. David, what's up, David? There's another $20. Thank you so much for that. Soul Pizza for the win. Pineapple for life. So it is. It's SOL Pizza. It's right beside our work. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's just a little joint there, a little mom and pop place. So didn't want to get it from like a Domino's.
Now there's none left.
Or anything like that. Yeah, now the pizza's literally gone. Now Ramin just took, I think, 3 or 4 slices, it looks like. And then baby, she takes it where Ramin goes, take any pizza. All right, Randy, are you guys ready here, or you ready, Sharif? Yeah, absolutely. All right. Then let's go over and check out the rundown. Thank you, David, for the super chat.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean, locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But in order to get your tickers onto the rundown, you've got to join Joe and I on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But only the top few make it on, and you got to be a subscriber in order to vote. So make sure you're subscribing, liking, and hopefully sharing. All right, let's have a look at the triple Qs here. The triple Qs in positive territory, the best performing of all four major averages today, up 1/3%. The ES about flat, up 0.08, with the Russell flat as well. The Dow marginally red, down 0.17. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, NVDA. One of the best performing Mag 7 names today. We'll see if Meta ends up outdueling. It's up 1 3/4, guys, as we get a lot closer to that $140 level. No major headline on it today, but it looks like they're shifting strategy, boosting their WeRide investment and trimming their stake in ARM.
How are you going to trim ARM? Unnecessary, Nvidia. ARM, by the way, ARM's taking it on the chin a little
But
bit.
ARM still has like 900,000. Oh, wow. I didn't
Yeah, no, ARM took it. Just quickly before we go to that, like ARM was a.
Fabian, how was the pizza?
Look at that flat bottom. What?
Okay, Fabian, please come here.
What? Everyone have to like the pizza. Okay.
Fabian, I want. What do you mean what? I'm not putting you on the spot. What do you mean? You literally came over here yesterday.
What about it? What's up?
Ever since this guy got a lot of credit in the chat for his hair, now he's like, yo, I cannot wait
That
to
flow.
get back on. That's impressive.
What's up?
All right. So,
donate
from your
some to
Chilean background and everything like that, obviously, you're in spices and everything like that. What did you think? What did you think of the and pineapples? People from Chile really like pineapple.
Sure.
What did you think of the pizza?
It was all right.
It was all right. It was all right.
It
Okay.
was subpar pineapple pizza, but it was a good pizza.
But so you like pineapple pizza then?
I've
generally?
had better pineapple pizza.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, this is not.
I haven't.
That was not. It was just
I
a little
will-
soft.
I will say that's the best pineapple pizza I've eaten because I've probably only eaten pineapple pizza like 4 or 5 times. So
There we go.
It's okay.
And that
I think it was
probably
really
the
good too. I thought it was pretty good. The
grass
should have
isn't
got
always
like the extra
greener.
cheese or something, or
Sorry?
should we got like an extra cheese? Yeah, you didn't get any
ranch
pizza.
I didn't even know we got pizza.
Oh well, Ramin just took 4 slices. So you just go grab one from her.
You got to share with
the main
Adara.
desk is there.
Adara.
Adara didn't get any.
Oh my God,
There's
Ramin.
still more. There's still a bunch more over there.
Oh, okay.
Someone get a
Okay.
Dara
It's up
slice
on
of
it's
pizza,
up on the
please.
desk there. Adara.
But with the ranch base, it's pretty good.
Ooh. Oh yeah. Right. That's what I was saying before.
Ranch.
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Remember I was
So
saying
you
even
can
no
substitute
base.
the tomato base, the tomato sauce.
Yeah, or
with
garlic.
ranch or any
Garlic.
other
Honey
like
garlic?
dip sauces sometimes.
White sauce.
And it changes
yeah.
the game. It's fucking delicious.
All right, thank you, Chilean Nightmare. Ramin might order her own pizza, she's saying now.
And
because
Derek
she's-
S., I did not lose a bet. It was just, there was a super chat when we got to 500,000
I think it was David.
subs.
I think it was David. Super
And
chat
it
again
was
today.
for pineapple pizza. So, it's just fun,
Yeah, Neil is looking for another piece. You are right, Dead Cat.
No, I would love.
there goes Adara. Okay,
I would
Adara.
love a real slice of pizza. That'd be great if anyone has one.
Adara.
Maybe not that.
It has banana peppers on it.
Oh shoot, that's right. Yeah, don't.
Yeah, shit, I shouldn't have told you.
Yeah, Adara doesn't do hot.
That
food.
would've been- that
She
would've
doesn't
been-
do it. She doesn't do spicy.
Okay, try it. Just try it and get.
Place last weekend and I got hot sauce.
You had hot sauce?
Said she went to a taco place and had hot sauce.
Let's go.
Everybody. So
Adara's
what?
stepping her game up.
So what? Hot sauce. Adara's back.
You should have seen Adara when we had jerk chicken
Okay.
from the caterer. And
Yeah,
the jerk
Adara,
chicken
you
was
just
like a
you just let us know how
1.5
that
out of
goes
10,
down for you.
maybe
Okay,
at best.
no problems. If you see it, there's.
Yeah, she'll be fine. She'll be fine. It's fine.
Okay, let's go. Oh, we didn't even do this yet.
We
Okay.
actually didn't even discuss- so-
Nvidia. I was trying to see if she's.
Nvidia. Ugh, little aftertaste of that pepper. Anyways, Nvidia has been trending higher. Well, it's up 2%. Nvidia is great. I'm mad that they sold ARM. They stink for selling ARM. ARM is down more than Nvidia is up today, and it's all Nvidia's fault that ARM has gone down. Can you tell that I don't like the fact that they sold some ARM shares? No. So Nvidia stair-step upside. Let's buy VWAP in the afternoon and hope it's not a breakout trade, and we can just buy dips into VWAP. But I forgot to. No, but this is what I was getting at. I was going to show you guys the ARM chart. ARM is down 4.5% because of it.
Milk.
So this is all Nvidia's fault. Thank you very much, Jensen.
So these banana peppers, I just put them like on sandwiches, like on everything.
Is it really that bad? You okay? Yeah.
Are those tears?
Oh my goodness. See, I told you not to let her eat
Okay.
it.
Running nose, tears is happening right now. All right, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I hope you get you and your loved ones the finest pizza, potentially with pineapple on it, and or not. So that is brought to you by Chair TV Live. If you really want to see some funny things here, you send other things, and that's what we do.
What are you guys doing for
People
dinner
can send. We're going to PWHL game.
Oh, right. You're going to.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing that. We'll have some fun there. But what about you guys?
Well, we're going to Montreal tomorrow. So
you mentioned
like
that.
tonight we'll be packing, and Montreal is going to be a complete mess on Sunday. Like we're taking the train tomorrow, and then Sunday's our full day, and they're going to get like
It'll be
10 to 20 centimeters.
But we're getting it here too.
So it didn't matter. Like we're leaving snow to get.
You mean
snow.
there's a train from Toronto to Montreal?
Apparently there is one.
Okay.
Well, we're talking about this, and most people don't realize this, but Canada, we have our own currency.
Yeah.
We have airlines up here, so we have a
little bit of oil.
We've got some oil.
Trees.
Yeah, we got a few trees.
Couple forests and stuff here. Fresh water. We have some lakes.
You know why everyone wants us to be the 51st state?
Just got cars, yeah.
Because our side of the Niagara Falls is
much more
infinitely
beautiful.
better than yours.
Much more beautiful.
And that's the truth. If you've ever been to Niagara Falls, you know what's up.
It's just on one side of the line is like 30% tax, and one side of the line is like 60% tax.
Well, that's true.
So you just gotta choose what side.
Yeah, we lose that battle.
Okay, Nvidia. Look, I mean, obviously, I'm in SoundHound. That is still huge. This is still going to the downside. Nvidia. Looking at that name, didn't trade it today. It's been the first time in a long time that I didn't even really look at it, and it's kind of my bad because that's a good level there, 136. Just kept on, refreshing it, hit it again just now in midday, and now you're trying to break that high again. 138, great name. We just talked about Meta being, 19 straight days up. This isn't 19, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a little bit back and forth there. Let's just say it's 8 of 10 days, maybe 9 of 11 days, straight to the upside for Nvidia as well, as that now breaks back through the 50-period moving average. I wouldn't want to be short this name. I don't really see any negative catalysts there. We heard the news from Elon come out there today, buying... I don't know the number. Was it $5 billion looking to invest into more GPUs? So I'm still excited for Nvidia. I still think it works. Didn't trade it today. I don't know. You know what? I'm just not that excited about it today for some reason. So, all right. Let's go back over to something that we're always excited about. And it's my worst stock today. It's going to be Tesla.
Not much of a headline, Sean. Bridgewater, obviously the world's largest hedge fund, being led by Ray Dalio, did purchase about a little more than 150,000 shares of Tesla. It was trading higher in the pre-market, but as you can see, guys, back down into that 350 area, down about 0.75%.
Chance.
I mean, I was in Buffalo a couple months ago, so we like Buffalo.
I love Buffalo.
Yeah,
I miss when we used to go. Sean and I used to. Well, Sean, myself, the two of us and two other guys had season tickets for the Bills for half a decade, maybe.
Probably
something
at least
like
5.
that.
Probably at least 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was more along the line because I think once a couple of you guys had kids, then
I want to go back when they have that new. I know it's not Orchard Park anymore, but
when they get the new stadium.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't wait for that.
It should be fun times.
Love Buffalo. Buffalo is
meh.
Buffalo
I wouldn't
fans
say.
are awesome.
Love it. It's not bad. It reminds me of like a Hamilton.
You got the outlet mall.
Yeah, they have a good store there. Dick's Sporting Goods is great.
Dick's Sporting Goods.
Chick-fil-A. We have a couple Chick-fil-A's now in Toronto, in Canada.
These guys went to Chick-fil-A without saying anything.
I saw the.
So I'm gonna call it out. The Algo guys
waffle
and the
fries.
dudes on the bridge went out to Chick-fil-A without telling anybody they're going to Chick-fil-A and brought back food, knowing full well that we just eat a salad around here and maybe would have been interested in getting some Chick-fil-A as well. I'm just throwing that out there.
I blame Obi.
Tesla's at VWAP and has a chance to go. I think we'll see if we can do that afternoon rally here on Tesla. I took one reversion on it. There's no chance at another mean reversion because it's now bouncing higher. If anything, a mean reversion would be a short currently on Tesla. So love to see it hold VWAP and maybe break out. If it goes past 356, it tried to go green on the bounce and couldn't. If it can go green, it has a chance to rally. Obviously, it's a bit of a pullback day after 2 monster bounce days on Tesla. It'll be spicy when it gets to 380 because 380 was that long support level. I would anticipate some resistance if it gets there next week. But it needs to break out 356, I think, and then it could really go.
Yeah, still nice recovery there. You know, we had that huge move down on Tesla, really from that top. It didn't, you know, unlike Nvidia and some of those other names that we talked about, you'd be disappointed because if you know, sort of put your money into Tesla as part of the Mag 7 and all that, you know, it was going this way when many other names going the other way, right? We talked about Microsoft going to the downside as well. Whether or not Elon is away from Tesla, working on Doge, working on X or anything really, Tesla's still going to be that company, man. I mean, they're still, I don't know if they'll miss deliveries or not. We had some bad news out of Europe, which started this whole move down in the last little while. But I don't know. I don't really see any levels to the downside. We talked about it in my own account. We bought some 330s. We didn't get anything out. It went up to 362, obviously. I don't plan on getting anything out. I want to build this position up. But that 348, 350, that to me is the spot. You break that, then that next sort of level is back into here, 344. Then after that, you know, it's like down $5 basically every time. So I still like it for a long here this afternoon. Let's look at a 1 minute chart. So the market is up, but doing nothing, right? So, oh no, actually the market's nice. So nice little trend higher, bouncing now. This could actually be a long in the market. So if you're going to look at Tesla down on the day, but a nice recovery, it's right at VWAP and the 50 period moving average. So this is something that's pretty interesting. Look at it, ride up the 50 period right here as well. So that's good. So yeah, I would say dip buy into 352.50 right there, that bottom, see if it holds. If not, get out, maybe look at 351 then. But yeah, I think that's a decent opportunity. Let it break the 50, see what it does right there. So 352.50, what are we at right now? All right, so about $1 lower, and I think we can start to buy some Tesla on a dip. So that's what I'm looking at. Great trade there. Again, not really in love with it today. We did try it. Oh, you saw what I did. We did try it earlier there. I want to just talk about it, and then we'll go back over to Sharif. So I wrote down 358. So it was right. Here, we got some out, then it came back in. We didn't get it all. We averaged into 356. When 356 gave out, we got out. And that was off the sticky note. But get long between 358 to 356. So this time around, we actually did pretty good. We did not sit there and keep trying to get this thing long. We left it alone once it broke our spot. For me, that's the lesson of the day because normally I'll be sitting there stubborn, try to get it back. And today we didn't do it. So more to come on Palantir when we talk about that. But for right now, Tesla, we didn't do that, and it was pretty good. All right, Apple today, I think caught a lot of us by surprise. Nice move on Apple.
Agree there, Sean. So analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, well known for chiming in on Apple, both good and bad headlines, posted today on X that the iPhone SE4 expected to ship around 12 to 10 million units in the first half and second half of 2025, performing slightly better than the previous SE models. He's talking about a lull or a dip in shipments. This could help that out. Also, we got this headline from Tim Cook posting this on X. We're to expect whatever this is going to be next week, but widely anticipated, guys, to be that home integration product, kind of like Google Nest.
Sounds cool. Just one note here. TSM just continues to go. It just broke 05s after making another fresh high at 04s. Like 3 minutes ago, it broke 04s and just recently broke 205, continuing to rally on that TSM, considering operating U.S. Intel factories after a Trump request. So obviously that would be good. Allow them to do a little more business in the U.S. It's at the 50 period on the daily. So this 205 quarter or third is going to be a key level here. Man, there's room to 210 here if it can hold above that 205 level. Apple, as Sean said, this one kind of caught everybody off guard. I'm not sure why. Hindsight's always 2020. But I mean, look at like the week. It was really strong in the last 3 days. Like big update, big update, big update. Gets to the 50 period on the daily, breaks out 240. Like the 240 level kind of was a big one there. It just essentially held that and took out the top, like a pretty standard stair-step up play. Don't know why I wasn't looking at it, but it wasn't. I think you got to play the strength in Apple, up that 1%. The problem here is I usually like to play VWAP in the afternoons. VWAP hasn't been a thing on this stock. You got to look at 243 has been the clear support level on Apple. So if VWAP doesn't really matter, it would need to drop some to be able to catch a little bit of a bid, I think, on Apple.
Yeah, so I just took tweeted this out. This is from yesterday, February 13th. So here's Tim Cook, ready to meet the newest member of the family. And then this happened. And oh, here's Havana Woody. Hard wallets for crypto. That'd be nice if that was on the iPhone and easy to do. That's actually a pretty good idea there, Havana Woody.
Yeah.
Okay, so Donald Trump's going to get rid of dishwasher and sink standards? I'm serious. All right, WHR, Whirlpool. I'm serious.
No, it's true. I heard.
I mean, look at this. Look at the volume. The volume there.
It's a real headline.
Up, down. This is a real headline. I mean, I always knew there was a problem with dishwashers and sinks. I mean,
Clearly.
but now at least it's confirmed. Okay, so Tesla. All right. Now
You gotta have an extra deep sink. That's
my problem is my kids don't wash enough dishes. So that's hopefully he's addressing that problem as well.
Once
I'm
they're tall
sure
enough.
Barron Trump, 6'8", that guy's probably washing some dishes. All right, yeah.
That
Apple,
guy's never washed a dish in his life.
probably yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, why not? Okay, so just real quickly here on Apple. I mean, pretty much barcoding. It doesn't look too exciting for me to do anything this afternoon. It looks like 243.50 is going to want to hold. I say you just wait for that. I don't want to go short the name, so I'm just going to go long. Down here, 243.50. You're getting close enough to it. Could be a trade. I mean, there it is right here on the 1 minute. Here it is on the 5. It looks pretty good both ways, right? So I think that's worth taking it into 243. I say just wait. It's 225 right now into a long weekend, a busy week, markets near highs. I just don't think we need to be pushing Apple long right now. It's been doing nothing in the last hour. It's almost moved 20 cents. So for me, no, wait for dramatic moves one way or the other. I like you, Apple, but I don't love you. We'll wait for a little bit of a dip buy.
All right, Meta. Another day, another all-time highs. Things a rocket ship up 1 1/3 today. A couple of headlines. So it looks like they hired, the former Real CEO to kind of help move the smart glasses. We all saw those Orion glasses prototypes. Secondly, Meta plans major investment into AI-powered humanoid robots. The company's aiming to be the engine powering humanoid market. So good luck there. We've heard a lot about humanoids and the mix of AI. This is being reported by Bloomberg, guys.
Meta just keeps on rolling and rolling.
Well, you
I
gotta
think
like
at
Meta.
some point we need to start like some kind of a pool, which we should have done it at 10 days for how many days in a row and Meta was going to be positive. Because now it's at that point where it kind of gets not as much fun. Like at 10, people could have guessed like 17, 25. Now everyone's going to be like tomorrow.
Oh, right.
And that's sort of the thing. It's getting so out of hand here. And what's crazy about this, and it makes me like it more, how completely boring this move has been. It has just been steady Eddie to the upside. Today is the only real, strong looking candle. Even then, it's only 1% to the upside. But it's just been, it's just finding a way. I was really hoping it would be red at this time. And then the second it started creeping up close to just punch long, thinking that people are going to want it to somehow close green, and maybe that'd be a thing. I'm not punching highs here on Meta. It's a stock that's a $700 stock that's been up 20 days in a row. I don't want any part of a double top break. I'm going to find some kind of a small cap. If we're taking a breakout this afternoon, it's going to be in some kind of low float runner or Palantir-ish type stock, not Meta. Because going into a long weekend on a Friday when it's up 20 days in a row, I mean, the double top break feels like a little bit of a trap to me. So I won't be springing that trap, but I love what's going on here. I think, they're gonna be a big win. My daughter just a few days ago already put on her Christmas list that she wants us to get the
Oculus.
Yeah, the Oculus. So that was literally a couple of days ago. She mentioned this. So.
Yeah.
I don't even know where she got the idea because I didn't float. Because I knew the second I brought it up, then she'd be like, "Let's get it tomorrow." So I've never said a word about it.
You should
so
get
somebody
it
at school must have, said they had one or talked about it, and that was it.
Yeah, they're great. We got one probably around our kids that age, maybe a bit earlier. So I think it's worth it, man. There's lots of cool things on it.
Educational stuff too, right? Like,
no, yeah. Well, you can. She could walk around Rome again. It's like that's what it is. You just put the thing on and go nuts. So, all right. So just quickly here, nice move to the upside. I think there is a trade today if the market comes down on any kind of news. Trump is speaking right now. There's something about again working on the pipeline, talking about energy prices right now. It's not like, so anyways, if the market comes down, I was just going to say VWAPs. I cannot believe we're saying $735, but right there, 733, 734 would be an area for me for Meta. I mean, it's just working right now. You can look at the 200 period. You can even use that at 736. Again, I like the stock. I'm just a little nervous here. Like, I think we'll have a lot of fun. We got the pizza. We got, hopefully a few other things happening here this afternoon. And then this market will just be what it is. It's coming back in a little bit. If it continues to fade down, I do like a bid there on Meta around 733. So let's see if it holds VWAP. I feel like VWAP is the right way to go the rest of the day. So, all right, that's me. Back over to Sharif for one more.
He was going to do the crip walk over there.
Oh, he is going to do it? The Serena Williams style?
Yo, when I get 100% healed, I'll do it. I don't care. I'm good with that.
We got to still. You were talking. You were mad about how we haven't set the date for the push-up challenge.
Just look. Let's set a date so we can look forward to it. My money's on Sharif. No, Joe, it's nothing against that. It's just when I saw Sharif do the Bring Sally Up challenge, one of the most impressive physical feats I've seen because I know how hard it is to do that challenge. But you guys got to set a date so we can.
Said he could do 75 consecutive push-ups right now, and he's training.
75?
Yeah.
What's the quality of these push-ups?
High.
They're not bad. They're not perfect.
Okay. That's
high level push-ups.
That's legit. 75 is.
Yeah, that's what I figure you're doing. You have high.
I thought you were trying to make me think that I wasn't.
No. I'm saying you have a certain level of, I guess.
That's impressive.
Yeah, like Sharif does things the proper way, is what I'm saying.
I will say this, Sharif, though. There was a dude in university. He was a pole vaulter, and he could do 120 in a row, and they were perfectly clean. Perfectly clean. The guy didn't have an ounce of, it was just, pole vaulters have ridiculous strength-weight ratio. That's all it is. So, they're all like calisthenics or gymnastics type people. So they're freaks.
These gymnasts and these the calisthenics guys, they're next level guys. All right, guys, coin. We're down aggressively here, over 6.5%, despite destroying earnings yesterday, both on revenue and EPS. I've rarely seen an EPS beat like this. The street was looking for $1.80. They ended up printing 4 something. In addition to that, they printed about $2.3 billion, I believe, in revenue. They took home about $1.2 billion of that $2.3 billion in revenue. So a blowout earnings, but the market feeling maybe of a different way, or maybe kind of taking some profits as it's a sell the news event.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, whatever.
Down 7%.
I think this is why, and I'm so happy with this because it would have been really easy to just look at the report and be like, okay, they're wrong, let's find along. Because there's been times where that stock is way too up on this, look at the levels, we want it the other way. And it would have been easy to just kind of maybe look at a prior low and say, okay, well, it's a great report, so we're buying it off this support level. I've done that before, but this morning I'm like, I don't know if it makes any sense to me, and I'm not looking for a short, so I'm just not going to trade it. That said, maybe just respect the fact that it would seem that at the $300 area, that's a weird looking cut off half my face.
Yeah, Ramin, I think we have a mistake happening here.
Oh, I was gonna have fun with. Come on, I was having fun with that. No, there's been sellers at 300.
People were just like, wow, Neil's forehead is really talking a lot.
Did I put makeup on? Look how
I
shiny
forgot.
the top is getting. Yeah, I'm like, if I'm blinding you in the dome,
Adair,
that's my
everything
bad.
all right over there?
That's my bad. No, but the 300 level on Coinbase and the daily, obviously there's some sellers up there, and again on this number, you just couldn't punch through. So I think this makes it good if we ever break out 310, because then you'll have got through a lot of, not accumulation, but a lot of chop and a lot of resistance here at that 300. So it could just be a case of that for Coinbase. I think you back off, wait a couple of days. It would be great if this pulls you back into the 200 period or something like that. You get a buying opportunity because the numbers were good. So an opportunity to buy this down at the 250 makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. I'm just not touching it today because clearly the market didn't like something.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised by Coinbase. I'll talk about it in a second. I just want to talk about FXI because we're in it. We get that FXI trade down at 380, 3480. That turned out just to be the trade again. So we wrote down FXI today that we wanted that long off of these levels. So boom, 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 FXI for the win right there for me on that play. So just came in, and I just want to say if we lose this, we get out. We just got another piece out right there. If we lose 35, we might as well just get out and just work with this again. I mean, honestly, that was pretty good there. Yeah, Coinbase is a little disappointing. Didn't have it on the radar because it wasn't moving anything off the open, right? When we came in, it was sort of like up here. We had that huge move up, then the huge move down, then the retracement back up, then the conference call, then we opened up and we were just hovering around here. I think we were down like 2%. The implied move was something like 9%. So yeah, just missed that opportunity to get this back. We always talk about whenever there's a gap, you want to play it back into, you guessed it, VWAP. So right there, there's the gap down on the day, right? Like, I mean, you could take sort of that back in. Little choppy early. I don't blame anyone that misses this. It's more like right here at 9:45. You know, I'm very comfortable trading, obviously, at that time. So that play back into VWAP right there should have been shorted. I almost need to make a different scanner, and we could do that with eSignal, just on earnings plays when you get this kind of a reacted move, because there's the move down back to VWAP. Let's see if it breaks it. It doesn't, whoosh, to the downside, right? You see it again right there. This is more like at 1 o'clock, it doesn't hold as much weight to me because you never know. If it continues to go, this just kind of leaks up and then it's a problem. I would still try it and I'll still try it again. But that's the kicker right there. That's the missed trade in my opinion. So we'll try to do better next time. But yeah, that was a trade that we probably should have had there with Coinbase. So yeah, sucks to be down 7%. I don't think any of us thought that was going to happen, especially with Robinhood's number from yesterday, getting that 700% increase in crypto trading. But Robinhood's a different beast altogether, right? Robinhood just pushed higher, basically in Coinbase's face for today. They're two different companies, so it's not like I don't hold one against the other. I'm just surprised. So I think a lot of people might have lost money there on Coinbase trying to project. But the one thing about projecting is that was done yesterday, right? Like Coinbase yesterday had this huge move up, right, based on Robinhood. It was up like 6 or 7%, I believe, yesterday. So you had that move that's opened at 286 up to 300. So you added $14 or $15 yesterday, and then this happened after that. So yeah, you know, actually you added more than that. It went out at 280 or so the day before, and then, you know, closed yesterday at 300. So it's just giving that all back. So it's kind of just back to where we were pre-Hood report. I think Coinbase is a buy down here. So I like it. I like the trade. Crypto's working, right? We just got back to 100,000. It printed 99, I think 99 change there during the midday. Now it's pulling a little bit back in down to 98,000. So yeah, Coinbase a little disappointing for sure, but I would still say keep your heads up because honestly, it's just back to where it was 2 days ago. So that's Coinbase. I think the better trade though is going to be, thanks for the rundown. We are now finished. Thank you for everybody for joining us today as we get ready to enter the hour of power, which will be 3 o'clock, and maybe we'll get some news there. We do have it up in our ear right now. All the breaking news will happen there. Adair is recovering from the pizza. I think it was Adair. Can we get a thumbs up over there? She's back on the desk. Okay, slice not finished
well,
yet.
You don't have to.
Working its her way through.
If it's too spicy, there's no. Sometimes you can just not finish.
She's just taking her time with it.
Yeah. Or just pick. You could.
I literally think they're called
peppers.
sweet banana peppers.
Just take the peppers off.
No. I want it. She's going to work her way through it. I think that's good, right? The only way you can get a tolerance is by.
Well, that is true. Like you.
She said for the first time ever, she had hot sauce at a taco place. I mean, that's an improvement.
I'm curious what the definition of hot sauce would be if a sweet,
slightly
if
more
a sweet
than
pepper is
sweet.
too hot. It was the medium. She just said.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Is it?
I'd have thought it would have been a mild.
I want that real.
All right.
Scotch bonnet.
So IBIT just fell into a level that's
I'm just saying.
might be worth buying right there. This 55.80-ish, 55.70 against there. Normally we do like 200 period moving averages. So this is something that's pretty interesting to me. Nice move up there for IBIT, falling back in. These are levels that we like to work off of, generally speaking. It is giving us a little bit of a base. I'd like to probably push it down here to get stopped out, 60s, and then my mind thinks, well, then why not just wait for view up, which is 50s? So it's interesting right here. I think we'll keep an eye on IBIT right now. Maybe if we, see now I get moves up 1 penny and I start to think differently. I just think that we need to maybe wait for it to go, or we could just buy some right now. I mean, now it's giving me some kind of ways about maybe buying it.
Ooh.
All right, we'll punch in a little bit here at 76s, and we'll see what we can do now. So we'll buy some 76s here on IBIT. Just giving it a little bit of time. What is that, 70? I don't want to give it, yeah. All right, let's just give it to here, 60. All right, we'll try to buy it. We'll try to give it to 60 or so break. So let's see. All right, we're in a new position right now. It's IBIT. We'll give it to VWAP. Let's not buy anything else until 60, and then if it breaks VWAP, it breaks VWAP. And then we'll see if we get it back to the upside right here for crypto, right? I mean, it makes sense that if we can get this to 56, that would give us roughly the 1-to-1. So I don't mind this trade. All right, we're going to start it right here. Not a big position at all. You missed Sale yesterday, which was an insane.
Literally Sale.
Yeah, not Chris Sale. Don't worry. The Jays aren't paying him. We're just paying Max Scherzer, so don't worry. But yeah, yesterday we had this happen where the IPO price, we didn't lose any money on it or anything, but the IPO price was right here at $22.90. There was
what the heck?
Yeah, there was
that?
1.8 million shares on the bid. We showed it, and then it broke. And then once it broke, it just went.
Oh, yuck.
We didn't pay for shorts, which is the funniest part about it. And then it goes all the way to the downside and see ya. And then now today's Sale right back to the upside. So that was an IPO that
That's
you
why
missed.
rule number one, and it's been like this on as long as we've been on a trading floor. If an IPO day one has a held bid, you do not hold the long past that held bid. I've never seen an instance where it's worth it. Even if it comes back, the rinse that you can take if it doesn't is so bad, and that's a perfect example. I didn't even realize it was an IPO yesterday, to be honest with you.
No, it just happened in the middle of the day.
But SMCI, speaking of held bids, has been holding the bid at VWAP. Look at 46 on SMCI. First of all, SMCI has been a rock. Whoops, that daily chart doesn't include the little split there.
We just took 10 cents on IBIT.
So you got a rocket upside here today. You have a clean breakout. Now you're just holding VWAP at 46. Longs in front of 46 is what I want to do here on SMCI. Up 10% today. The quietest 10% that you will ever see is SMCI. Well, okay, maybe not. It was pretty loud this morning. But 46, we're going to go for the long. Any dip, we're going to try to grab that. Trading screener just said X is flushing. Is there news on? Yeah, it looks like there's news on X here. Let's go to Adara. Have I heard this?
We will get back to her in 1 second. Maybe your mic died or something. I don't know. All right, so we'll get that. But yeah, it looks like there might be some action there on X. So I was just saying that we took out some profit there for 10 cents on IBIT. Looks like we did just do that. Nice move to the upside there. We're just taking out a small piece there on IBIT. So there goes crypto again. I mean, there it goes, right? I mean, I just trying to trade everything the way I see it, right? So there it goes, a nice move there up for IBIT. Took ourselves to convince ourselves a little bit that we actually wanted this trade.
So what I see, just that headline, what I can see here is I would not mind Trump. I would not mind Japan taking a minority stake in U.S. Steel and saying that U.S. Steel will be a real powerhouse again. So those are the two headlines I just saw on U.S. Steel.
Powerhouse, huh?
Yeah,
We just took some more out 88.
Move to the downside there. Not a positive reaction at all to that headline. I think the bigger thing is the minority stake thing, because obviously that would be the kibosh on the bigger deal, so that's why the stock would go down. Makes sense.
All right, here we go. Look, I mean, we said that this would be an interesting afternoon. And yeah, it's getting a little more interesting for me. We just found this stock. We just talked about it. We just put you guys into it. And I put myself into it. And I'm already out of 40%. Like, I'm just letting this thing go and see what happens. I mean, just try to scalp it out. Just kind of like paying for some flowers. Like, I gotta stop. I gotta stop and get
1-800-Flowers.
I gotta stop and get something still. I don't know. Anyways, nice move up. Love you, Marissa. Hopefully she's not watching. All right, so 56. If that comes into play right there, that would be a decent stop. You know, I was uncertain about where we were going to get stopped out. So let's just take some out. If it falls back in, then we can average in to around that 60 area that we sort of thought about there as well. So let's just have a look at that. One name that we haven't looked, I'm going to leave it for a minute, because if I still look at it, then I'll just like take it all out, and then we'll be mad. All right, Roblox. Roblox had that in. It's funny because like they had that investigation there, and they had bad earnings, obviously down to $50. Then they had some sort of an investigation by the SEC, and at the end of it all, about user counts. And at the end of it all, it looks like it wants to hold that 50 period pretty nicely. For me, this is a long, and it just held off 50. I still do have some of this position. Initially, we bought it in the spring, hoping for a summer bump. We got that. It continued into the new year. Nice bump up there for Roblox. This had You want to talk about Meta 19 days in a row? I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, a little bit there, 5. This is probably 25 days in a row almost of straight upside movements for Roblox before earnings and then whacked on earnings pretty good. And, you know, when you have this kind of a move up, and then bad earnings, like you're going to get an overreaction. So someone got like really liquidated down there in and around 50 or 55. It's like if Meta ever comes back in and falls, like let's just say there's a negative story, something about Meta, just because of what's been going on, this thing's going to absolutely collapse. Just there's been so many, I guess, so much new money. I don't know what's pushing this upside right now. Well, we know there's stories and it's a positive one and they had a great report. And so it's not that. It's just, like, this is a huge move. Meta rate here this was January 27th. It's put on $130 in 3 weeks. Like, that's huge. Like, $130 on 600. So 20% plus in over 3 weeks.
And just steady.
And it's Meta. Like, it's not like this is a story that is brand new. It's not a Reddit. It's not like a Coinbase or something where people are underinvested. Like this is Meta. This is already, let's just say, the 7th or 8th largest company. I don't know. I have to look what it is now on market cap, and it still gets this kind of a bump. Okay, yep. Let's get ready to go over to Adara.
Just keep an eye here on X, of course, just to recap that news. Apologies, I was having some mic problems, basically. Apparently, Trump said he would not mind Japan taking a minority stake in U.S. Steel, which echoes comments that we had from Prime Minister Yoshida of Japan, saying that it's more likely to be an investment than an acquisition. Also, we have some geopolitical things to be aware of as well. We have Donald Trump saying that he's going to be taking, quote, a hard stance on Gaza on Saturday, though he's unsure what Israel will be doing. So keep an eye. We know these geopolitical events can move the market. The other thing we have to watch out for here is Trump saying auto tariffs are likely to come on April 2nd. So April 2nd, new date here for auto tariffs, according to Trump. Back to you.
To buy Ford immediately.
Well, we're not going to buy Rivian instead?
Sharif's still here. What's going on, Sharif?
Rivian.
Oh, he's doing something. Okay, I didn't know if he was getting ready for the push-up challenge here a little earlier.
You should do it right now with Joe.
No, Joe's not ready yet.
Joe's not here. You'll see, Sean doesn't want Joe to do it yet.
Sharif has literally scared Joe. Like Sharif,
the handicap is 75 to 50 right now. Like Sharif has said he can do 75. Joe said he can do 50.
You weren't here.
What happened?
So Joe was like, okay, I've got this. And then he just goes to Sharif, like, all right, like roughly how many can you do? Sharif just stone cold just goes, I'm at about 75. Joe was like, okay, that's the end of discussion. Right there. It was like, okay, next topic. You know, Joe was hoping for like a 50 number.
My boy.
Because then Joe came back and was like, I'm at 50. And I was like, 50 is really good.
Yeah.
But Sharif was just like, yeah, I'm at 75.
I'll promise you this,
and getting higher.
Joe is the type of dude, he'll have no quit in him. Like whatever the challenge is, he's going to, and Joe will fall on his face on his last push-up in the challenge.
But then unfortunately that is what's going to happen.
No, but that's what I'm saying, but
because Sharif,
there's a but in there. Sharif is just, trust me, man. Like, you know, I'm just saying, that Bring Sally Up challenge, it's only 30 push-ups, but you're pausing at the bottom of every single one of them. It's just different. If you can do that, then 50 is no problem to you. Rivian is a double top breakout, so we're going to take the break there. Have a good one there, Sharif. So Rivian breaks, we're going to go for it. SMCI is continuing to go higher. 47. Yeah, we're not going to get 46 on SMCI.
We
cancel that. SMCI is gone. Next available dip, we'll look for maybe in here 46, 60, or 70.
We talked about everybody. Just realized that Randy moved these because we had the pizza there. Yeah. No more pizza left, I assume, right?
Oh, thank goodness. Well, I'm
going to go try to grab a piece if there was. Okay, here's.
Thank goodness.
There we go. All right. So IBIT, we just took a 94 there. I mean, it came up into 94. That's the 50-period moving average. So again, like this is a good trade for me. That's 18 cents. Like our stop was not that. So far so good. We'll just see where it wants to go. Yeah, I know everyone's talking about Tempest. That one's
again.
Isn't this the one that Tempest? Yeah, this is a Nancy Pelosi name that, like, I feel like her announcement was obviously down here. Oh, the wow. The next time. I mean, how many times?
Actually,
there's the PEL. Is it PELS or something? There is an ETF that tracks all this, but for Pelosi, it's like called like something Democratic Fund. But anyways, as it goes up to the upside right there, Wow, Tempest AI, yeah, just continues to work out another 7.5% upside right there. As more and more, we had talk already today. It was about Dell and that was what it was. It was Dell, sorry, Dell and Elon Musk there, upside. That was good for it. We talked about how good that was for Nvidia as well.
How could you forget the
so that was a good one there. Nice move there for Dell. And then we did have. I was saying I didn't pay for shorts, but when that was happening, I tried to go short. That's how I knew that we couldn't get it. As that was happening, SMCI came back in. I was like, I got to get short. And we were not able to. So that was SMCI, and it's kind of a good thing we weren't as that move comes to the downside. Now remember, server racks and all that, like if SMCI, we're still waiting for their August report, but they've been upfront about it. Hopefully they're going to be able to get that out. We'll see about that. But at the end of the day, SMCI, look, if there's money there for Dell, from Elon, if SMCI has got it all figured out, then there's probably going to be money for SMCI at some point. So great move to the downside, picked up there by many. That's the break. There's that move down on auditor worries, on everything, man. The unfiling, they lost their auditor. They couldn't find another one. I think it wasn't Deloitte. I don't remember who it was, but they had lost them. Then they found one. Then they didn't. NASDAQ was going to defile, and they'd had to, if they didn't file, then they were going to get delisted is what I was looking for.
Which is still the threat.
Yeah, but it can't be a threat now, up to $45. So they are gonna post. No matter what they post, doesn't matter. They just have to file.
The report.
NASDAQ's not gonna say, oh, that was a bad report. You're delisted. They just have to file, and then the market will sort it out from there.
But they gave prelim numbers, and they weren't very good.
I know, but
that's the thing. Like they don't have to be good because they've already said the prelims aren't that fantastic.
The problem is where it came from. SMCI was
exactly. The stock was up so much. It's almost like a relief rally is inevitable. Speaking of relief rallies, AMD's not making one. I'm going to try to get back into this. It's been lower highs. Like it's just been trending down. And sometimes you put a stop at break even, but that shouldn't matter. Like if this holds underneath 113, I'm going to continue to short it, and then we'll wait for VWAP if 113 breaks. Still like to dip by in SMCI. We'll see if it even puts in a red candle yet. And the breakout on Rivian, before we go to Adara quickly, this is the double top on Rivian. Rivian breaks it out. We're going to look to go long here. There it is on the daily. It looks pretty good on the daily as well. Let's go to the desk. We've got news with Adara again.
Keep an eye here on Tesla and the market in general, I guess. The reason I say Tesla is because apparently Fox News is set to present a joint interview between Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, and Donald Trump. So joint Trump-Musk interview apparently coming February 18th. That is a Tuesday, so the market will be open after the holiday. And that is going to be on Fox News. Definitely something to watch out for here, especially with regards to Tesla and the market as a whole, because we really don't know what's going to be said. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, I mean, Tesla, I think, like right now, it looks like it just needs to break 55, but I'm remembering when we had the long earlier, what actually happened at 56, which is the close price from yesterday. So I'll be more interested if this can take out 56. If it goes red to green, that'll be the long I like this afternoon on Tesla. Otherwise, then maybe just look for a breakdown trade maybe, something along those lines. What's crazy? I went to go get myself a tea, and like, what's going on, Neil? I went to go get a peppermint. I'm drinking green tea like a fool. The tea bags look too much alike. It's ridiculous. Peppermint tea is where it's at, and why do I need peppermint tea? Thank you guys so much for the pineapple pizza, because peppermint tea gets that taste out of your mouth. That's the reason I have to do it for everybody. So I'm just trying to be a team player, but I really don't like that taste. SMCI, I guess if it reverts here, this will be our opportunity to catch the bid. Upward trend since VWAP. It's very obvious what the support has been. I'm just going to leave it at this. If I'm sitting at my desk, 100% I'm getting back in right here on SMCI. Got wicked out. I had to stop in. And I should have had some take profits out here. I thought it was going to press higher. But I had to stop in and got up from the desk. If you're sitting down, that's an easy re-entry on the trade. I think just the long off 46 is so obvious at this point that you're not going to get it again. So if we don't get the long off 46, I got to look at prior high or grit your teeth, maybe even a breakout. I don't love the breakout. I really don't. TSM has really pulled back after that Intel news. If it can find some kind of a base, maybe the buyers can start to come back into it. It's worth watching. I'm just looking for things that are moving. It's a Friday. I don't want to force anything. If it doesn't look like it's going to go, then I don't want to be trading it. So things that have a chance to really break out, things that are on a good trend, things that are doing extra volume, that's where I want to be at this point. Thiago Santos, Yeah, green tea doesn't suck. It's just I like peppermint tea a heck of a lot better. I'm trying to figure out how I literally have peppermint tea literally every day. Every day. Not sure why I screwed that one up. But yeah, that'd be good celery too. Also, Anthony Vitale just saying in the chat, Firefly done. Remember, when you get moves like this, I don't care what the stock is, but if you go 5x, almost 6x to the upside, you know that there will be a pullback at some point. And before this move started, like prior highs were in and around like $8 and $9. So the fact that that's where you're getting to isn't all that unreasonable. It is short sell restricted today. If it starts picking up, there could be a nice little VWAP bounce. I think it's worth keeping eyes on. Volume not that great for it. But yeah, like I said, the eyeballs are going to stay a couple of cents away from Rivian breaking out. Cannot believe SMCI is also going to break out as well. That could happen. Uvaskin saying ASTS and BBAI. Why is BBAI moving? Usually if BBAI is moving, it would hit on my trade rate on eSignal. Not really. Volume's really light there. It's at VWAP, which is good. This is down 7%. Bad day for them. ASTS. Yeah, down 7 points. Is that VWAP right now, though? ASTS, there is an upward trend. Where's the volume, though, in our good friend ASTS? Ooh, that could be a breakout. But there's no volume. Oh, you're loving that pizza, huh?
I got another piece, yeah, because there's 2 pieces left.
Well,
it's got all the banana. There's almost no pineapple on this. It's like almost all banana peppers.
You know what? I could pick the pineapples off and eat it, and no one can say anything.
Actually, there's really no pineapples on this piece here.
Without the pineapple, it's a good piece of pie.
Adara said she liked it. She enjoyed the pineapple. Adara did.
Did she though?
Yeah.
Did she really?
Yeah.
I'm skeptical on that. Skeptical.
Right. She loves pineapple pizza.
I love pineapples in general. I don't have anything against pineapples themselves. I just feel like...
No, not about you. I'm saying Adara loves pineapple pizza. I don't know. All right. Well, just an update right here. We'll just do this because it's an update. All right. I mean, there's IBIT. IBIT fell in. We talked about taking more if it came into this area right there. So, and I actually did not have a bid there. We should have. That's too bad. All right, so we got some more at that level. We'll see what happens now. We are long 55.75. Still fine. The 200 period is right there. We're still willing to lose it if it breaks VWAP, but that's too bad because I should have had a bid right there. We talked about buying it into that level right there, so we missed that opportunity. I hope you guys did not, but at the end of the day, it's still a flat trade right now. I am now going to put a bid back down there in the mid. Actually, I'm going to go low 60s. I'm going to go right back to 62. If it prints 62 again, then we'll get it. That's too bad because we should have been there. So, all right, missed opportunity, but let's see if IBIT continues to work. I'm not going to worry about it. That's a move into the 50, fine. It really needs to come back and test VWAP, which basically it just did and held. So that's why I'm fine with what's going on. We'll average it one more time. Then if it hits there and breaks, then we're going to get out. So the VWAP is actually at 54. So I'm put the order at 48. Breaking a couple pennies below that. Now remember, this is IBIT, so it's not like it's going to really react too much to individual prices, right? It's going to more react to whatever's going on down here with Bitcoin. So that's why we'll put it at the level that's there. If it breaks lower, it breaks lower. We're up on IBIT for now, but that's a position pending. SoundHound still $1. FXI, we talked about that one, and IBIT. So that's about it. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, we have comments from Fed's Logan a little bit earlier than expected, which was 3 p.m. So starting at about 256, 257, it looks like. Fed's Logan saying that the next couple months of inflation data will be pretty important, and that even if they get better data than expected, that does not necessarily mean they should start lowering rates. Basically saying that if the labor market stays strong, better inflation data is not necessarily going to cut it with regards to rate cuts. Also saying that the Fed is very closely monitoring policy changes. Now, this emphasis on rate cuts is really important and inflation is really important because we did actually get 2 straight higher than expected inflation prints. CPI on Wednesday, specifically the core number, and then PPI on Tuesday was almost entirely above expectations. So Fed, a little bit cautious here with rate cuts as expected, guys. Back to you.
Roku 100.
Just a little bit. What? Roku?
Well, it's not at 100 yet, but that could be something on the 100 level. I'm just trying to, something. I want something that's going to move. I'm just looking for, potential breaks. that I can find. Like this is at VWAP, so anything retracing to VWAP, it's going to show up on any like.
So the trade that I think is available right now, I know you're not in anything, but I think Intel, I mean, so this was the monster long, like, so we fighting. Once Intel broke back down below 23, these were longs that we had took into here again, and we started to get them out. So we really like this break long. It would just happen just before the show went to an end, and we were able to get some good outs here. So from going long off of 23 and the 50 period, it actually really worked out to the point where it worked out $1. Whatever. I don't think Bitcoin's going to go, so just have some fun. Hit the dollar, and then what wound up happening was we actually wound up getting. We had so many offers. These purples are just coded as shorts because we had this offer out right here. So we actually wind up going a little bit short up here at $24. I wish we had held it, but once I realized that we were short, I looked over and I'm like, what? Intel's going crazy and I'm short. But the good thing is we only wound up losing about 15 cents. And it wasn't like a big position. It was just on what we had left over. So generally speaking, I'll leave so that was 24. So when we were buying these dips down here at 23, I was just layering orders, as you can see. So the news hits, all of a sudden, these fill. Then that fills up at 75, so we like that. Then 24 fills, and then that put me short. And then I just punched out immediately. So I didn't get stopped out. It's just like, it's an overfill. So what we mean by overfill, sometimes you'll hear me say that. It's like, if you're going short and you have two bids, so let's just say you're short 100 shares, you could have, sometimes just by accident, you'll put 50 shares at 31, then maybe 50 shares at 30, and you might have something else down here as well. Well, when it swipes it, then it will put you long. Our system has a pretty cool feature in it called auto cancel. So, and it works all the time. It's just in a second.
Yeah, there's only one circumstance it doesn't work. If someone market orders through both your orders.
Yeah, which is what happened, I believe, there on Intel when we got a market order of like look, it's one candle up on Intel and it went up about, I'm trying to eat the bacon on
some
here.
algo
just
about
$1.
Some algo just went ham.
Speak about ham, that's pretty good bacon.
I was gonna say, I know, like as you're literally
actually
eating
real bacon. That's the difference I find when you're getting it from. I mean, like, I'm sure it's real bacon.
I might
but
grab a slice and take the pineapple off of it, to be honest.
There's one. How many pieces of pineapple are on that last slice over there, Adair? Is there a lot of left?
There's a lot of pineapple in the box.
Ooh, there's almost none on the slice, but still some on the box.
I might at some point. I'm gonna go.
So, yeah. All right.
Because I like.
All right. Yeah. Whatever. You get it if you like. But anyways, I think Intel's a trade here. Let me just talk about this real quick, and then we'll go back. All right. Here goes IBIT. First of all, nice move. Okay. Here we go. IBIT. Yeah, a little face slap. That's not really in the money anything. Just went in the money a little bit there, so we took some out. Again, that's a 200 period. Instantly filled. They're at the 200. It is what it is. If I could almost put out orders at key levels, then that's when I would do it. So that just fills right there. We're still waiting for higher. Let's see if IBIT runs at the end of the day here. Okay, but Intel, I don't think it's a break long, I was going to say. I know you guys are looking at it. Hold on. Let me just get rid of all this. Oops. I just want to get rid of this, and I'll throw back to Neil. I just want to show you what it looks like without these fills in. So you can take these fills and make a clean chart look much better. All right, so here we go. So this is the level right here that I want to go long if it breaks. That's 23.50. It has a chance to do that. So it's not, don't think that just because it's there, it can't go. That's only right now 20 cents away. I just think it's a better fill to take that and then enjoy this rather than deal with it now, underneath, trying to go. This looks like a short to me now, but if it breaks there, then we'll be all about it. Because then we'd be able to have the 200, we'd have the 50 on our as a support as well, up to VWAP. So yeah, I'm not going long. I'm just sort of addressing a question in the chat. I'm not going long until 23.50, and even then, I'm not sure. I'm in love with a Bitcoin, so we'll have to wait to see what happens here. Shout out to Akon there, who is apparently in love with a stripper in that song.
It is true. Is
it Snoop?
T-Pain.
Oh, T-Pain.
No, yeah, it is T-Pain.
Yes, T-Pain.
No, that is T-Pain.
Yeah, Akon has another stripper song, actually.
Well, I would...
Yeah.
I'll leave that alone. No, I'm just... There's a wealth of songs about that topic that exist in the genre.
What happened to T-Pain? Did he go to like...
I can make anything like politically correct when you say it. T-Pain?
Yeah.
So
I know, he did market.
Here's the crazy thing. If you've never actually heard that dude sing without
auto-tune,
without auto-tune, he's pretty good, man. I heard him singing like a gospel joint. Man, he's really talented. Really talented guy. So whether you're into that auto-tune or not, that's up to you. But the guy can actually sing. So a couple of things. I know I'm long one chip name, short another, but I like the short in AMD. I'll get there in a second. The first dip in SMCI came right in and held prior high, but if it loses it, I'm out. You're at a triple top, so it's scalp to the high and then hold through the high is the plan. And then AMD, we just short. Like, see how it's just going into 112.90 every single time and curling in here? So, yeah, I'm going curling.
You're going curling finally?
No, it's 2 weekends from now.
All right, I'm listening to this song
It's
now.
potentially doable because I was told that I was thinking about it the wrong way. Like the lead foot is
your right foot.
Is right foot. So that actually I wouldn't be pushing off my bad foot. I'd actually
but it's gonna
You still think so?
Can you do lunges with your right foot forward?
I can do lunges.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe then. I was gonna say because I think when you're leaning forward, I feel like you apply a little bit of pressure.
Well, it's all about
lean
all about how much I think flexion I'll need and how much mobility in the ankle.
Yeah.
But anyways, it doesn't matter.
No,
I've always wanted to go curling. Sean, by the way, Sean curls. That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking him.
Now don't curl anymore. I used to coach the kids, and now it's too much.
Yeah.
Here's that song
Same
I'm
thing.
talking about. Are we allowed to? Yeah, smack that. So I'm gonna be listening to that now in
There it is.
in a thing there on the side there.
Quality
Unfortunately, we
song.
can't. I don't think we're allowed to play.
Palantir buying turned on? Why not? Oh no.
Convict
You had me there for a second.
music.
Because someone said Palantir. Because if Palantir gets a buyer in the afternoon, it's a go zone. But I don't know that this qualifies as buying. Like, look at the volume on that. No.
Palantir.
Well, a little. Actually, that was a
needs
kind of a.
120, right?
It's a decent green candle there, but it's not that big of a move. If it can break out the 19, like break out the local high, I think that gets a little bit more interesting on Palantir. Anything else that's working or moving, let us know. Meta short. Oh no, we couldn't hold on to SMCI. Gave that one 12 pennies. I know. I like 46 better. So I'm giving it tight stop. I really want it down here. It's a mean reversion, so I'll take the first dip. But if I was usually short this, I'd be sitting in a short. I'm just going to avoid that and try to play the longs wherever it tries to bounce. So we'll see if we get another chance at VWAP here. K Shaw saying Pan W. Not really a day trading stock for me, ever. That's a pretty good recovery for Pan W. Oh, that could be a reversion play.
Oh, almost go. It might go green.
Wow, Pan W going to go green. Well, that's the thing. Like, companies like this have a tendency when they go down on a good report to actually just get steadily bought because there's always a bunch of dip buyers on it. This does look like a pretty good reversion trade though, which is, I'm assuming, what you were getting at when you brought this one up. Like it was the high right into the close. Yeah, this could be something. It's not bad. I'd love to see, I'm going to add Palantir to a list because if Palantir does break away from that VWAP, I think that could be a good one. And it's a much better day trading stock than Pan W is, which is the tricky part.
All right, SoundHound, IBIT, FXI. Those are the things for us. And just, we are about to get broken out here on FXI. So we did take another piece out there at 35.01, it looks like, or maybe 02, as we break through VWAP. But now that we are officially broken through VWAP right now, we are giving it, it's funny because my stop is breaking through 95. So that's coming in right now. So we'll have to watch out for FXI. Some of these Chinese names don't really move too much in the afternoon, so we'll have to wait to see if there is any movement. Alibaba's been an absolute fire stick. Like, I mean, huge. I mean, you talk about Meta all the way to the upside. I mean, this name, since that same date, basically, mid-January, is up like $50 on 80. Like, you're almost up 40-something% in 3 weeks on Alibaba. 40%. So smack that, Akon. All right, so right here, the M&M verse is the best in this, to be honest with you. And that's already over with.
He tends to knock it out of the park. Whatever.
By the way, just for Adara or for any, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Drake released something with Party Next Door. The beat switch on "Give Me a Hug" is crazy. I'm just like, if anybody's gonna listen to "Give Me a Hug" by Drake, I might listen to it soon. There's a beat switch in it. It's crazy. It's anyways, whatever. We're Canadian, right? So
it's true.
Shout that out as this guy just.
I'm not a huge.
This guy just continues to mock Kendrick. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, Kendrick got his money off the back of Drake. It's great, but Drake's still gonna do what he's got to do, and we'll leave it at that. Okay, so
neither one of them is hurting. That's the reality.
Yeah, and especially after this, now Kendrick can finally stake some sort of claim. But all right, so here we go. IBIT's not really doing too much. We already talked about that Intel trade. like finance has been so hot. Like JP Morgan is just like, I don't really ever look at it to trade it, but every time I look over here, it's like 277, 278, like 279. Like this name just keeps on pumping all the time.
Beast.
So there it was, a nice move to the top side there, 279. This is another name. You know what name's in trouble is, and I feel a little nervous about this, you're paying $100,000 per like machine over here. Caterpillar just continues to get beat up down there. Like all these other names are like the other way. This is, again, a really high quality name that I like that John Deere just beat, and John Deere's up here. Meanwhile, Caterpillar's down here. So did we already have the Caterpillar report? We must have, right?
Yeah.
So that must be the reason. It just didn't get the bounce off of that. So this is at a spot on the daily where it's pretty interesting to me. So I don't know, like down into here, if we ever get to 300, like that would be way underneath the 200 period moving average. So that's been a little bit of a tough one there. And if you want to diversify again a little bit as well, I mean, I think Caterpillar is good. Eli Lilly is bouncing around these levels as well, much better than Novo Nordisk. But right now, Eli Lilly today actually taking the elevator down. But look at this move on Eli Lilly that we missed since January as well. That goes from 730, Ramin, from 730 down there all the way to 880. Like that put up,
No.
You're forgiven. From 730 all the way up there to 880 right there in, again, 2 weeks. So just an absolutely huge move there on Eli Lilly. So Eli Lilly and Caterpillar, two names. I mean, Eli's right here at the 200 period moving average, as is Caterpillar. So those are two names there that if you want to diversify a little bit, I think they're close enough to best of breed that I would take both of those. Merck's had a problem getting going though.
Eli Porter over Eli Lilly.
That's for sure. Eli Porter, yeah, I should listen to that song again.
He's the best man.
That was Rain, Black Rain. No.
It was that.
Purple Rain. No, not Purple Rain. It's Prince. The other one.
He's not the Chocolate Rain guy.
Oh, Chocolate Rain. That's what I'm thinking about.
What's the
Chocolate Rain? Chocolate Rain. You know.
No, Eli Porter. There was a
Rap
high school rap battle from like way back in the day. You could look it up.
He's the best rap battler of all time.
Absolute.
Pretty
so
much.
legitimately, dude was an absolute.
Eli Porter.
And when you watch it, you'll understand why he's a legend. And he has some real ones out there. Just very quickly, did close it, AK. You know how we roll. Short it to 113, break 113, I'm out.
What up, AK?
And we'll wait to, and yeah, you're right, he's absolutely.
Chocolate Rain.
Chart.
Chocolate Rain.
Ramin, chart.
Can we?
Ramin. There we go.
How much time can we
113
post?
breaks, I get out. It's that.
I think we should. Can we post it? Can we post a clip? Like a YouTube? It's called Chocolate Rain. Can you go find that? Yes. Can we post that just for people who doesn't know?
Some say drive, others feel.
Fabian's singing it as we speak.
I might know a few of those lyrics actually.
He's gonna go look for it.
If I heard it, I'd probably remember a bunch of it.
Some Eli Porter would be the best.
No, but Eli's the best. Eli was just different, dude. He was just different. He did it. I did it. If you've never seen it, trust me. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. If you've never seen it, you've never seen it. So I just heard Obi back there. No, so there's a little bit of a reversion trade. Porter. If we don't get any breakouts, I'm looking at you, Rivian, or we get a deeper dive back into something like an SMCI. We're just going to play like every one of these like little reversions where we can get it out if we break that top, where we can scalp it to the downside. We had just a little bit of a break there in Pan W, so take it underneath the 200 level, give it to the prior high, and risk about 50 pennies. One move is like a buck here, and then every $1.50, it's got a bit of a level. So yeah, we'll take that kind of a trade. See if we can't find something else along those lines. What did I just hear in my ear? That was weird. Okay.
I didn't know. All right. So
What was
I heard like a little something. I know it was really, I don't think it was too much there. IBIT right now up.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's Tay Zunde. That's his name.
Yeah, but I want to hear no, we have to hear it. We have to hear it. Can we hear it somehow?
Anything.
I don't know if we. Okay, it's not here now. Oh, I'm not hearing the chocolate ream. All right.
What kind of lyric is that? Seriously.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that we did.
What is going on?
Good
for him. Didn't he go on like Kimmel or something?
At Sean. What?
He was on Kimmel. Was it
I don't
Kimmel?
know, but you could just.
He was on one of those shows. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, the guy was legit.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
No, you could look at the focus. he had a passion for his craft, like
Definitely passionate.
clearly all of that stuff.
give him
Yeah,
that.
I don't even.
That was pretty hype.
He had a unique voice. Like I'm surprised he didn't.
That's the thing.
I'm surprised he didn't like parlay that into like doing some animation stuff.
Yeah, he could have like some Barry White shit going on there.
Yeah, like he could have been like Robot Chicken Darth Vader or something like that.
Robot Chicken.
Yeah, you know Robot Chicken.
Yeah. My kids.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they. You know what? What's that?
Here goes Refrain.
This is not the same thing, but Pickle Rick. Or Rick and Morty. Wasn't that
Yeah,
Pickle Rick?
yes, Pickle Rick. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, you have to get on the Rick and Morty train.
I know,
Rick
I
and
haven't
Morty
seen
is one of the
any of it.
greatest animated shows ever. I'm talking ever. It is absolutely legendary. Rivian finally
Andre
broke
is
the
giving
top
a thumbs
there.
up for
Yeah,
that.
if you don't love Rick
Andre.
and Morty,
Jay, here, come here.
that's that joint.
I like everyone. I
Let's
like to
get
introduce
Swifty up in
everybody
here.
to Andre.
What's up, Andre?
How are you doing, Andre?
Really
The most
nice,
handsome man in Trader TV Live history.
really nice sweater. Actually,
Right here.
Oh, thank
you're
you.
dressed way too nice.
And which country are you representing?
Brazil.
Brazil's in the building. Oh yeah, the Chilean nightmare, the Brazilian basher.
Yeah, South America here.
There
All
we
right,
go.
so
That's
South America
all.
in the house. All right, if you could invest in one stock today, which one would it be?
Roku.
Roku. Okay, thank you so much. This is the man that owns. the
I'm
Roku,
not.
right? He
I'm
likes
a little
Roku.
surprised by that.
All right, there you
answer.
go,
Roku.
Andre.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Andre.
No Embraer. Apparently.
Claps for Andre. Claps for Andre, everybody. Thank you very much for Andre.
If you love the social, that's been all Andre. We have a lot of social media content, some of the short videos that we do. He's been doing a fantastic job with all of that. So big shout out to
All right,
Andre.
so there we go.
Brazil.
Yeah, we did a little bit of
no spices?
I'm going to keep doing some behind the scenes here at Trader TV Live. So yeah, thank you. And again, social's going up. Ramin's got us filming stuff. Andre's there. They're all doing everything.
Yes.
We just like sit here.
we
I
have
just
a
come
new-
in and for some reason get paid.
I don't want everyone to remember. After the recap show tonight, we are launching our moving average video. So we did the RSI for you guys right after, like the second we finish or the second the stream finishes for the aftermarket recap show, you're gonna get our new moving average video drop. So check that one out.
And if you stay to the very end, it has Neil doing Chocolate Rain.
What do you mean?
singing.
What do you mean, ew, Ramin?
Ramin does not.
What do you mean, ew?
Wow, Ramin.
It's like that, huh?
Okay. Anyways, that's why, I mean, see, everything has a purpose. Oh, wow, doing the guns?
Wait till I troll you.
What am I
with
doing?
something. Okay, we'll see what's up.
There we go. Look at that. Look at that.
We're supposed to have each other's back. I'm not Sharif. You're supposed to have my back. I always get Ramin's back when Sharif beefs with her. Always.
Not always.
Ramin. I do every single time. And now she's talking trash. I could do Chocolate Rain. I'm better than the Chocolate Rain guy.
Yeah, way better than Chocolate Rain. Okay, Roku. Yeah, that's funny. And they put someone in the chat is like, as if this guy chose Roku. Yeah, but you know what? I mean,
What's wrong with Roku?
I think I put him on
Isn't
the
it
spot.
up like?
I put him on the spot.
Roku's up like 10 points today.
Well, he only said Roku, I think, because of.
Roku's up 14% today.
Yeah. He's the smartest man around. This guy.
It actually
Andre.
failed the high break. Yeah, that's actually kind of bearish. Bearish move there.
All right. What is?
I love it to break $100, but it's not breaking $100. So what can we do? It's not going to happen. For 420 is the answer. Yavuzcan in the chat. Like Rivian, it's very, very slowly moving higher up that top break. On the daily chart, there's room to 15, but if you think there's enough volume right now to get it to go $1, it doesn't seem like that to me. So I'm looking for a push into 15 to scalp some out. And I'm really just giving it back into like 14.05 or so. So I'm not giving it a wide berth. If it had better volume, I think it would be more explosive. But there's, like, what's interesting is I can put up my my trade rate. This hasn't moved. Like it's the same names and nothing is changing on it. So like there's nothing jumping to the top or anything going around, which tells you the kind of thing it is. Like, you know, take a bunch of things with some tight stops. You try to scalp a little bit, but there's nothing popping off in a way that I want to get out of pocket with anything. So just try to keep anything pretty simple. Like a Palantir seemed like it was doing something. Ooh, Nvidia is starting to pick up now. Maybe Nvidia is going to be the one today. Nvidia is breaking the high. This could be something. Volumes are a little bit lower. It's going into a long weekend, but that's a pretty steady break of the high of the day. This could be a little bit of a continuation play. Let's look at the higher. What's a 15-minute look like here? On Nvidia, these are fresh highs. Kind of a blue sky setup here over 138. on Nvidia. Good catch. Whoever said Nvidia, I'm in Rivian. Whoever said Nvidia, that's a good catch. But it already broke that high. Maybe it'll give us a dip buy, and then we can play something. We're in a power hour, so there's only about 20, 30 minutes left until we get the imbalances, which gives a couple of salvos where you can get a beat going into that 350 imbalance. Remember, it's a Friday, so options expiration. If it's too close to one of those even levels, sometimes you get some gravity toward that price, so you want it trading away, ideally.
All right, so the only trade that I'm working with,
I
right?
thought you were listening to Chocolate Rain, but
I wish I was listening to Chocolate Rain. I don't. Actually, I wonder if that is on Apple Music. Probably it's not.
no way.
Yeah, so you never
Actually,
know, man.
you know what?
I bet you it
No,
is.
it probably is. We joke, it probably is.
There's IBIT. So, yeah, so this is a good trade here for IBIT. Whoopsies, I'm trying to get some more out here. As we go to the upside there on IBIT, so we'll put another 90, we'll put a 96 offer. Look, we're long down here at 75. Buy out, reload. We should have had a reload down there, we don't. At the end of the day, it's a nice little trend to the upside. And we like this name, why? Because it had bounced off of its 200 period moving average right there. And then we were like, what do we think? And then we found another area. And as we had mentioned over and over again, we want to thank everybody because and I went on a rant the other day. It's like, it's not about like, okay, this one, wow, it's a great trade. Wow, we're up on it. It's great. It's just about explaining to you where the trade was, and that's the trade I liked. So there it is. We are now getting lighter and lighter on this, and I hope it continues, obviously, to make that push to the high side. So IBIT, getting close to getting out, right? We only have half this trade right now. That's still a pretty good amount to hold. I'm looking to get some out at like basically 05s is my next offer actually right now. And then I have a 14 for some reason. Is that what this is? Yeah, that's 11, 12, 13s. Yeah, so we're in here at 14s. See if we can get something out and then maybe back into the high of the day for IBIT coming into the close. A couple different plays over the last little bit. We've talked about Intel. And I'm going to go over some more names. I know we're looking at the same ones. I did want to look. There's Intel. All right. So that was actually getting close to breaking that level that we had said, 2350 maybe for that long. So that's coming back. We identified it, but thought it was a little too risky to take it there. That Big Bear AI is somewhat interesting to me. I actually like this. Oh.
Is that moving?
Well, you said it was down 7%, and you're right, but I actually didn't think it was looking like this. So it was actually down much more than that, down there at 850.
Oh,
so
that's SSR today? Oh.
That's where I would have been much more interested, somewhere like here on Big Bear. So yeah, a little bit of a
good news is
pass on that one for now.
It looks like it tagged 10% down potentially at some point, which means on Tuesday it'll be short sell restricted. This will be uptick.
Yeah, easily
rule in effect, and that's good for a
it might
stock
have been
like
short
that.
sell from the day before too. I don't know.
But I think it still counts as continuation.
I should ask Leonardo, that's our own AI, what an SSRE means.
If it's a continuation on Tuesday, I think look for some longs in BBAI. Squeeze names, rally type names like that, when they do the 10% down, sometimes the day after, if you get any kind of a traditional long setup, just a little more juice to the name. Palantir might be going through VWAP, is it?
Yeah, no, I just saw someone in the chat say that it looks like we might be sleeping on Palantir. Look, I mean,
yes.
I've already traded thousands of shares of this today, and that doesn't matter. It's just not necessarily sleeping on this thing. It's just, I don't know if there's enough juice for this to run back into this level right now. Like, if anything, I like the long. I don't want to short it, but it's at this level where it's not horrible to think about the short and use it against 119.60. I just don't think we want to go short there. And I also don't think there's enough juice to blast this right now in the market to take this back up to 120. Palantir gets really going early, and I love to trade this at the beginning of the day. So great call out there for Palantir. Thanks for bringing it up. To me right now into the close, it's going to have to be like an Intel. I mean, we got IBIT, so that was pretty good. And then the other play into the close, I think it could be a Tesla. We've been looking at that. We look for Meta continuing its streak higher. So I just think Micron was a great trade today. Shout out in the chat. Again, as we've had a couple of different members talk about this, we actually had a super chat come through about a Micron, and I'm going to find it. Here it is, right? Nope. Neil can be chocolate stain. That's not good. Okay, that was funny. All right, that was a super chat. Right here, Rohit. Oh yeah, Rohit.
You know you're wrong for that.
It wasn't.
You know you're wrong for that.
Me?
No, just.
Oh, someone in the chat. I thought it was blue, so I was looking at it. But anyways, it was Rohit right here for $2 about Micron. There might have been. Yeah, that's it. That's as far as I can scroll up. So thanks, Rohit. There.
Very, very bad.
Did you see that note before? Oh, there's a few super chats before. says Bear versus Bulls. Okay, I'll get to it.
Even though you made me check.
Here, let me just see. Let me just see right here. No, I just want to make sure. Okay, there's the Soul Pizza. Thank you so much. All right, Joe is anti-American. Yeah, we talked about that with Rocky. Canada owns the record for sniper shots, 2.14 miles.
Hold on a second. You mean to tell me? I didn't even know that. I thought the American sniper guy had
2.14 miles. I don't know. I actually know somebody that's. I'll have to ask him.
We
I'll
know.
have to ask him
you
about
think
that.
of the same guy? We're thinking of the same guy.
You don't know the guy I'm thinking about. No.
Was a-
Oh no, that guy. No, I'm talking about.
You don't believe Debo can?
No, I'm talking about a real.
There was a dude on the floor, Debo, who
The guy I'm talking about
he's-
works for CSIS.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. He's always said that he's good up to a mile, and like there's.
Oh, I know. I believe that.
I know, but it's not like he
I'm
has
just saying, I don't
any
think he's
military
professional.
training to
Right.
be saying that. It's a strange thing for someone who doesn't have any
Dude,
military
kids.
training to say.
No, man. No.
I'm just saying.
Not to say anything about what's happening in the United States, but these guys with these guns, these video games nowadays, honestly.
Not me.
Not me either,
not me.
thankfully. All right, sale. We did look at sale. Thanks, Ryan. We'll look at that again in a minute. A WRD, I think Neil looked at that, but we can look again. And there's the Micron, and then there's the KB one there. So, okay. All right, let's go to Adair News or so.
We do have some news. Keep an eye on the markets here. We have Fed's Logan still speaking, saying that they'll lower rates further if that's what we need. But, quote, that's not where we are right now. So a little bit of hawkishness. Also, keep an eye on Palantir and any defense-related names. I'm seeing reports here that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is set to seek an 8% spending shift at the Pentagon as Doge looms. Well, why is Palantir popping on that? This could possibly be, I was reading it, apparently Pete Hegseth, as people were looking through his Venmo contacts, he has a lot of connections with people who work at Palantir. So there has been a little bit of speculation that if we do get a spending shift at the Pentagon, it is likely to maybe benefit Palantir or at the very least not hurt Palantir. So keep an eye on PLTR and also keep an eye on RTX and LMT, any defense-related plays. Apparently, with fears of Doge looming, Pete Hegseth looking to cut 8% here with regards to spending. Also, some stocks breaking out here into the close. AAPL and APP. Seeing some people mention this in the chat. Nice breakout here into the close for AAPL on earnings day 2. Back to you.
Yeah, that stock is gone, APP. But yeah, Palantir is going on that. Obviously, you're probably not going to trade. No one's trading Lockheed Martin as a day trader. Could almost bet you guys that. But Palantir looks pretty good. We only have about 15, 20 minutes until we get to that cutoff point where I don't want to put anything new on. Like I'll show you. Oh, what's going on with that chart? Yeah, ignore VWAP on this chart. I have that data thing happening. But since breaking, this is how much Rivian is gone, right? So it's kind of slowly going station to station. My next offer is at the 20 level. Nothing terribly exciting with that. It was a double top break. Let's see if we can't get something back into 19 on Palantir. That's really starting to move here and amping itself to the upside on that headline. Lockheed did, I looked at it, it did move lower, but that volume is very, very poor on LMT, and you're just not really going to do any kind of day trading in this. Spread's big. Even with the spike, it's pretty dead and pretty quiet, and it's actually already back to where it was before. They just seem to not care. It was already down on the day. Palantir is a trading stock, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that might be, like those are the stories that we're talking about. We need to have something moving, and that's what we were talking about, like with what you're trading into the close. You want to trade something that has a reason to move, not just like, okay, we're looking at it. It's like why. So right there, that could help. And it looks like it does break that level. So good shout out there on Palantir. Thanks, Adara, for that one. I've been falling back in a little bit. We sort of talked about getting out of that one. Why am I keep seeing Amazon scrolling across here? Okay, just bouncing. That's VWAP. That's why it's showing up. Not much happening at all with Amazon right now. So, everyone's dropping right now their
13F.
The 13Fs. So that might affect something. I just heard somebody divested some stake in Apple. I didn't catch who it was. But I mean, look what's happening right now in this. Like, nothing, right?
Well, the thing about Apple,
people
people saying they're divesting their stake.
I'm trying to find something that's actually moving.
When you look at the Mag 7 and all of a sudden, like, we already know about Nvidia moving past in terms of excitement over Apple, and now I think a lot of people are, hey, Meta looks a little bit more attractive than Apple, and then you have everything that's right with Alphabet. It makes a lot of logical sense that there's a lot of people that are probably selling some Apple to get in some other places because it's done so well for them, and now it's gotten a little bit expensive relative to some of the other quality big caps that you can be in. There's nothing against Apple. So I think it's taking a lot of this with a grain of salt. Or not a grain of salt, but in stride is a better way to think about it for Apple. I just love the last 3 days on this. It's back. If it can hold a 50 period, that's a lot of good things. But that hasn't been the level to trade off on Apple. We say this all the time. If you're looking at the moving averages, give me the one that it's respecting, and that's the one that I want. And the one that it's respecting is the 200 period moving average. That has been very, very clear on this stock. The 50 period on the daily has been pretty meaningless on Apple for a while. It's been about the 200 period. That's where you want to buy the thing. So if we get back down there and you weren't a buyer last time, then, well, I mean, presuming you like the stock. You know, to me, if a stock is a stock that I'm accumulating or building a position in, then one way or another, I'm either buying the 50 or the 200, and I just make a decision which one it's going to be. And sometimes it works out for you, and sometimes it doesn't. Like Apple's been great off of there. An example of a stock that's stunk recently in that regard would be Microsoft. And I don't like Microsoft anymore. Like I am not anti-Microsoft, but I am not a buyer of this stock at all in any shape or form unless something drastic happens. And that's just the difference. It's not respecting anything good, whereas Apple is.
Yeah, we talked about them releasing that new Apple Home. There it is. What's up? We are releasing this tonight.
SMA.
It's right after the recap show, right? So join Neil. They'll remind you guys after the recap show. It's all about.
I'm still not smiling.
It's all about SMAs there. It's all about SMAs. So we'll talk about that more as we go. Our last video, maybe I could actually find the link to that. That was a great one. That was on RSI.
Yes.
So we got some nice positive comment about sort of the quality and what we were developing there. So we want to thank everybody for all of that, and just make sure you keep on checking it out because bigger and better to come for sure as we switch up our game a little bit here. So thank you so much for that. Good video there. We're all in it, so it should be a lot of fun. So we'll check that out. All right, so another name that I said, I saw someone in the chat there be like, hey, look at Tesla. Yeah. All right, so this was another name that I said could pop there into the afternoon. As we want to trade a name that has some sort of catalyst, look at that, there it is. Like that's the jam right there. 354.50, nice break. Would have been nice to see that. I mean, again, not about seeing it, but would have been nice to be on that right there as it looks like some of these levels starting to go. Nothing wrong with just cracking that. I'm not saying that it's like this is going to be a huge trade. I mean, we're on iBit. You saw me get in and out of that a little bit and try to massage that play. But at the end of the day, it's like you're just looking for something. And right there, that's a defined in. So you're in at 354.50, and right now, if you're like, oh, well, you know, that's pretty good, well, then take the buck 50. Look, you're running right into this level right there that you've already seen. So defined in, and then now defined out. And if you want to hold it, you have another defined out right here as well at 357. So take some at 56, take some at 57, and hell, take some at 59 if you want. But it's got to get there. So reward yourself for now. Good trade if you got it. Great break on Tesla. You know, if you want to tempt fate and you're like, hey, there's more to this name, maybe there is, then you can give yourself a little bit more room, back down into 353. Maybe that would be your breaking spot, VWAP, a break of 353. So again, $1.50 worth of risk to the upside. You're now in that, so it's 1-to-1 for you on the victory side. Take some out, either hold for the back, wait for that kind of a move, but a good trade there on Tesla for whoever had that. So we just in and out of it. It's going to be my number one stock this week, despite losing this right here today. But we had to get away from it. Just, you know, these moves have cut like a knife real hard sometimes, and it would have done it again right there. Like, you don't get out on like that's 355 break. Sorry, 356 break. We waited for 355.50. We always give it a little more room. You don't get out, like it gets worse for you real quick. So, you know, be patient with what you're doing, and just remember that the stock can always turn on you.
Yes.
Definitely have some sort of a risk management system in place, and join me and Neil as we always talk about our ins and our outs. And I think if you don't, then that's your own death, basically. You have to have an out every time.
That's the key. And you should always have a plan of action. Like, you never want to be the Toronto Raptors. You want to have a plan.
You have a plan of action now?
Okay, that's.
I would say it's more like the Blue Jays.
We have a better plan of action now. I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Before, it didn't seem like we did. Shout out to DJ Marshall in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. $50 super chat. We'll get some real pizza with that. I promise you that. Or we get some shawarma. We get some cannolis, which I've been sort of throwing out there every now and then.
Yep.
Today is about color red, but is it? The market's up. I know it's Valentine's Day, but you know it's a green day in the market. We favor green, and I hope everyone is seeing it. Love it. Caught the SPY on the dump at 11:10 a.m. 3-to-1 trade. Congratulations on that one. Get back here. Then caught the bounce off the 200 SMA on the 5-minute chart. Another 3-to-1. You're done for the day. You greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate you, DJ in the house.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. For anyone there's a few people that have asked about that word stock. So it was Serve and SoundHound that Nvidia sold, and it was Word and something else that Nvidia bought in their 13F filings. This one's been doing absolutely nothing. It probably, I'm gonna guess there's probably some people that bought that news that are maybe a little trapped in this thing because it did an early break and then it's doing a heck of a lot of nothing, but holding the $30 level all afternoon. There's no volume, there's no trade there as a day trader. But you always have to be careful with something like this on a day one. It's like the move is so insane that there's no obvious place to figure out where it's going to settle down until after the fact. So always be careful. Like if you take breakouts on things like this, you need to have a predetermined out, because if you took a break, you could be long in the mid to high 30s somewhere when the stock's up 82%, wondering what do I do? And you're out 20 to 25 points at this point. Like it hasn't broken down, but it's also not giving you any good reasons to be in love with it. Typically, if you get into these, I like to wait. Like settle it, let it settle a day or two and find a level. If you really like this news, we saw what happened when SOUN started to rally. What was it? Is that just us?
Something's going on with the stream?
Is that the stream or is that just our program monitor? Oh, sorry, it's just
I see Joe.
Yeah, so on our program monitor, I see Joe, so I think that that's what's being shown to you guys. So all I was saying there for Word is, now I lost my train of thought. We saw with SoundHound, the great rally that had multiple times with the Nvidia partnership or deal. So I think a lot of times let it settle down a couple of days and maybe it can do a rally, but that move was absurd. $17 all the way to 42 high, now back to 31. This one needs to settle. There's no day trade I see on this. Still just in Rivian as it slides higher. Got the 14.20 print, now just offering at 14.25, right? So I'm just offering every 5 cents here on Rivian, and we'll see how far it can go as maybe Palantir is going to break 120.
Really? Oh, man, we talked about it.
Hit enter twice there. Yeah, it might break. Oh, okay, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. It's already 335.
Getting late.
Kind of did it, then pull back into 19. That 20 level was a problem this morning. It did break it a couple times, but wicked it, which is the good news about that is it gives you a 120 break next week if we don't get the chance here today. Yeah, so Palantir, it's still kind of on one on that daily chart. There's nothing wrong with it. Very good stair-step play. Whenever Palantir, the new thing I think with Palantir is if you ever see it do these consolidation days, like big gap up day, and then here's your inside day, just take the breakout. Whenever Palantir holds a prior low and then has a consolidation day, breakout, clean. Now, it wasn't the biggest rally today relatively, but there's a consolidation day yesterday off the high, just take the breakout of the high. When a stock is in an upward trend like Palantir is, it's like just grit your teeth, man. If it goes sideways for a day, just take the breakout the next day if it happens, because generally speaking, you've won almost every single time. And if you lose the 10th time, who cares if you won 9 times, who cares if you lose the 10th? That's the way I'd see it.
Yeah, thanks for doing that WRD thing, because it made it remind me of that. We still have some SoundHound here. We don't have that much of it, and it's at the 2. I was just leaving it, actually, but sure. As we get into 1080 right there, that is the 200 period moving average. So we're going to take that. And you know what winds up helping me all the time is eSignal. And we talk about that. You can scan that QR code below to grab some of these charts, right? I mean, it's the 200 period moving average. It's consistent numbers is what you're looking for. You want to have consistent data. The back testing is incredible. Minute charts, tick charts, second charts, any kind of a macro number that you're needing for. What I'm looking for, any indicator that you're looking to put up there. You can track it. You can put it into your alert lists. We have hot lists. We have trade rate indicators. It just basically, I mean, it's going through it right now. Over 500 symbols you can track at once. Like, that's pretty incredible. So that's what we're doing. All these different charts, all these different platforms. Find them on StockTwits. You can retweet all your charts. This is what we're talking about right here at the screener. That's the big one. We talked about how people on the chat are always ahead of the game. They're like, oh my God, this name's moving. We're like, what? So it's off scanners like this. And with eSignal, you can actually entitle yourself to any market that's available, which in my understanding is pretty much all of them. So if you're looking to trade something in the Hang Seng, or especially with Blue Ocean and things like that, I just, the more trading becomes 24 hours, the more you want reliable charting platform. And right now, eSignal with a month free, it's pretty much a no-brainer. I mean, it's a great quality piece. Apps to go with it as well. Sign up now with eSignal, and then the worst case scenario, you just cancel it, right? You do as like my kid does. He always asks for free trials, and he's like, but I'll cancel it right away. So I was like, okay, and he seems to be able to do that. So go in there, give it a shot. Let us know how you like it. It's eSignal. It's what we're using. All right, so FXI, I'm just going to start to clean up a little bit. IBIT's not doing too much. IBIT's at 80. It is what it is. We got out of some SoundHound right there, but FXI right now, yeah, we can get something out at 05 maybe there if we're able to. That high has been, okay. Well, all we have to do apparently is offer it, and we get it. So we did that, and we get it. So that's a nice little offer there at 05. It just broke through. It's almost as if we did this again. No, didn't move. Okay, but it moved the first time. All right, so there it goes. FXI, nice trade there. We bought this. This is off the sticky note. Believe it or not, we wrote down 34.80 on the sticky note. That's exactly what came through. So pretty happy with that performance there on that level. So all is good over there on that. But FXI, big win for me today. Really happy with it. IBIT, just to talk about what we're doing here. I wish we were doing a little bit more. We already had that move up. I may just cover this right now. It's going to be we're long at 75. Come on. All right, let's get something out here at 80s if we can, and then we'll run it from, okay, well,
we're almost at
there we
all-time
go.
highs in the Qs.
Yeah, the NASDAQ, yeah, the ES was pennies away. The ES, 610.
We're almost there.
Yeah, the SPY was
Is the SPY there already?
610.83.
Are we there already?
Close, I just called it up. Let me just check what it shows here on the eSignal platform again. So here's the SPY. They have that high, 610.78. Made right back here on the 24th. So 610.78 right now. We already had 611 today. We've already passed that. So we basically made all-time highs today in the SPY. So congratulations, anybody holding on to the longs, man. It's been quite the run up. I don't know what the US dollar is doing, but
70 cents away on the Qs. And
I mean,
Qs are at the
all
highs
this
right
talk,
now.
right? It's
Yeah,
like the market
I
just
just
goes.
jumped out of Rivian at break even. So there's a rule in my mind. Like if it's not really going, then sometimes you could maybe like, oh, we'll buy it into the prior high or something like that. But like that 410 break went to 1410 break went to 1420. If that's all it's going to do, like that was, how long was that? It was like a 25-minute breakout of the high of the day. So like that's all it's going to do. Like, you're only risking a few cents on it, but it's still not really moving. So just get out flat when it comes back in. Ended up still having a third of the position on. But if it's not doing something crazy, then who cares? I feel like there's an inevitability that Nvidia is going to have an imbalance today. The spider sense is tingling. Nvidia probably has an imbalance. So I think a 350 or 355 play on Nvidia. It's up 3 points. It's printing right now. We've seen it happen before. So let's try to respect it. With 10 minutes to go to the imbalances, I haven't looked at the early look. We just got a super chat. I was going to check them out now that I just got flat. Lingering catapult. Love that name. Happy Friday to you as well. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Intel has been your favorite stock for the day. Wild day, but nevertheless, love the show and appreciate what you guys do. Appreciate you as well. Hope you're having a great day. Lingering catapults. I don't know why that's so amusing to me, that name. I love the creative names in the chat. That's another fun thing to have. But I suspect Nvidia is going to have that imbalance. Right now, what do we got here? Oh, FXI. Speak of the devil. FXI is the biggest early look imbalance at 3.7 million to sell.
Wow.
But we've seen
to sell? Oh,
yeah,
come
but we've
on.
seen this before. It's never actually.
Come on.
I think the one time it mattered, it was close to 10 million shares or something. And this is only 3.7. Nothing else is that big. Like SU, IP, GDX is in there, but those are all relatively small. I expect Nvidia is going to be the big one. Just a guess.
So a little bit, what's up, my guy? A little bit. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got a new look right now. Oh, this is like behind the scenes. BTS, baby. Bang, right there. All right. So
like that.
just quickly here on Intel. Yeah, nice. Oh, there's Brendan. It's live. Oh, there it
We're
is.
doing it live.
We're doing it live.
That's how you're going to shoot the push-up challenge. DC will use that for the push-up challenge. Just get right in there. Adara's always focused. Always focused. You wonder how we have such intelligent things to say in the aftermarket show, or at least myself. Shh. That's the secret, right?
I mean, I come up with the stuff myself, but yeah, it's great to know. No, just joking. Adara's been great. Adara provides all those notes for us, man. That's big save, man. I used to always do that myself. I did the after show for like 8 months 8 to 10 months by itself. Okay, so IBIT's coming back in, but we got out of pretty much half of what we had left right there. If you don't like the trade, get out right now for flat. I mean, I might just do that. I'm just going to get out now. Again, we talked about like not letting winning trades turn into losing. I don't think this is going to, there we go, get some 71s. I don't think it's going to turn into a losing trade, but I can see the P&L. It's a good one there for IBIT. So we're long at 75. All of our outs right here, look, man, 90s, 95s, O's, 93, 95, 90, 84, 80s, and then a 72. You just saw me take that. So at the end of the day, man, good trading there for IBIT. I hope some of you were able to take advantage of that just a little bit. That FXI imbalance is a little bit disappointing. Was that Brankles I just saw there? All right, so FXI was taken out there. Sorry, FXI does have a sell imbalance on it, as Neil's mentioned a couple times there. So we'll wait to see. We'll wait to see. I mean, I'm in it, so
I'm thinking it's going to be nothing because it usually is nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of where I'm
also,
at.
Palantir is not going to break.
If
you were looking for a break of this little top here in Palantir, since the news came out, it's not really doing much, and we're getting really close to the imbalances. But all it's done is pull back. So it kind of ran in on that news and then just kind of pulled back in here. For Palantir. So yeah, no, I don't, it's too late. Even if it makes the breakout of 120, it's too late. I'm not taking it. Let's go to Adara. Oh shoot.
So for a little bit of context for this story, basically Donald Trump sued CBS and Paramount for $20 billion, alleging that they edited one of the presidential interviews not in his favor. Basically, now we have Wall Street Journal reporting that Paramount Global is apparently grappling with, quote, legal risks in Trump settlement discussions. So apparently Paramount considering settling with Donald Trump with regards to this lawsuit over an interview with Kamala Harris during the 2024 presidential campaign. Back to you.
Push-ups or something like that.
Insane.
Yo,
what up?
Here we go.
We're in the house. We're dropping that video tonight. It's going to be the... What? Don't be laughing at me, no. We're going to be dropping our moving average video. Come check it out. We got the aftermarket show. We're going to have Raider Trader in his house. Adara at the desk. Black Owl.
All right.
You know what Black Owl is?
Yes.
That's a Brampton
That was
thing.
like some MTV.
I thought we made that up.
Black Owl? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
no. I'm just saying the way that camera was.
Oh, where the camera
like,
was.
You know, back.
No, that was like our...
Yeah, there you go. MTV Raps. There you go.
MTV Raps, yeah. One of our boys made that up. I don't know what it means.
Raps.
It just sounds cool. So we just started saying it.
Trader TV Live.
And no word of a lie.
I mean, that wasn't rapping.
I have to call out a friend. Of mine because that was the thing that we used to say in high school. One of our boys would say, it'd be like black out, and I would say that around my baseball team. And we used to go have barbecues at this dude's house on my team after our game sometimes. And I'd always be saying that. And his wife, the whole time for 2 years, this dude's wife thought my name was Al. And that I was saying Black Owl.
Yeah.
And I remember the first time someone called me Neil. I've known her for 2 years, and she's like, why did this dude just call you Neil? I'm like, because that's my name. She said, I thought you were Al. I'm like, what do you mean Al? Why is everyone always saying Black Owl? I'm like, oh my goodness. Anyways, I just thought it was amusing. She's a great person, but every now and then.
It's like on South Park where the guy's called Token. But it's Tolkien. Like they talked because he was named after the Lord of the Rings guy. But it was just funny that they're always calling it
another
Tolkien,
great show.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's an okay show. Oh, they had
okay.
South Park is good. I haven't seen it in a minute though. I don't know if they've stopped. What's up with South Park?
You have to watch the NCAA where.
Oh no, I think I've seen all of them.
Where Cartman and then NCAA.
The most recent one, then maybe I haven't seen that one.
He goes into the NCAA guys thing and basically is like, these guys are slave owners. It's so good.
Was it an older one?
I can't even say it with a straight face. He's like, oh yeah, that's right, you're student athletes. Sure.
Okay. I get it. Yeah.
And then you can give them credit for the NIL stuff. because they got NIL was after that, I think.
Oh, really? Okay. So it's a little bit older. All right.
Student
Yeah, I definitely like the NIL stuff.
I
That
love
is for sure.
That was a fantastic.
About time those
Dude,
guys
I
got
love
paid
South
for
Park.
sure. Yeah, no, South Park's funny. That's what I'm saying. I wish there was more, if there was newer ones.
Comedy should be. You should always
Why I
push
thought about that
boundaries.
is because they have the Blame Canada there with those two guys. What are they called? Philip?
Yeah, it
Philip
was,
and somebody else there? Philip and...
with the moving. You guys know what it is from.
Yeah.
Why can't I remember it? Anyways, I saw that. I saw
Terrence.
that. Terrence and Philip. I saw that movie in the theater with my brother in the United States. It was like we're the only two brothers in the theater,
Really?
and we're both Canadian. Well, it seemed like it. And we're both Canadian. And there were so many anti-Canadian jokes, and then they had that front line thing.
Yeah.
I was like, we're just looking
I'm
around
going to rewatch that
what
movie.
is going on here?
I'm going to watch that with Rocky
really
with
good.
Joe, you know?
Yeah, we have to.
So we're streaming Trader TV Live movie night, Rocky.
I'm down with that.
All of them.
That's a great movie.
Apparently there's 6 of them. Sharif was like, no, there's 6 of them. There's Rocky Balboa. Don't forget about Rocky Balboa. Get ready, man. Bring the girl over here. We're going to have a good time there. We're going to have some popcorn, everything, Joe. We'll have that. Yeah. We'll figure it out. The Rocky movie
One of the
night. Trader
greatest
TV Live
movies ever
sponsored
made.
movie night.
It's just a great movie.
Yeah, oh boy. Now that we've talked about South Park, now people are just dropping random characters in there. There are some funny ones, that is for sure. So shout out to everybody there today, enjoying our South Park.
You guys are joking.
There's that chef, that was really funny. There's a lot of good stuff.
Celery 2, what up? That's a good one.
Yeah. Okay, so FXI, despite there being a sell imbalance, we are still long this name, and it's been working out. So we'll go diamonds right here on that one as FXI still going to the upside. We really, really like that one. Oh, I laugh because ACB just filed an offering, but it doesn't look like it's okay. It looks like it'd be fine. How bad can this stock get? A lot worse than this. Trust on that. If you,
ACB's
this
up
was
like-
$1,500 at one point. If you,
It's a double up the last 2 weeks, though.
oh no, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
As they say, the sun shines on
Dogs,
certain things.
butts.
Yeah, at least a couple times a day. So nice move up there for ACB for sure. As we get it on the RFK. Okay, so
it did move.
So I have 1 more minute left before imbalances. So what we're going to do right here, I thought we were just coming into that. So these imbalances will pop through. The only thing I have is FXI and SoundHound. I don't think there's going to be much happening there. We will get rid of the broker, get ready for the NYC and the NASDAQ, and we'll get ready to pull that through. So that's ACB. There it is. Like we just brought that to you. I don't know why I just didn't short it. Like we told you there was a mixed shelf offering and then boom to the downside. It didn't move until it did. Another quickly missed opportunity there.
Yeah, my eyes are going to be on Nvidia and maybe Palantir for sure. ACB, like that was a good. The second that hit, you could have punched short.
Yep.
Assuming we have free locates on it, I'm actually not sure about that on ACB. So it's possible we couldn't have punched short without paying for locates. With 15 seconds to go, just a gut feel. Nvidia's had a big imbalance every single day. I think I'm look for like that 355 reversal play there. FXI, my guess is it probably pairs off here.
Yeah, I'm
we'll
going to
see
take some more out.
in a couple of seconds. 3.7 million, it's a big one. 6.5 million to the buy side. Good luck, Nvidia. Yeah, okay, quotes are insane. So
Nvidia is just
6.5
levitating.
million to the upside on Nvidia. And it's at 139 on Nvidia right now. So 139 even on the offer. Now it's 5 million, so it hasn't really paired off just yet. I suspect it is going to pair at some point, but that's a big, big number there to the buy side for Nvidia. But it didn't punch through. Or it did, and it came right back. If it can retake 39, I'm going to try and go long with a tight stop and see if it rallies. The reason why tight stop is because I actually expect it to go the other direction in 4 minutes, and I'd rather do that. I took a shot at it, but I actually prefer the other direction of the trade, which is for it to flip at 355 and go short. So I tried to take a little quick breakout trade on Nvidia. Now I'll just kind of wait for the short opportunity. And what I mean by that, for anyone that's just tuning in now, big imbalance, but at 355, you get a major pairing event usually on stocks. This is the only significant one here. Although FXI is actually still a sell of 4 million, so it didn't pair off.
Ah, shit.
But those are the only two significant imbalances that I see here. TLT, not a big deal. WBD, relatively cheap stock. What else we have? Open is a $1 stocks. That's nothing. Amazon's 1 million to the buy side, so that's actually a pretty decent size on Amazon. But Nvidia and FXI are the ones that I think are the most interesting. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye on PWM, Prestige Wealth. This one reporting, I believe as of last night here, their first half of 2024, I guess fiscal 2024 results. Earnings per share actually missed here, a loss per share versus a slight profit per share last year, but revenue up on a year-over-year basis. The reason I bring them up, though, is we just had this drop here on volume. No news on this, but some social media attention. Prestige Wealth also has a short float of about 9%. So PWM, penny stock earnings name, I guess, that's been on watch today. Back to you.
Like Shreed's favorite artist here, Nvidia is levitating here. We got some Dua Lipa there action happening. I want to thank you to everybody for the day, man. 10 memberships from Mad World says this show has changed his life. We appreciate that for sure. All right, D-Raj, thank you so much. Neil and Sean, 100. I mean, that's. Thank you so much. That's impressive, man. Thank you so much for that super chat there. $100. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for watching, man. Since I started watching, you've learned an incredible amount about stocks, technical analysis, and risk management. Your insights and expertise have been invaluable. Well, hey, thank you so much for all of that. That $100 is just, so generous, and we'll thank you for that. And you'll
Sean's going to buy the cannolis.
Boom, yeah, you'll even get a cash cow. Yeah, the cannolis are coming for that one for sure. So there you go. Thank you so much. And yeah, I just haven't had a chance to comment.
No, I'm just,
on that.
I just say that because
Oh, no, I don't mean that. I just want to say thanks in there. No, well, I mean, you weren't here yesterday, and then there was a snow day, right? So, and we didn't bring them in today. So we'll have to wait to see there right now. DJ Marshall, we already got yours. Thank you so much for that one as well. Today's about color red. Yeah, Neil got that. So again, thank you so much for all the kind words and everything on the show, man, as we all go. Nvidia, huge move, back up to 140. I mean, that's pretty impressive just by itself. So, yeah, Nvidia continues to
we
work.
had the question, and I don't think we had a viewer ask or make the comment. Nobody really opined on it. Nvidia 150, they said, let's just say buy earnings, because they said in a couple of months. And I'm like, how about just buy earnings?
Yeah,
Before or after, can it get there before is the better way to think about it. Because if I say Nvidia 150 after earnings, and too many people are going to say yes. Do you think it gets there before earnings? Because that's only a couple weeks.
I think Nvidia might get to 175 before earnings.
175?
Yeah.
I think...
I mean, it's up $20 in a week, isn't it?
I actually... Okay, so just...
What
I think is going to happen in the next quarter for Nvidia is this range here, 114 to about... like the VWAP, like that $20, take that off the top. So I think 175, but that's by the end of next quarter, I would put it. Just 'cause it's been a little rangy, in my opinion. Oops, we're not split adjusted, I can't do that.
I mean, just believe it or not, I think there's a lot of people that right now are uncertain because it's had such a huge run, minted so many millionaires, that there are a lot of people probably getting a little light. A lot of people probably got scared out of DeepSeek there, which makes a lot of sense. I didn't get scared at all. I sat there with open hands and bought more Nvidia. And I think people will realize that they maybe should have done that themselves, especially when that quarter comes. It's just like, you still have 2 weeks before the quarter, right? It's February 26th, isn't it? So you still got a few days, not next Wednesday, the Wednesday after that, and then you go. So watch out here. Here comes the imbalance flip for Nvidia. Where did it go? Here's the imbalance locator right here. So in just 6 seconds, that probably either gets small. If that stays a bid, this thing is gone. So you just got to watch out to see if it stays a bid, and it does stay a bid. So there it goes. It was at 08. It actually didn't go up that much. Only went to 15 or 16. But you're seeing a lot of volume come in now on Nvidia. So yeah, I guess it's just going to pair itself off. 165 million shares today, as we see.
That's
so
all.
yeah. I mean, it's not
Light work for Nvidia.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, where's the idea thing? Shout out to that super chat, because this is the difference between trading like maybe a professional or not. Like, you see this on iBit right here? There we go. I mean, this is what the super chats are all about. Risk, I mean, you even say it yourself right here. D-Raj again, let me just call you up here again. You mentioned about the risk management, technical stocks and risk management. Well, here's a technical read, long. Put the money in your pocket, manage risk. Get out right there. We did it live on the show, and look what we don't suffer through, right? So it's not like now I'm not sitting down at the dinner table or anything being like, oh man, I wish I just would have got out of that trade. I could say, oh man, I wish it didn't continue to go higher so we could make more money. But at the end of the day not ruined, they actually increased on this trade. So if we don't have that stop, then that's the risk there to that downside. So I just wanted to bring that up as we're getting very, very light into all of our positions. That FXI is actually still a sell. of quite many millions right now, but it's making that move down. So we actually got a piece out. We're getting lighter and lighter. I'm just going to probably sell out of everything now on FX if I can get an 04. Can we show yours? Because my imbalance locator doesn't actually have.
Yeah, no problem. I was just
Amex
checking. There
on
was again, I was looking for a delete, but I won't take it. FXI is still 3.9 million. I'm a little bit surprised by this.
I just took it out because
generally speaking, I think this is the first time I've seen this imbalance stay this late. And when it has, it's usually been 1 million. That said, like it's not. Like usually, okay, when a stock does this, like it pulls back into VWAP, my gut reaction is it's going to pair off and you should be buying VWAP. But nah, I got to get up to the desk anyways. That'd be forcing the trade. I'm more disappointed that Nvidia didn't really give you that move with the pair off. It stayed by. I think if that flipped sell, it was kind of an easy punch back down through 139. And then you would have got your reversion trade, give it to the high of the day, which is 25. So you risk 25 cents, and then just if it flips to a sell, that's your trade. So no opportunity there for us. Let's go, says Dell. Did Dell continue that move?
I don't think so.
Oh, not really. No, okay. No, Dell, obviously Dell with a good day today, but there was really no continuation of that news story. It's just a bounce off where, everybody? The volume weighted average price. So if you were looking at Dell today, if you want to play back, if you're looking at pullbacks on these news plays, VWAP is, if there's no technical level, VWAP is a pretty good place to look. A lot of times that's your one shot that you can take. So a good look there. SMCI now does go. Oh yeah, look at that. SMCI. SMCI is a rocket, everybody. Should have done better with the long today on SMCI. That's the one that burns me. Like I'll be up on it, but that's the one that sucks. Put a stop in, come back to your desk, see that it triggered, and you never got a chance to get back in. Then buy a dip, take it off too shallow. This dip buy was on news, however, so there was news dragging that down. That was when the Dell news hit. So I actually got out of that one. I got out of it a little bit too fast. Oh, shoot, I have 1 minute. I'm going to get up to the desk.
Yeah, great. There. All right, good trading there today. We'll see you on the flip side. Enjoy Montreal. Enjoy that, and have some poutine and all that kind of stuff over there. All right, so we're not going to be panicking too much to get over to that late show today. We have a market recap, very light on earnings. In fact, I don't believe there are any earnings. So wait for that. They'll recap all of the plays there in the that we've had so far today, and all the weekly earnings as well. Big moves today in Coinbase, of course. Where is that coming out at right now? Coin. Let's just see where we're closing on that. Okay, so Coinbase actually going out at the lows right now with only a half minute left, 30 seconds left right now. Coinbase at the lows of the day and breaking lower. Coinbase right now breaking the low of the days right at the end of the day as the market goes for a little bit of a dip. We still have SoundHound. I guess we have to get that out right now at $11. We have a very, very small piece left. Just a quick check-in on what Tesla's doing there. Okay, so Coinbase going one way. Tesla trying to take out some nice levels there. Oops, sorry, countdown right now. 355. Nvidia breaking. Wow, there's a lot of movement happening right here at the close. 3, 2, 1. I hit it late there, Adara, so sorry about that one. Thank you for that, Adara. Lots of news today, man. Lots of breaking news. So we want to thank Adara for all the work that she did for us there today, of course, and for all of you. Nvidia, I guess, just lost a little bit of a bid. I said that stocks are really coming down there at the end. It was more just the market. Nvidia kind of drops 30 cents. Maybe looks a little more dramatic than potentially it was. What was Apple doing there at the end of the day? Okay, so just looks like a little bit of a market sell-off there to close out. All right, man, it's been a big day. A pretty muted day overall in the market as we have the futures kind of just going out right there, up 0.3. We start the day down. Looks like it go up about 80 or 60, 80 handles there to close. Roughly flat. The ES, I believe, was flat. Yeah, so the ES on that last move down actually turns red on the day. So NASDAQ and ES today both have a little bit of a move into the close. All right, thanks Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks Joe, Sharif, Ramin, Fabian, Brendo, Neil, we're going to see him in a couple seconds. Who else? We already said Adara. So, and Andre, who you guys met today as well. So just a big thank you to everybody that super chatted. D-Raj, David, I'm going to be missing so many people. So Rohit, so I'm going to stop so I don't insult anybody. But thank you so much. I hope we were able to cover it all. Enjoy your long weekend. remember, after the recap show, it's our best video to date. All right, we're going to be going, there it is right there. SMAs. It's literally the only thing I use. SMAs along with support and resistance. So get ready to rock and roll. Well, we also use VWAP as well, but that can be very, very similar. Check it out. Listen to how we're talking. Very, very highly edited, very easy to understand. Part of the conversation last week was how easy the video was to understand and to follow. So we repeated it again. Let us know what you think. We're dropping it at 4:30, so get ready for that one. Stay tuned. Without any further ado, from me to you, happy Valentine's Day. Be safe this weekend with your family and friends, and we'll catch you on Tuesday. Ciao.
Thank you very much, Sean. Enjoy the, of course, I know you'll be busy with the family stuff, but enjoy it. That's what it's all about here. Actually, Adara just said what we need to lead with.
20-day winning streak for Meta. That is like an entire month of trading because you have 5 days in a trading week. So we've done that 4 times. So Meta is up essentially an entire month worth of trading, which is nuts.
You know how you
acknowledge that.
You know how you know a stock is a good stock or a good company? When it can go up 20 days in a row, and most people are just like, okay.
Yeah.
Like how much do we're not even talking about it as it's happening during the day. It's like, yeah, Meta's just doing Meta. Like it's just, that's what a good, like when you're like, oh my goodness, AppLovin is up this. Okay, that's a bad example because AppLovin actually is a good looking chart, but that's what it's all about. But you know what else? You know what else it's about for a stock like Meta? Buying it off of the simple moving average, everybody. Buy it off to 50. Buy it off to 200. If it's a good company, that's where you want to buy it. We have our SMA video coming out after the end of this recap, so everybody go check that out. We worked hard on it. Look, man, it is so good. It is so amazing that I just had to give it the whole That's how good it is, everybody. It was a great day for the markets in a general sense because there were a lot of big movers. Airbnb up 14 points. Obviously, that day 2 on AppLovin, super impressive. I wasn't here yesterday, but another 8 points for the stock, above $500.
That was really
It's a
fun.
big time blowout. I think the thing that probably shocking a lot of people today, it's the Coinbase move.
Yeah.
Coinbase down 8%. You can't look at that report and not be impressed by all the beats you saw on the report, but it didn't matter. Coinbase down. It's not like Bitcoin was down. It's not like crypto had a bad day or anything, but Coinbase, for whatever reason, it was just to sell.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that we stayed away from it because oftentimes traders can get too caught up in the, I think this should go up because of the report, and then just start trying to play bounces on it. That was, there was a moment my head was there, and I'm glad we stayed away from Coinbase. Closed at the lows, down 8%.
And you know the real issue for Coinbase was around 280. I know Joe mentioned it in the midday. Coinbase did not want 280. It got 280 a couple times. And I had the level 2 up for this all day because I was curious. And most of the day we waffled between roughly 279 and 276. Like it wasn't even a range. It was just a deeply confused, troubled stock today based on what I saw in Coinbase. I dabbled in a little bit. But I think one thing too with COIN versus like, I'll pull up MSTR for today because MSTR had a beautiful breakout today. Someone in the chat was mentioning this as well. Oh, and this area it rejected is also previous resistance. Ignore my lines in this chart. But MSTR, for a couple of days now, could not break that 330.50 level where my cursor is. And then today we get that breakout and then some, but we still can't get above 346. So MSTR, beautiful technical breakout. Coinbase, snooze fest. Mara, down. So I feel like, if anything, I don't even know if it's that. I think Coinbase was more acting with the general kind of meh for every crypto play, but MSTR. Because I was looking to see what other crypto names were doing, and MSTR was distinctly different, I have to say.
And that's what you want to be able to find. Find that relative strength and weakness so you know where you can execute the best trades. Not usually relatively strong, but popping here after market is Pfizer. I just checked to see if there was a headline somewhere. I don't see it, but look, it's a volume spike because to Pfizer, if it moves $1, that's a big deal. And it did just go 25.50 to 26.5, already starting to come back. But there is increasing volume here in Pfizer. There was a note on it in the middle of the day. There was a halt of funding to school vaccine mandates. But yeah, this has been an ugly stock. It hasn't been doing anything that's remotely good. Obviously, since the election, it hasn't been too much in favor. Why is somebody calling me? right now. You know I'm on air. What my thing is, if somebody calls me during market hours, I'm not going to pick it up. If my wife calls me during market hours or my parents call me, something's up. But other than that, like, you know what's up. But yeah, so Pfizer, I still haven't seen anything on the radar here, but that is a pretty decent spike on some volume here in Pfizer. We'll keep you guys updated here. Siren Industries, what about Firefly? A lot of people have said, what about Firefly? What about Firefly? Remember, everybody, when a stock makes a break like this, and we're talking 5, 6x in a couple of days, you're almost always going to get some kind of a pullback. You know, and this is exactly what seems like it happened here on Firefly, back into $9, downward trending. It's just going to be a lot of profit taking that'll happen in stocks like this. You remember, anybody that's selling it here, even at the lows, if you had this on the break, it's still a double up. So you get some profit taking happening on Firefly. It's normal. The Pfizer news, Adara?
So apparently, we're just getting Berkshire's 13F now, 15.4 million share new position with Pfizer. So, I mean, we know he's taken some interesting positions lately. Ulta Beauty was a choice that he immediately exited. I think like after the first or second quarter he was in it. So we'll see with PFE, but I am seeing apparently, and I've not seen the filing yet, but I'm seeing this circulate. We do have apparently an investment from Buffett. Also, shout out to Grov saying that 8 straight days of green for Nvidia, but we have news for DJT. Apparently, Trump Media Group is reporting 3.6 million net sales, 11.6 million net interest income for 2024, and they said they're exploring M&A across multiple investments.
Okay.
So DJT with some semblance of earnings, and they also said, and by that I'm not trying to be, I just mean like this seems to be their report, but they didn't officially say that. So that's on watch here. Also, apparently Berkshire cutting Citigroup, so it seems like that filing is out. Still in it, but they cut it by 73.5%. So to recap all those headlines, Pfizer allegedly being purchased by Berkshire, and then we have Citigroup allegedly being cut by 73.5%. DJT reporting earnings and saying they're looking into M&A. And that's my recap of those headlines.
So I'm just looking at Pfizer here, and I'm running through this in my head because as far as a bottoming setup goes, you've got a double bottom here at $25. You've got it doing nothing good after earnings, but resisting that low, so it doesn't break the low after their report. Now you've got Buffett jumping in here who likes the value. Break the 50. If it closed above the 50 period, I'm buying it next week for a swing. That simple. I'm buying. If it closed above the 50 period, I'm buying Pfizer. It's been bought at the 25. You're talking about getting it 26 half, and you get to ride with Uncle Warren, which I've done in swings before, where I just ride something that's a buying level. I did it several times in. Now, why can't I remember? In Oxy, multiple times in Oxy when it was good to do. Obviously, eventually it lost favor. You can go back further in daily chart, but it was almost free money to buy it in the mid 50s, and you just take it, get your like 20%, rinse and repeat it over and over again, and that worked for a good year and a half there on Oxy. So if you can ride this bottom with him buying 26s with a stop underneath the low, which is 25, your risk is essentially, it's almost nothing, and you get a dividend to ride along with that. So I'm going to take that trade next week, I do think. So let's see what happens with Pfizer there. It's been a dog, but come on. Yeah. Like, you could do a heck of a lot worse for a risk-reward swing. 5% risk, you get a dividend, and it would be a trend break on the 50 period as well.
I just want to quickly say I'm seeing on X a lot of these circulating. So it looks like you do have the filing. I'm going to read. I don't have the percentages here, but this is just a list of everything in and out. So as of, I'm just going to get the Zoom meeting ready, but as of this Q4 filing for Berkshire Hathaway, he exited VOO, he exited SPY, and he exited Ulta. Previously, he got out 96% of Ulta, but I guess the 4% was too much to bear, so he's entirely out now. He also reduced his positions in Citigroup, Bank of America, NU, Charter, and LPX. He boosted or added to his positions in Domino's Pizza, in VRSN, in Sirius, in Pool, and in Occidental. So he added to Oxy here, and he added PFE. So PFE is his only brand new position in this Q4 filing.
You know what? I'm a little surprised at the selling of the financials. I think
reducing.
I thought, it's reducing. It's taking profits. Citigroup has been such an absolute burner because I really liked financials this year. I think Yeah, I think with the new environment, it's going to be obviously a little bit more friendly when it comes to regulation. They've been trending to the upside. I think you're going to get, everyone's been talking about more deals, more IPOs. That works well. Maybe not so much for Citi, but obviously for Morgan Stanley and obviously for Goldman Sachs, that's going to be the case. But yeah, I guess it's just profit taking. So that could be a little bit interesting. Yeah, I mean, look at Citigroup. Of course you're going to be taking some profit. That's just regular position management. I know we usually talk about the overall broad market. We mentioned FXI. Sean was long FXI today. Alibaba had a strong day. FXI, why I like one of the reasons I like Alibaba here is when you had that stimulus top for the Chinese ADRs and Chinese internet names and Chinese tech names, FXI didn't get back to the top. And why I like Alibaba is because Alibaba did the same reversion and broke out higher. So that means it's relatively strong to the group in the sense, which means I think it's going to be a bit of a hold. And I don't want to give this one up just yet. I don't necessarily want to see this get back underneath the 120 level, but when you slap the weekly chart up on Alibaba, does anybody think this is time to sell Alibaba? When you look at that weekly chart, I mean, we get through 125 in earnest. There's a heck of a lot of green up there. You know what? I'm seeing some blue skies. There's a lot of room to get to $180 on Alibaba. And I think that's where, I'm long this thing at 70 and 80, probably like a 76 or 77 price. And I think it's not ringing the register till we get a little closer to 170. I will probably think differently about that if we lose the 200 period on the weekly, though. So it's been looking very, very good here on Baba. But you haven't been able to go wrong with a lot of the Chinese ADRs. Baba just stands out for me.
So there's another super chat here as well. Also, I have a Chinese ADR infographic coming out probably on Tuesday, so that's cool. I've been working on that. I'm going to shout that out, basically just how volatile they are. D-Loaf with a super chat, I guess that got missed earlier. Thank you so much to D-Loaf for the super chat. Basically asking about a SoundHound swing. So is there anything to see on the $7.80 level? Is I guess what the question is there. So yeah, I mean, you're probably better for this than me.
Yeah, I got you.
SoundHound and because of the swing. Also, guys, I'm looking through the 13F for Berkshire. I'm going to put the biggest, most interesting things in the chat.
That's what it's all about. Thank you so much. First, SoundHound. The news today of the 13F and the divest, just Nvidia getting out, right? You've given it a day to settle down. I think usually I want to give it a couple. This is the weekly on Sound. So here's what I'd be looking at on the weekly. And you said 780. That's dead. I mean, you must be looking at the MA on the weekly chart as well. So again, you let it settle down a little bit here. The 50 is going to give you that. So the 200 on the 50 on the daily, and then the 50 on the weekly are going to line up at that same prior high. That's the only place I would buy without finding it settling a place by itself. What I also usually like for something like this, though, is to just quickly, we're gonna get Andrew on in a quick little second, is I usually just draw something like this. I draw a ray. I might have picked the wrong one there, but I draw a little ray like that. And then let it trend back down, and if it breaks the trend back up, because it's an explosive name, 31% short float, if I take any kind of a swing, I want this thing giving me 30, 40, 50%. So if it breaks the trend, I think it can do something like that. So I usually look for a trend reversion, but as far as the levels go, I can't really argue with it whatsoever. Just remember how much of this rally had to do with Nvidia in the first place. So I'd be looking for more of a measured bounce as opposed to this is going to go back into the highs. Hope that answers your question and appreciate you so much. It is time. You know what up, everybody. Time for... Say what in the who? No. Apparently I have to center myself, Andrew. What's going on? The Raider trader is in the house. It's been a minute, Andrew.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks. You know, we've been a little busy, so yeah.
Well, this market has been unbelievable. And we were just talking about FXI, all of the moves that Nvidia made in their 13F. Basically, that could have been your entire trade list as a day trader today. You didn't really need anything else if you were a trader. We've had some Meta. What Meta's doing is pretty unbelievable, which is something I actually wanted to ask your opinion about. I don't know if you've been following this Meta streak here. It's been quite interesting because none of the days have been too outside of the pocket. And then you have some broader market themes with tariffs coming through and certainly the Trump trade every single day. It seems like we have a headline.
Yeah, there's a few different themes. One that we're going to talk about kind of in a big fashion. I always come on here, I bring the duffel bag of ideas, and so we're going to drop a few on the table. But yeah, as far as the overall markets, we're in a very interesting spot. We're approaching one of the classic options expiration dates, that being February 21st.
Yep.
And that is going to shake things up in the overall markets dynamically, mechanically, how they work moving forward. And we can talk a little bit about those ideas throughout this time together. But yeah, definitely Trump still in the news. Nvidia, mega caps, these are all names that I've got some opinions on. So whichever way you want to dissect this, we can, Mr. Neil.
You're bringing duffel bags around here? You know what you're supposed to keep in the duffel bag? Old school.
A whole lot of hundreds.
You gotta keep that. It's that cheese. You gotta have that cheese. You're bringing ideas out. Well, you put the ideas in the duffel bag so that you can get the cheese. That's what it's all about.
That's right.
If we could, and we can go anywhere you want. You mentioned Nvidia. I think that's actually a pretty good place to start with. Whoops, that's not Nvidia. A pretty good place to start with because we were dropping after this aftermarket episode our video on MAs, and Nvidia is closing back above the 50. And I think this close to me. I think the next rally is into the highs. I think it gets there before earnings. I think a lot of people overreacted to DeepSeek, and that was a good opportunity to buy the market and or Nvidia. I like the Qs on that day just because I like buying the Qs, and I feel like you get exposure everywhere. You get some Broadcom, you get a little bit of everything. But your thoughts on Nvidia going into earnings, not for another couple of weeks, but we're getting there.
Yeah, so I have some big ideas, so we'll come full circle back to Nvidia. But relating to tech, relating to the markets, where are we at sitting? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching one of the most important options expiration dates of the year. Now, this is something I talk about a lot. And people go, Raider, why are you always talking about options expirations? Well, because these are pivot levels for the market. Because what you have is hundreds of billions, sometimes even trillions expiring. And that carries a lot of weight, not only into those dates, but also after, because now you have this repositioning that goes on. You have this money flowing in and out of the market. And that, to us traders, is very important because it can fundamentally change what happens and how the market behaves. It's like, the market has its own episodes. It's very bipolar, and you can notice these changes. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to share my screen real quick, just briefly, we'll talk quickly about OPEX. Now, after you watch Mr. Neil, Sean, and Brendan's video over SMAs, you should go and watch Mr. Raider Trader's video over OPEX cycles if you want more information on this. But what I would say is that this is a very important concept for all of you to understand. And the reason being is as we come into expirations, you guys have to understand one big thing about the markets. The world is long. Everyone is buying stocks. Majority of money is long the markets. I mean, that's kind of logical. And so with that, majority of funds, majority of people are buying puts with that. And now that's where retail's understanding of kind of the options market kind of fades is, okay, so what? They're buying puts. Well, we forget that there's two sides to every trade. When people buy puts, these big fund managers, they're buying billions of dollars worth of puts, trillions of dollars worth of puts. That means that, well, the market maker who's selling trillions of dollars worth of puts, they can take an infinite loss because you, who's buying the put, can take an infinite gain. So how do they balance their own books? They're in this business. They don't want to blow up. What do they have to do? They have to manipulate equity to do so. And so heading into an expiration, you have what's called the passage of time. It decays contract value. And as you come into expirations such as February 21st, a lot of options lose value. And that typically over the course of time always leads to the markets being bought back up because when puts lose value, market makers sell shares to hedge that, and then they're buying back shares closer into those expirations. So that's why stocks typically go up. Now, specifically, how does this relate to OPEX cycles? From my research, if you look at regular options expirations, so not quad witching, and by that I mean March, June, September, and December, outside of that, 3 days before any options expiration, you can expect a pivot level called max pain. 14 days before, you expect what's called the shakeout phase. Now, I'm not going to read this whole screen. You guys can screenshot it. You got your little phones. You got your tablets. You got all your 5 screens. You can screenshot it here and read this. But essentially, you can expect a pivot here next Tuesday in the markets. So next Tuesday, write it on your calendar. Say Raider Trader Pivot. That is where you can expect what the market is suggesting to be a lot more selling pressure moving forward. Of course, seasonals into early March are typically never pretty. And so I would say that to Nvidia, to tech stocks, and even the fact that financials did not make a new high, it's very concerning. And one, that I would lighten your long positions up, get ready for some short-sided trades, but don't be that guy who bets on a market crash every week.
I think that's very important. And one of the reasons, I know a lot of people in the chat are like, we love the knowledge. One of the reasons we love to have you on here is, of course, with a day trading mentality, like we have on the show, it's always going to be a little bit different. That being said, when we're talking about something like this on a Tuesday, the way I always interpret that is, hey, I keep it in the back of my mind, and if I see reversal opportunities on anything obvious, and the example I'll give is Intel today, just because it was kind of an over-the-top reversal of a big, strong upward trend. If I see something that's like that on a Tuesday, I'll remember what you said and be willing to put that reversion trade on, because if I can get a false breakout that traps somebody on Tuesday, that's all the better. A lot of times those trades come with a low risk to reward, or pretty high risk to reward, I should say, like a small loss that's in there. Now, Andrew, we always have you on, and you just said a duffel bag of ideas. Now, everybody should go back and make sure that they digest all that information, because I know it was a little bit technical and you want to see those slides. So What else is in that duffel bag? Because I have a funny feeling that big cap tech isn't the only thing you wanted to talk about here.
No. So moving forward, there are some crafty ideas that you guys can get involved in. Moving forward, if we do have this kind of break into all-time highs, what you guys have to understand is there's this thing called gamma. From 6.7 to 6.10 and above, there are these massive gamma levels. If the market decides it wants to go really crazy, it will go into those levels. And it is very possible to see that next Tuesday we see a pivot to the upside. Now you go, Raider, up or down, choose, right? I'm not going to be that guy who sits here and says I'm cautiously bullish or half bearish. That doesn't make sense. So what I would say, though, is coming into that February 21st expiration, you guys have to realize with all those puts expiring, it's much more free for the market to drop. Look at the put to call ratio today. You went below 0.5, which is very concerning. This is telling you that not many people are shorting right now. And if we do have that all-time break and you do start to see things get crazy and people refuse to short, that's when they could choose to quote-unquote rug pull the market and send it into higher volatility once again. But the trades that I'm moving forward is number one, healthcare long. I think next week, around Monday to Wednesday, is going to be a good opportunity for UNH. So the insurance, these names are beaten down. And even today, they're flushing. Specifically, kind of driving that idea. If you want to kind of share my screen right, give me 1 second. I'm going to paste this. Okay, cool. So if you want to share my screen right now, I think you guys can see this. Maybe not. Okay. 1 sec. I got it. I know Ramin or Fabian, whoever is doing it, they're probably shaking their head right now and they're going, Raider, why did you not prepare? So we'll do this. Okay, cool. If you want to share my screen right now, this right here, this order, this is called a hedge order, okay? Now, we always talk about the impact of option flow on the market. And this right here, of course, this is going to help drive the price action next week, because what you had here was this big order that went in the money, that closed right at the money, it closed in. So what you have is a market maker who's short a lot of shares. Next week, Monday and Tuesday, you want to be watching UNH for a bounce. Is it coincidence that Pfizer also popped after hours? No, I don't think so. But of course, that will help drive some sentiment into the sector. So healthcare, those type of names, I think will do very well into next week. But again, this is not a time for anyone to be positioning heavy into swings, short, long, whatever you want to say, because we are entering a very, very pivotal point. Again, next Tuesday into OPEX is going to be a crazy time. So what I kind of warned you guys, healthcare, number one, and then also banks short. Okay, now this isn't Raider being bearish. Raider, you're fair. You know, everyone's saying short the market. I'm not being that guy, but today and throughout this week, you can see a lot of interesting price action on banks such as MS. These guys have failed to make new highs while the market is pushing into all-time highs. If this is not just a textbook example of what weakness looks like in a market, what more concerning factors looks like in a market, I don't know what else to tell you. And that goes for any market bottom or top. If you go back and look at August 5th, banks made a new bottom, right? Before the overall market did. So these kind of things do matter, and you need to be watching for them. So banks, MS, Goldman Sachs, these type of names.
And I think it's worth keeping in mind, this is the type of year, 2 back-to-back 20% years. This is the type of year that you don't expect things to be clean to the upside. I think anybody that has that in their head, it's like, no, that's not normal. If it happens, we're all happy because we're all usually net long. but you've got to be positioned for this. I want to throw one thing else out there, what I like about that UNH. You also get, based on that play, I don't know if this is even part of the reason why you liked it, but you get the earnings low, which is a higher low on the chart as a support level. Like they reported, held a higher low at $500, and you're getting it out in front of that. I don't know if that was a factor, but from like a technical standpoint, I actually like that a heck of a lot. Candidly, I will just get it out there and say that I have some UNH in my personal account. But that's neither here nor there. I would say that. No, I would say that regardless. But it's not.
I planned this. I'm not even gonna say I planned this, Neil. But I literally kid you not. I'm wearing a United Healthcare T-shirt right now.
Are you serious?
I just realized this is my workout T-shirt. I literally just realized that as you were talking about that. So not sponsored. Hey, listen, Neil and I are not paid activists for this stock. All right, we're not paid. I'm not wearing this T-shirt because I'm talking about it today. But that's just funny. Anyway, so yeah, UNH again. Just let it slow down. If you want to just share my chart real quick, a classic setup that I like to trade is what's called a liquidation. And this is where you find a max pain point on a chart, and then you see that reversal. This is called mean reversion, whatever you want to call it, that against a trend, you expect a max pain point. Now, is this really against trend? I don't think so. You've held this bottom really since the start of the year, February 20th, and you've done it very well. And you've been holding this level. I think if you get a max pain point, flush out the longs, and then you start to see strength, I would definitely hop on that. But again, UNH, these healthcare setups, the kind of, we always talk about context to a market and developing trades, that great traders have context behind their trades. And one of the contexts you could really look at healthcare, especially the solar stocks I've been talking about a little bit. I've been really kind of beating my head against the wall saying, when are these solar stocks going to go up? Because there is a time coming, but is it next year? Is it this year? What kind of news has to take place? But for something like healthcare, what you had was at the start of the election, when Trump was initially elected, markets sold the healthcares hard. Because what you had was, hey, the Republican Party is typically harsh on healthcare. But so far, we really haven't seen policy to suggest that Trump's going to go delete all these healthcare giants or that he's going to delete, all these different solar companies. It seems he's been pretty fair, or at least kind of talking about that. And then that kind of gives you an argument of mispricing that's coming up. And that's something that you want to be aware of. So context to UNH, context to healthcare is that the Republican Party isn't going to be as harsh on them as the markets were initially predicting.
Yeah, great insight, of course. What I love about that, an important takeaway, so I'll say it again and repeat your words, traders have context to the plays that they make. I think that's very, very important. Like a trade idea is a full thought process. You should be able. I would say you should be able to write like a paragraph about a trade idea in a general sense.
Yeah.
And if you can't, it's more of a gamble than it is a trade. Andrew, I want to thank you again for coming on, always dropping so much knowledge, and of course, wish you a very happy long weekend. I know in the States we have a holiday here, but like yours is the real one. We just sort of made one up so that we could have a Canadian holiday at the same time. We have like Family Day here when you guys had President's Day. But thank you so much for coming on here, Andrew.
Absolutely. And anyone in chat, there is a rumor on the street that Neil does not have a Valentine. So put in your applications now. There's probably a long list going, and he's got to review them. So start putting in your applications, everyone.
That's nice of you to. That's nice of you to say. I am happily married, but no, I appreciate.
Hey, I put in an application, but hey, we can. Don't look at that. Never mind.
We just love each other's ideas at the end of the day, and that's what it's all about here. Andrew, look, we're gonna have you. I know we're gonna have you back on, but I can't wait.
I'll be back.
Again.
And listen, there's crazier times coming, and when crazy things happen, I got some ideas. So I'll be your guy.
Always. That's Raider Trader, our good friend for sure. Check him out, Raider Trader on Instagram as well as always.
Bye.
Have a fantastic weekend, brother. And he just disappears out of there, falls out of his chair. Always a little bit of drama.
Right? Yeah, and I mean, banks are like the sign of things dropping, right? Like, shout out to Raider Trader. Also, so fun fact, you guys in Ontario Family Day. We don't have Family Day. We have our own holiday in Manitoba.
Oh, word?
You didn't know this? It's called Louis Riel Day. It's the same day, and it's named after a man named Louis Riel, who, if you don't know who he is, was convicted of treason. So shout out to Manitoba for making him our provincial hero. No, I'm joking. He's a pretty interesting guy, but that's mostly what he's known for. So yeah, interesting stuff there. And yeah, always so funny. I didn't know what Family Day was at first because it's Louis Riel Day for us.
It's just some stuff that they made up here. And again,
we have an actual
because you should know, look, when the U.S. has a holiday, it's not a normal day here in Canada. Like if you work in Toronto or you work in finance or in most industries, It's just a really slow day. So it makes some logical sense for us to have holidays that are matching. It's ridiculous that our May holiday is a week away from yours. It's just annoying. It's frustrating when we get US holidays as a trading, whatever. I shouldn't be harping on this too much. You guys probably don't care about it. But it's a bit of a pain in the butt when Canadian and US holidays don't match up. It's really, really annoying. But thank you guys so much for tuning in this week. It's been a fun one. I want to remind everybody that we have, you know what, I'm supposed to show this. Brendan told me, do we have that fun graphic? I don't want to show. Like, see, here's what we're supposed to show. Like this SMA, we got our SMA video coming out, but that's like kind of cool. I'm actually smiling in this picture. That's what I wanted to show everybody is our SMA video. If you like the RSI one, we got a new one coming out, simple moving average. We're all on there. We're dropping that knowledge for you for free. It is live right now, as a matter of fact. So when you finish watching this, you're gonna go check that out. Appreciate everybody. This is what it's all about. We're all about dropping some knowledge. Bless you, Ramin. Dropping some knowledge. The other thing we're all about here is roll call, everybody.
We are.
Last one before the long weekend. If you want to be in the roll call, remember, you got to be in the chat. Hit that like, hit the subscribe to get in the chat. It's a subs only chat. So make sure you get in there. Give a big shout out and a thank you to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos, Andre with our socials. We've got the Bash brothers, Joe and Shreve with their push-up challenge that'll never apparently happen. Shout out to Obi for filling in for me yesterday. Shout out to my man Sean, of course, Brandon, and Adara on the desk, always keeping us informed, letting us know that maybe that Berkshire news, it'll fugaze, that it will starboard.
Yeah. Well, actually, now it might not even be starboard.
It might be nobody.
I was seeing too, apparently starboard already has a position. I couldn't find any hard data, so just to let you guys know, we don't know is the answer, but it's definitely not. Pfizer's definitely not being involved here with Berkshire, I can tell you that for sure.
Well, then I'm not touching it.
Yeah, I don't, hopefully we have more info by Monday. Right now we don't, but let's get started with the roll call. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Sean. Thank you to Brendan. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. Thank you to Sharif. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Obi. Thank you to Ramin. Bless you, Ramin. Fabian. Thank you to Andre. And thank you to everybody in the chat. We got Redo Stocks. We got Rubicon. Robert Liu. Bob S., we have Bristol, Kurt Hutchings, Los Pollos Hermanos, John Manzoni, Charmine, Redo Stocks again, Escape Planet, Andy, David, Stevenson, Angela, Bob S., Derek Thompson, Lasmal, we have Jay Alvarez, Fugazi Bear, we've got Random Gamer, we have Loser So What, Rajesh, we have Vizbot, TS Booger, we've got Shazan, we have Farmer Boy Art, we've got Paco, we have Ella Bombardelli, we have 69 Judge Shack, we've got Walt Winchell, we have The Piper, we have Doc Watson, and we've got Swizzler Sniper. Thank you so much to everyone for being here with us today, and we'll see you back again.
Thank you so much. And remember, everybody, have a happy Valentine's Day. Enjoy it. Save yourself some coin by going out on Saturday instead of Friday. It's just, we got to... Thank you. Okay, there it is. Dear Neil, I'll read it because he sent a super chat there. Please be my Valentine. Thank you for considering my application. Hey. It's all love around here. We have the best trading community and family out there. And the reason for that is we are a trading family. And Raider, you are absolutely part of it here. So shout out to you. Next time you come, drinks are on us, although I suppose they were last time as well. That's all good. But thank you so much, Andrew. Always great to have you on there, and a kind soul. We really, really appreciate you. We appreciate all of our viewers. Make sure you have a fantastic long weekend. Check out that simple moving average video. And remember, Monday is a market holiday. So if you try to tune in on Monday, when you don't see a live stream, just check out that moving average video and then go enjoy the rest of your day. So we will be back on Tuesday, 8:30. We're Trader TV Live. See you on Tuesday.